You're gambling today? How so? Oh, how nice. What the fuck? Dude, what is wrong with this game? It's like actually broken.
Teammate game.
What the fuck? What? Now we had a join in progress, too. Streamlabs, I guess, added like a specific dono for the stickers, where previously it just used the super chat sound. So I have to go in and change it. Dosky Wasky with the 4. Appreciate it, man. Much appreciated, dude. Thank you. Playing Mystery Dungeon, Rescue DX. I'm grinding some Pokemon because I'm stuck on the Mankeys. Yeah, that game is actually kind of challenging. You know, it's not the typical kid slot Pokemon game. Alright, I'm just gonna leave. I will take the fucking 5-minute ban. Say indie slop for us. Well, I just said it. There you go.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Let's see. Jesus with the 29 months. Happy Girth Day, Griff. Whoa. How much girth are we talking? Got you the used RTU rooster. Well, that was incredibly kind of you. You know, to have such an incredible piece of internet history. You know, I'm truly, truly grateful. Too early? What the fuck are you talking about, PK? It's like already almost midnight. I literally just woke up like 10 minutes ago, so... Did I brush my teeth? I did not.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Daryl Zone the 5. Appreciate it, man. My Pokemon cards portfolio is now 34.55. It's a start, I know, but don't poor shame me, guys. Well, it's definitely a start, man. You gotta start somewhere, so no shame in that. But do you have mainly singles, or do you have like graded cards? Because if that's like ungraded inventory, that's actually pretty good. I don't have much over that, personally, in ungraded stuff. Mostly singles and 3 graded cards so far. Nice. Just keep grinding, dude. I wonder if we all... Wait, if we look up at the same moon at night? Unless there's multiple different moons, I would assume so. Although I didn't look at the moon tonight, so... Oh shit. What if you have to kiss a girl? Aren't you embarrassed? Well, luckily, PK, that's not really something I have to worry about. So. Thankfully, that doesn't really cross my mind. Your most valuable card right now is Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX 545, not graded. Yeah, that's a good card. That one will probably go up over time. It's a pretty solid card. I mean, it's the #1 chase, I'm pretty sure, from Destined Rivals, and that box keeps going up and up and up, so... Kissing a guy crosses your mind? I don't think so. Yeah, but it won't get a 10. There's a reason why 10s cost so much, is because, you know, it's basically impossible to get vintage 10s now with PSA's new grading standard, which kind of sucks, but it's driving prices of vintage slabs like fucking insanely high. Because it's like literally impossible to get 10s now. They're way too strict on vintage cards. So, what would have been a 10, 3, 4, 5 years ago is like maybe an 8 or a 9 at best. Kind of sucks, but Oh well. My most valuables are Rayquaza level X promo. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, the one that has like a pop. What is it? Is it pop 19 in PSA 9 and 010s or something like that? But yeah, I know what cards you're talking about. I think that one's worth closer to 9K actually. I've seen a couple people selling it for 9,000. At least that's what they were asking. I don't know how much they got for it. You're dreading having to go to a conference this week? Should you quit your job? Why would you quit your job over going to a conference? No, it's not market manipulation. They changed their grading standards. It used to be you could have 60-40 centering on the front and 65-35 centering on the back in order to get a 10. They have changed it now to where you need 45-55 centering on the front. And that is like absolutely insanely fucking hard to get on vintage cards. So, and it's not even just vintage that's affected by that, it's modern too, but the vintage cards had decisively worse print quality. Because, you know, Pokemon just didn't give a fuck. They weren't worth anything. So, it was more so just about getting, you know, cards onto the market. So they didn't have as high of quality control back then. Nice. Still got him. Dude, I really wish they would port this game over so Halo 2 Online could be alive again. I would love to just play Halo 2 Anniversary for, you know, a solid chunk of time without having to swap back and forth between Halo 3 for like 6 matches and then maybe getting one. Did you get the Pokemon starter? No, not buying that shit. I don't like gaming clothing and shit, bro. Like, I don't need to show, like, I'm a nerd, guys. Ah, look at my nerd shirt. Like, that shit's so gay to me. I don't know. That shit's gay as fuck. You know? I'm happy to talk shop when it comes to nerd shit, but I don't fucking need clothing that signifies that. So, you know, I'm already chud maxing enough. I don't need a fucking shirt to let everybody know how much of a, you know, a nerd I am, dude. Oh my god. I don't know. I don't really get the whole gaming clothing or nerd clothing shit, but, you know, to each their own. I just like plain, you know, colored shit. Minimal designs. Just plain solid colors. That's good enough. If your Mew gets a 10, would I be interested in buying a 90%? No. Bro, I don't have $38,000 for a card. I'm broke, remember? Yeah, I'm not one of these pokey chuds that can toss around, you know, 50 grand in a day. So, trust me, I would love to get to that point, but not right now. I need to get the gambling hookup. Like the guys that do those fucking virtual packs where you can basically buy the pack, you know, pull cards, quote unquote, and then sell them back for 90% of value. It's like a workaround for, you know, slots, essentially. You know, it's another form of alternative gambling that's technically not gambling, because it's a mystery pack. But if you can get in with the people, like, who do that shit, you can make a fucking fortune from Pokemon. Like, you literally just buy as much as possible. And then you sell it to them for 95%. So if you go to like all the shows and buy for 80 to 85%, and then you sell it to them for 95%, you know, that's a nice, I think it's like 12% margin when you do the math on it, if you buy at 85. So it's great. You spend 100,000, you make 12. And you just keep rolling the money over and over and over and over again. Griffin's waiting for the next that's basically how I live nowadays, man. It's just waiting for payday. You know? Sad but true. Sad but true. Then I can make my coat purchases and then, you know, start the cycle of waiting again. Brutal, man. But yeah, I've already got, the sad thing is I already have my eye on stuff I want to buy, but yeah, I gotta wait. Yeah, more cards is the coat purchases usually. I'm sad. One of the cards I've been buying up has been spiking in value recently, so I can't buy more of them. I love the card too. Hold on. Let's see. I was buying these for like 120. Such a pretty card. It's going up to close to 200 now. But yeah, look at this. I really like this card a lot. I think it's super underrated. I like it better than the alt art from the same set, Silver Tempest. It looks really nice. So, that's one I've been investing in pretty heavily. I like it a lot. I think it'll do extremely well long term. I think Vs in general are going to do well compared to the alt arts. Because they're way harder to grade, they're way lower pop, and some of the artwork, like that one, just looks fucking sick, man. You know, that's a $10 card raw still. So, I don't think it'll stay at that for long. But yeah, I've filled up a few binder pages with raw copies too. I bet you never used to collect Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh cards back in the day. Okay. You can be wrong if you'd like. Feel free to be wrong, man. It doesn't affect me. There are some actual, like, back in the day, Adolf Hitler trading cards, ironically enough. I saw, like, a reel on fucking Instagram of somebody like, well, PSA grade my Adolf Hitler trading cards. He, like, sent them in. And they did. They did grade them. It's funny. I bet all the rare cards you bought, I bet you paid 10 grand. I've paid way more than 10 grand for my cards. That's not even remotely close to the area of what I've spent on cards. Bet you never got them from a pack? Yeah, no shit. Are you gonna go open $3,000 packs to buy a, or to pull a $500 card? No, you're not. So, if you want to go open $3,000 packs for the potential of getting a $500 or $600 card, then be my guest, but I'm not doing that shit.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
I'm not doing that shit. Oh yeah, dude, like during the 80s and 90s, there was like trading cards of everything. And the early 2000s. Like, you know, everybody was trying to hop on the Magic and Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh, you know, kind of train and get some money. I mean, it's like basically a license to print your own currency, if you think about it. You know, like, if you have a successful trading card game, you literally have a license to print money. Yeah, I have a couple graded Trump cards. I have a few. I have a few non-graded ones too, but I also have a graded January 6th card, which is kind of funny. Dude, there was so many, like, shitty little card games in the fucking, like, early 2000s, I remember. You know, Bakugan was technically a card game. They had, like, that Chaotix game. They had... Fuck, man. I don't even remember. I know they had Digimon for a while. Fuck, what's another... I just remember, like, the card section at Target used to be wild. Like, there was all sorts of stuff you'd never even heard of. Well, Beyblade's not a card game, so... Beyblade's not a card game. Disney is into cards. They have Lorcana, which personally I don't really think is that great, but I don't like Disney, so not really the best judge on that one. I don't really know how Lorcana's doing overall, but I don't think it's doing super great. You know, of course, I love my Final Fantasy TCG, but that one's not super popular. Because Square Enix does everything in their power to not fucking market their own trading card game, and instead they give out magic packs with their fucking games instead of their own goddamn trading cards, and it fucking irritates me. It's like, dude, if they literally would just make promos where, like, oh, if you buy a physical copy of the game, you have a chance to get this special promo. Like, people would literally go out and buy multiple fucking copies of the game just to open up to see if they could get the fucking card. Like, it's so irritating, man. Like, Square Enix could easily fucking milk that shit and make some money. And then on top of that, they could, you know, drive up actual interest in the, like, actual cards themselves. Because if people like the, you know, promos or whatever, they'll go and buy other cards. And they'll open packs and, you know, buy the booster boxes and, you know, start their collection. But they don't market it at all. Like, most people don't even know it exists. So I didn't even know it existed until, like, what, 2020 something. I had never seen anything related to it other than I got 3 promos from Dissidia back in the day, but I didn't really pay any attention to them. I was like, oh, you know, cool. And then fast forward several years later, I'm like, oh shit, those were But yeah, Square does such a shitty job of promoting it. I don't understand. Yeah, Dragon Ball has a card game. One Piece has a card game. Then there's like Weiss and Union Arena, which license animes in order to make cards. Like Union Arena, for example, I have a bunch of the Code Geass cards from that. And then Weiss, you know, they get a shitload of different anime IPs. Like Ormo, dude. Yeah, the Final Fantasy collecting community is pretty niche, so it's pretty niche. It's definitely a very small community of people that buy and collect the cards. But I love the cards personally. So I don't even care about the value, I just want them. I just enjoy having them. No, I didn't buy any of the legacy boxes. I just bought a shit ton of the Aerith legacy card. So I have like 2 pages in my binder with that card.
Remaining.
Yep, there's a Minecraft card set, but it's like, I think, a Topps licensed set. It's not like a specific Minecraft card game. I think it's just like kind of artwork and that's it. Dude, there's this really cool, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Forget what it's called. They have like this Topps Chrome Lord of the Rings set from like the early 2000s. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I've been thinking about buying one of these because it just looks fucking sick. Hold on. There's a couple Lord of the Rings card games. Oh, that's a terrible picture. Hold on. Dude, these are shit. One, 3, 5, 8, 0. Hopefully the scans look better. 3, 9, 1, 5. Yeah, that looks way better. Dude, look how sick this looks. Like, tell me this does not look badass. Look at that. It's like embossed too on the card. Like, bro, that looks so cool. Like, I don't even collect like the Lord of the Rings set, but that shit looks awesome, man. So you already know, like, in person that looks really, really good. Like, wait, it looks gay, geeky shit. That's the point, bro. That's the fucking point. But yeah, I really like that one. Unfortunately, there's no 10s listed, at least. Oh. There we go. Alrighty. Let's see. So Chronicle with the 34 months got a wage increase. Nice, man. Congratulations. Let's do... Oh, yeah, I can invite you after this. My bad. I didn't have that tab open, so... My B, dude. But yeah, I can invite you. Oh, nice. That works. You know? Not even gonna complain. Alright. 3 for 3. Can I get the 4th kill? Please. There we go. Take it. Nice. Oh, that works. I can't play games unless they give me an erection. Damn, man. Brutal. It does definitely help hold your attention, though, for sure, to have some eye candy. So, I can't say I don't entirely get it. It definitely is not a bad thing to have some eye candy on screen.
Gain the lead.
Do I like HOTS? Yeah, it's fine. I don't really use a ton of it. Yeah, I think they're gonna reveal it at Summer Games Fest. So that would be my guess. They've been talking so much about it recently, so you know, Hamaguchi's back on the press tour. So, yeah. I think the reveal is coming very soon.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see, 88 Cragger with the 5. How will the hair... Wait, the hair, hat, and bonnet crew be able to afford plane tickets with Spirit Airlines out of business? I don't know, man, but now I might be more tempted to go on vacation. Yeah, we can return to the days of airfare being classy. You know, you sit down, dressed up in a suit. You know, you get like actual, you know, good service, multiple course meals. It's a luxury experience. You know, decommodify air travel. Make it an experience again. But yeah, exactly. You know, those 3-day cruises on Carnival will never be the same. No! Fuck, he almost killed me. Back when you could smoke a cigarette and have a cute girl in a skirt serve you a premium steak, bring back men-only flights. Was that ever a thing, though? I don't think there was ever male-only flights. It was more so, that was just, you know, the service standard. And plus, men were the only ones who primarily flew anywhere because women were at home while men were traveling for work, so... The Last of Us Part 3, what? Intergalactic? Hell yeah, dude. I'm super heckin' hyped.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
16-bit Kikamura with the 5. One of my local Walmarts got closed because a YN burned paper in the bathroom. Shake my head, he should have been the paper. Wink, wink. Yeah, exactly. You know, on-site execution. Yeah, male-only spaces have been destroyed. It's a shame, man. Truly. Like, dude, they wouldn't even let us have the fucking Boy Scouts. Like, that shit's crazy. Couldn't even have the fucking Boy Scouts, and now they want to cry because the Girl Scouts are getting inundated with Looney Tunes. It's like, oh no, the girls, think of the girl. It's like, yeah, fuck you, bitch. Nobody cares. Women deserve everything that happens to them in that regard because they're the fucking freaks that vote for this shit. You know? Women vote for all this globo, homo, troon slop to be shoved down everybody's throat. So, if you get raped by some autistic, mentally ill fucking chud who troons out, you know, you deserve everything that happens to you. Fuck your female spaces. You destroyed all of ours. So if some Looney Troon goes fucking crazy and starts rape, like, you know, that's what you voted for. Like Nancy Mace, exactly. That little bitch was trying to take that kill. Why do Halo's guns look like toys? Because I have the squirt gun weapon skin on. Make it squirt. What are your thoughts on the movie Mercy? I've never seen it. Never seen it, man. I don't really watch many movies, so I'm not really familiar with most of them, especially if they've released recently. There's also a pizza skin, too. I used to have that one on for a while, but someone paid me $5 years ago to swap to this one. So I'd say they got their money's worth because I've never been bothered to switch it back, so. But yeah, I used to use the pizza skin. What are your thoughts on being a virgin at 30? Why does it matter what I think? You live your best life, bro. Don't let anyone judge you. Yeah, exactly. Protect your peace. Griffin thinks he's gonna get someone to donate to change his skin again. I don't think so, because it hasn't happened, so. I think the squirt gun's here to stay. I mean, I could probably change it, but I don't really remember how to do any of the customization in this because I've just left my shit on for so long. Never bothered with it. What are my thoughts on the Talmud? Toilet paper. Griffin will end up with the fish head of a girlfriend with no cannons. That's right, man. It's over. I'll never get my skinny, brown-haired, you know, goddess. It's over, dude. I'm gonna be stuck with a fish head GF with brown nipples.
Bruh.
Alright, I took him with me. I'll take that. Nope, skinny is far superior, man. There's like something just insanely fucking attractive about a chick that has a long, skinny, and flat torso. Like, I don't know. Like, a chick with the flat stomach is way fucking hotter than a chick with curves, in my opinion. Like, the long, flat stomach, bro, like... Shit! That's, like, the best. Dude, women are not supposed to have abs. Like, that's not normal. You know that, right? Women aren't really supposed to have defined muscles in general, but I digress. I've been enjoying Dragon's Dogma. Nice, man. It's a really good game. Both of them are. Yeah, a woman with defined muscles means that she lives a hard life. So, that's the thing. Women aren't supposed to be, like, physically active like that. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I still think the flat stomach's better than the abs, personally. So, personally. Yeah, most muscular women almost always have 1, fake tits, and 2, shitloads of tattoos. Because, like, I feel like for women to want to be that muscular, they have to kind of be masochist to a certain degree. Because working out is, you know, basically just masochism in a form. But the thing is, it's like, you know, they're covered in tattoos half the time. Fucking covered in tattoos. Almost every single gym chick I see at my gym has fucking shitloads of tattoos. Like on their arms, on their legs, on their rib cage, on their back. Like, it's just, bro, why? It's horrible, man. It's like you spend all this time working on your body just to fucking have somebody scribble all over it. It's like, why would you fucking do that shit? It's just sad, honestly. There has never been a single woman on this earth that looks better with tattoos compared to without. Not a single woman on God's green earth has looked better as a result of getting a tattoo. But a lot of them get turned on by the pain of getting a tattoo. Like it becomes a sexual thing. So that's a whole nother can of worms, but... they get addicted to the sensation of getting a tattoo. Oh, I'm out of ammo, shit. But yeah, it's truly heartbreaking, man. You see an attractive chick at the gym, and she turns around, and then boom, thigh tattoo. It's like, yep, immediately disqualified, bro. I wouldn't even consider that. That's just gross. Fucking gross. Yeah, let me get an entire floral arrangement tattooed on my fucking thigh. That'll look great. Well, piercings aren't as big of a deal because piercings will naturally close. Like, if you take earrings out of your ear and just let it sit, the hole for the earrings will close. Same with like a belly button piercing or nose piercing. All of those will naturally heal over time. So piercings are not actually as big of a deal as tattoos. Tattoos take tens of thousands of dollars, years of fucking removal treatment, and even then they still never actually fully go away. So... really, a thigh tattoo isn't really a big... is it? Wait. Isn't really that big a deal? Yeah, it is. You're telling me that you want to, look at this every single day of your life? Some shit like this? Like, that's the front view you get of your chick's leg every day? Or something like this? There we go. So this isn't a big deal? Or something like that? Like, bro, that's gross. Nope, absolutely not. Even something like this is too much, if you ask me. So, it doesn't look good. So... many such cases, man. I see stuff like that all the fucking time at the gym, and it's super disheartening. It's like, oh, man. What a waste. Wasted potential, dude. Looks like she has a barcode because she was trafficked. Then it's whatever otherwise, no. Well, that's a different thing, bro. Like, that's a completely different thing. Like, if she got tattooed against her will because, you know... that's, like, completely different. No, these chicks are willingly getting this shit. They're choosing to get this shit tattooed. So... that's 100% them. Griffin's ideal woman is a vanilla type. Yeah, exactly. I'm super vanilla. You know, just give me a nice, skinny white chick with light brown hair, bro. That's it. That's all I need. I'm not that picky. You know, have a nice, you know, amicable personality type that's pleasant to be around. Don't be fat, be white, and have, you know, preferably light brown hair, which I don't even care necessarily about the hair color that much, but you get the point. So Aerith? Yeah, pretty much, man. Pretty much. Vanilla, you mean pragmatist? No. Absolutely fucking not. Yeah, Luna Freya from Final Fantasy 15 is primo too, so yup. She's definitely some, you know, primo foid material. Are we living in a Foyd's world? Yeah, I mean, modern society has become very feminized, so yeah, pretty much all of society caters to women's whims. So everything prioritizes the female experience over everything else. You know, the workplace has to be conducive to women. The education system is conducive to women. Social settings are conducive to women. Men's hobbies and spaces now have to be conducive to women. Like, everything has to revolve around women. Because a bunch of simped out, cucked dudes basically forfeited their agency in pursuit of pussy. So... you know, the first thing the guys do when a woman joins, like, a nerd hobby, for example, is they bow down and, like, kiss their feet and say, "Yes, goddess, anything you want. Please destroy what we love. Just give me an ounce of attention, I beg. Look at my direction. Please." So Raymond, so yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I will betray all other men just for an ounce of your attention, goddess. Please grace me with your gaze. Pathetic, man. Guys, actually, if you think about it, Halo 3 Cortana and Halo 4 Cortana are super problematic. Could you imagine being a young girl and being held to the unrealistic body standards of Halo 4 Cortana's massive mammaries? We need to get rid of that right now. Is worth grading a game? Depends on the game and if you want it. I mean, you're not going to make a shit ton of money from grading games. It's pretty niche. But if you like the game and you want a graded copy, then sure, why not? Why not? Women will ruin the Pokemon hobby, not Logan Paul. Well, dude, it's like all those videos of like the chicks going up to like the vendors at the card shows like, oh, I can't afford this card, but is there anything you can do? And the guys are like, oh, well, you know, I think I could take off $40 for, oh, really? Thank you. It's like, oh my God, dude. Meanwhile, if it was me, I would be like, yeah, I guess you're not getting the card then. Sucks to suck. Skill issue. But, yeah, I don't know, man. That's a prime example of, like, these dudes who just simp the fuck out for these random chicks that they'll never actually bang. But they're like, oh my God, she wants a trading card from me. It's like we're dating. She might touch my hand as I pass her the card. Bro, that's what Raymond should do. He should become a card dealer so that way he can go to the fucking card shows and touch women's hand as he collects the money and hands them the card and then shakes their hand saying thanks for the deal. There you go. Elite tier fucking strat. Oh my God, dude, that shit's funny as fuck. Imagine. All the dude, there's tons of videos of that happening. Like, there's this one chick on Instagram who like has a binder and she only collects, I think, Erica's Hospitality SIR or whatever. And she walks up to like all these booths and the guys are like, oh my God, I have a card for you. She's like, really? And it's like the most obvious, like, pseudo-flirting shit ever. It's so gay, man. It's like these guys are just simping the fuck out. No, it's not scripted. She goes up to like all these different booths and shit, so it's not just with like one person. I've seen countless of them. So but like that's what I mean, bro. It's like the mere like sight of a woman in like a nerd space immediately the space instantly starts to revolve around them. So, you know, you could not even know this person's name. You will never talk to her again in your entire life. She probably thinks you're a disgusting subhuman. But just because she looks in your direction, you know, all of a sudden you will bend over backwards to appease her every whim. Like, it's just kind of crazy to see, man. It's like the Twitch simping kind of phenomena. You know, the slightest bit of attention from a girl, guys will literally just do anything. Even if she never even fucking acknowledges them past, like, reading their name in the chat once. Like, that's already enough. It's like, damn, bro. Like, unless you can actually call up a chick or message her or, you know, talk to her or meet her in person, like, quit simping, bro. Like, unless you have a means to talk to her regularly and she actually does, like, don't. You know? Treat them like an NPC. So if somebody doesn't even acknowledge you, why are you, like, dedicating that much, and, like, you know, I guess attention and or resources to them? You know, it's one thing if it's, like, your girlfriend or a chick you're talking to or whatever. Like, okay, what? Fine. But just some random, you know, woman passing by that, you know, gives you a glance. It's like, dog, she's not gonna fuck you. I don't know, dude. It is what it is, man. That's what ruined Magic the Gathering, I've heard, is like basically, you know, Wizards of the Coast just essentially went woker than woke in a lot of cases and removed all the, like, attractive female designs and everything because I guess female cosplayers, which the fucking jokes, right, themselves, complained that men were sexualizing them. And that they couldn't cosplay Magic characters without lowering themselves into pieces of meat. It's like, first of all, you dumb fucking whore. The only reason you're dressing up as a fucking fictional character is because you want guys to fucking goon to you, and by extension, give you money. Second, you only want to dress up as that character because she's sexually attractive, and by attaching yourself to that identity, it makes you appear more sexually attractive in the eyes of the guys you're trying to appeal to. And third, there's plenty of other fucking media entities out there that you can leech off of in order to farm simp bucks that are not as heavily sexualized. But no, the hobby has to change for the whore. Even though the whore would be that way whether the hobby was that way or not, so. But yeah, Magic is just, you know, a woke pile of shit. I don't understand why anyone even fucking likes that garbage anymore.
Gain the lead. Gain the lead.
Well, dude, it's like female gaming channels, you know? All a girl has to do is make one video on a video game. And guys are like, oh my god, this was such a great video. I love your content. Please keep making more. It's like, oh my god, dude. And she could literally have, like, the most normie, retard tier take imaginable. And guys are like, I can't wait for the next episode. Keep it up. Great work. Here's a $50 super thanks. It's like, damn, man. Dude, it's like those Japanese fucking doomer videos. You guys remember that shit? Where we watched the one of the guy where he's like, my birthday alone, 0 super thanks or, you know, super chats in the comments. And then it's the woman and it's like thousands of fucking dollars in super chats in the fucking comment. It's like, dude, Yep, modern society personified, bro. Modern society personified. Right there, dude. Like the guy who actually looked like he had a doomer life. Nothing. And then the, you know, the woman literally who's like, oh, I went and got cake, and then I went to go get food, and then I did all this, and, you know, she was in a much nicer apartment, had a lot nicer things, and then all, oh my god, here's the $200, happy birthday. It's like, oh my god, man. Really? It's like, geez, dude, you literally just have to exist as a woman on the internet. That's it, bro. That is literally it. Just be a woman on the internet and you will print money. Shit's wild, bro. I don't think so, dude. Like, now we're seeing this whole fucking MILF shit being pushed, which I don't think is a coincidence, because you had a whole generation of guys my age and younger who, you know, were basically force-fed MILF porn from a very young age to basically condition themselves to, you know, fetishize these empty egg carton bitches. So I would not be so quick to say that it's only young women. So, you see it all the time, bro. These 20-something-year-old dudes who try to, like, cougar max. So, don't think for a second it stops when a certain age is reached. Like, sure, it's not as, you know, prevalent, but it's still a thing, man. Hag maxing? Yeah, call it whatever you want. But, yup. Because, dude, I remember back in the day on the hub, bro. More than anything, they pushed MILFs Teach Teens. That was, like, the #1 fucking video you'd see all the time. And it was, like, Brandy Love. You know, with, some, like, younger guy. And I guarantee you that was, pushed specifically because they knew that my generation and onward would be, you know, mostly single in our early to mid-20s. So, I think that was deliberately done so that, you know, we would be forced to resort to older women. So it, like, started laying the groundwork. Because, again, all these industries and businesses and, you know, political entities are controlled by common interests. So it's like how now all the troon shit is pushed so fucking hard. Your mouse is double clicking, it's over. Yeah, I have that problem sometimes as well. It goes away after a while, then it comes back. It's kind of odd. I don't know. I think it's a software issue. I think it's more of a software problem. Griffin is broke. If the mouse dies, it's Jover. Indeed, man. You know, I'm a man of very few means. I'm a man of very few means these days. Griff not talking because he's banned from chat, huh? Huh? Do I still believe in unconditional over-there-ness? What does that mean? Unconditional over-there-ness. I've not heard that term. But are you a man of your word? For the most part, yeah. I don't really make a habit about lying about shit. It's not really any point, man. Especially to impress other people. That shit's retarded as fuck. Yes, lol. Griffin always tells the truth. Not always, Brit, but for the most part. There are certain things everyone has to lie about in order to maintain some form of social normalcy, let's just say. But when it comes to the big things, yeah, I don't lie. You know, everybody tells a white lie every once in a while. You should log off, Griff. At some point I will. You're right, it's not the Halo soundtrack, it's the soundtrack of my life. You bought a Steam Deck? What, for visual novels on the go? Yeah, there you go, man. You can take all your girlfriends with you at the same time. And I didn't bring my PS5 or PC with me. Yeah, I wouldn't either. Resident Evil Zombify with the 2 Assandgold's clips, the latest video. Griffin, what the fuck, man? What do you mean? Let's see. Assandgold clips. Oh yeah, I've seen this. Yeah, I saw this on Twitter. I saw this on Twitter. She's
go off on a
porn
tangent.
Star, so.
Is this Morgue Pie?
1 sec. Place.
Does it do that? Oh
Okay.
my. Oh my god. Jesus, guys. Wow. Okay. Well, anyway, I guess that's what they're doing on Twitch now.
This obviously went giga-viral, and a lot of people were asking how was this allowed on Twitch when she was already suspended 13 times. Her response? She doubled down.
Despite the backlash for keeping a human pet on stream,
Dude, isn't the CEO of Twitch like a massive gooner?
Morgue Pie has added another one. She now has 2 human pets on her stream. Somebody asked, which one is the Twitch CEO?
Alright.
Yeah, that's
All
the
right, come,
honest to
Bill
God
Clinton.
question.
Oh,
Come, Bill
it
Clinton.
must be the other one.
Shake. Spin. That was a-
Oh, there you go.
That was a pretty good spin. Alright.
Bucknasty6911989 just cheered 10 boots.
Jesus.
Maybe
What the fuck
4.
am I watching? You're watching Twitch. Yeah, this is the way it is now.
Alright.
What is this here? I feel for your, oh my god.
Stream together or whatever.
Wait, hold on. I need to cut you off because I just saw someone in chat say that she's racist towards white men.
Uh-huh.
And
Who
I'm
is this?
so sorry, but respectfully, shut up. Shut the fuck up, dude.
I don't even know
Dude,
what
that bitch is hideous.
this
Act
is.
like somebody's being racist towards white men, the least oppressed
Uh-huh.
fucking group of human
Chat.
beings on society. She says white guys are inferior. They are.
Uh-huh.
Dude, even this whore is like, shut the fuck up.
It is crazy people would say that. It is. That's nuts.
That's
Jesus
not racism.
Christ.
I hate to break it to you.
It's absolutely racism. I'll be curious to see if people like
This is the future that Nick Fuentes wants.
this end up getting banned or not. In my opinion, I find it to be crazy that there's so much of a double standard of that. Anybody, if you actually think this, please go move to another non-white country and just live there instead. You don't like white people? Go move to a country with no white people and then stay there. They
Oh, they don't want to.
would never. They would never do that. And I wonder why.
Because white people are the fucking best, bro. Period. They hate us because they ain't us. Period. Nobody is fleeing to non-white countries, but everyone on God's green earth wants to fucking come to majority white nations. Gee, I wonder why. I wonder fucking why. How many asylum claims do you think fucking Nigeria gets? How many asylum claims does fucking, Vietnam get? How many asylum claims does Afghanistan get? None. Because nobody wants to go to those fucking shitholes, bro. They all want to come here. They want to pour into our fucking wonderful little, previous slice of heaven, but now not so much. It's been ruined. There is no more Shire, dude. fuck. There goes the chat.
Slayer. Kill the enemy team to score.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Nick Fuentes' astroturfing campaign is kind of fizzling out, you know? You don't really see much of the glaze anymore being promoted across social media. So I guess whoever was propping him up realized that he's not really effective. So for a while there, you couldn't fucking like scroll without seeing this fucking gay little face. Now it's like rare. So I think he's starting to fizzle out in the influence sphere. Because people are realizing that he's just a fucking contrarian grifter. Like, the dude stands for absolutely fucking nothing. He just wants to be the contrarian on the right. Because that's the way he makes money. Oh, shit. I mean, all you need to do to discredit Nick immediately is the fact that, you know, he literally said that he was going to campaign against Trump in 2024. You know, he tried his best and was, you know, painfully felted. And then, you know, he wanted to pretend like he was celebrating the fact that Trump won, going, "We did it, guys. We did it." It's like, oh, fuck you, bro. He wanted to take credit, and it's like, oh, fuck off. Like, that's all you need to know. That's all you need to fucking know. He is a lying, grifting snake. Nick's viewers started plummeting this year. Well, dude, isn't he on Rumble too? So he has like the Jer effect where they massively fucking overstate your viewership to like try and, you know, astroturf how well the site's actually doing so that they can sell ads. So he has like a similar setup to Jer, where, you know, he gets like the artificial viewers and shit to inflate his reach. But I don't know. I think a lot of people are starting to wake up to the fact that, one, most of his little fucking groypers aren't even American. They're fucking third worldist retards because they live in the third world. And second, he stands for absolutely fucking nothing. You know, he just tries to actively undermine anything and everything that might, you know, have any real impact on right-wing politics. Exactly. Give power to the people that hate you. Genius, man! And then when they let in 80 million more fucking third worlders, then we can vote and take back our country, guys! It'll work great!
Game over. Victory.
Holy fuck, man. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm just like, I'm sick of the fucking, you know, grifting shit. Personally. No one stands for anything nowadays. It's all just, how can I maximize the money I get? But yeah, worship at the altar of your gay Mexican cat boy. Brutal. Yeah, I saw the clip where he said immigration doesn't matter, you know, just import the entirety of South America, dude, because bringing in the people that turn South America into a third world shithole will work wonders for the United States and will definitely not have the exact same impact. You know, who wants to live in fucking Rio de Janeiro? You know, I hear it's a great place, man. You can fall asleep to the sounds of gunfire in the distance. Although Nick, living in Chicago, probably loves that shit. Well, I don't even care that he supports massacres, bro. It's more so that he's just this LARPing little, you know, queer that, you know, cheers for third world nations. Like, trust me, you know, a little massacre every once in a while isn't necessarily a bad thing, but... Nah, he's just a fucking third worldist retard who tries to actively undermine any legitimate potential right-wing progress in the United States. Griff, Assandgold just uploaded a video called He's 100% Going to Jail, and you were in the thumbnail with Ormo. Lies! Dude, that's fictional content. What do you mean? I did not have sexual relations with that anime figure. Yeah, there is a real case to be made that, you know, Christianity has truly been, you know, weaponized to cuck the entirety of white civilization. I think you could definitely make that case. Because we're supposed to believe that some Somali rapist is somehow a life worth preserving. Like, fuck that, dude. Hell no. That is not my equal, period. I am not equal to that person. That is not my peer. Even the Catholic Church used to do mass executions, and now they're against war and death penalty. I know, dude. I know. It's pathetic, bro. Absolutely fucking pathetic. Yeah, the Pope was obviously chosen to counteract Trump. Like, it's very obvious what happened. He was only chosen as Pope because he was an American who was a leftist who would directly oppose Trump on the public world stage. Specifically in Latin America to, you know, basically counteract Trump's anti-immigration shit. So, it's increasingly clear that's exactly what happened. Because he wasn't even on the list of, like, you know, top candidates to be Pope. He kind of just came out of nowhere. Boo.
Game over.
Well, dude, he's another third worldist cuck that, you know, is a so-called American, but lived most of his life in Peru. So, yeah, he's just yet another, you know, pro-third worldist mass, you know, immigration advocate. Because, dude, it doesn't matter who's in the country as long as they're Catholic, right? It's, like, retarded as fuck, man. It's so fucking retarded. I just got a pro-Zionism free income tax ad on the stream. That's fucking weak, bro. But that's catered towards your viewing history, not the stream, so... Got something you want to get off your chest? You know, and then you see like all these, you know, the Fed Tez types, the cucker Catarl and you know, they're like, Trump's not Christ-like. It's like, God! I don't fucking want Trump to be Christ-like, bro. I want Trump to destroy my enemies utterly and completely. I don't want them to breathe the same air. So, I don't know, man. It's just like, just wild how fucking cocked the so-called right wing is nowadays. Like, these fucking retards unironically Hitler post. And then they're like, oh my god, Trump killed 10 brown people in the Middle East. He needs to be impeached. It's like, bro, what the fuck? What are we doing here, bro? Like, it's just insane. It's absolutely fucking insane, bro. It's like, jeez. These guys are like fucking just absolutely cocked. Absolutely fucking cocked. Like worse than an actual cock, bro. Like how mind raped do you have to be to have that thought process? It's like insane, dude. I don't fucking know. Like, how does that even happen? How does that It's insane, man. It's fucking insane. The Goyim are not okay, man. The Goyim are not okay. Dude, there's a very distinct difference to being pro-religion, like being pro, like, Christianity, and being held to its standards of morality as a leader. Those are two very different scenarios. You cannot properly govern a country, especially in the Western world, if you, like, basically subjugate yourself to the church. Period. That's why kings were the head of the church in their respective countries. Like, they were viewed as basically a miniature version of the Pope. You know, they had divine authority from God to rule their country. Because if the church ruled their country, it'd be a fucking disaster. So, this idea of leaders subjugating themselves to a religious, you know, standard is just fucking retarded. Doesn't work. It's never been the case historically. When did the far right erode into being hippies? Exactly, man. Horseshoe theory at work. But yeah, they are just a bunch of boomer fucking hippies now. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I have never been anti-war. I have never been anti-intervention. I have never been anti-violence. I have never been any of those things. And it's like, Trump betrayed all of his support. It's like, no. No, 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 no. It's like, I have never been a fucking cuckold hippie who thinks everybody should just smoke a fucking bowl and jerk each other off. Fuck that, dude. You know, the guys that post those fucking clips from that Zoggy movie, Kingdom of Heaven, they're like, yeah, dude, this is what we're gonna do when we win. And it's like, you realize who the Crusaders killed, right? And it's like, no, Trump can't attack Iran. That's unconstitutional. It's like, holy sh... They fucking crusade post and then complain about killing Middle Easterners. It's like, what the fuck are we doing here, bro? What the fuck are we doing here? It's just insane. It's fucking insane. I don't fucking get it, bro. Like, how can you unironically be that fucking retarded? I don't know. Yeah, exactly, dude. Every time Trump bombs Iran, Hitler and Jesus cry. Exactly. They embrace each other as they shed a single tear, holding each other tenderly in their arms. And Hitler, under muted breath, utters the word 9. It's insanity, man. It is absolute insanity. And people ask me why I don't have a fucking politics channel, dude. Could you imagine, like, having to deal with this shit on a daily basis? Holy fuck, dude. You got the fucking, you know, boomer conservatives. You have the fucking right-wing hippies. You have the third worldist retards. Like, where are the actual fucking nationalists, man? Where are the actual fucking nationalists? They don't fucking exist anymore. Well, I'm on Russia's side in the whole Ukraine thing too now, so at first I genuinely didn't really care, but, you know, the longer it's gone on, the more pro-Russia I am in the entire thing. Candace Owens was visited by Kirk's ghost in a dream and told that Epstein injected fragments of his DNA into the... Oh, yeah, dude, I remember that. That Epstein's DNA was in the COVID vaccine. So he could reincarnate after Trump becomes the Antichrist. Oh, shit, I need to pull up that clip. I need to pull up the clip. Holy fuck, dude. Tucker got absolutely fucking felted, bro. He got absolutely fucking felted. Like, he did some interview with the New York Times, and they asked him, like, why did you call Trump the Antichrist? He goes, I never said that! And then they literally play the fucking clip
awesome.
of him
Thanks,
saying
nigga. All right.
it. He goes like, that couldn't have been me! It's like, dude, you're on fucking video saying it, you fucking lie. He goes, oh, that couldn't have come out of my mouth. It's like, holy shit, man. You're on fucking your own show saying that shit, and someone clipped it, and he's like, I never said that. It's like, gee, it's insane, bro. These motherfuckers are under, like, mass fucking psychosis, where they actually believe these fucking retards. It's insane. Like, how do you ever fucking take that dude seriously again after that shit? Like, literally, presented with an exact quote of what he said. I never said that. Then they literally show the clip of him saying it. Well, that couldn't have come out of my mouth. It's like, then whose fucking mouth was that? Dude, was it Netanyahu wearing a fucking skin suit? That must have been what it was. It's just insane. It's fucking insane, bro. I can't, man. I fucking can't. These are not real fucking people. There's nothing real about them. You know, unironically, dude, they're gonna turn me into a Zionist at this rate, because it's like, if they're that fucking retarded, you know, why the fuck would I ever want to be on their team? You know? It's just insane. But that's what was my old, like, that's what I've always thought, is like Candace Owens was controlled opposition to make the anti-Israel shit look bad so that it discredits the actual real criticisms. You know, it's basically like a subversion campaign to where she was propped up in order to prevent the anti-Israel sentiment from gaining any legitimate holding because of how fucking retarded she is. And I think this is more of that at play, to be completely honest. Because a lot of these Muslim countries, most people don't realize, sold out to the Israelis a very long time ago. Like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the UAE. They're some of the closest allies of Israel in the world. Like, they're not these fucking based Muslim strongholds. It's actually quite the opposite. You know, they're literally, in some cases, Israeli shills. So it's very possible that money is being routed through Qatar to pay off people like Candace Owens and Tucker in order to get them to parrot these fucking retarded-ass talking points to discredit the entire, you know, anti-Israel type sentiment. But, you know, that's a little too big-brained for the average internet user to wrap their little head around. Hold on, let's see. I was gonna pull up that clip real quick. Where are we? Alright, if I didn't send it, I definitely bookmarked it. Yeah, alright, let me send it real quick.
Nice cock. Perfect.
Oh god. Okay, yeah, we won't pull that up right now. Let's see. Hold on, let me send this. Alright. There we go. This shit's crazy, dude. Here we go.
What I was saying, which is you cannot mock other people's gods.
Yes, you can.
And put yourself in their place. Period. That is a deal killer for me. That's worse than the war with Iran, in my opinion.
Yeah. That's right, guys. How dare you mock any faith? You know, holy fuck, dude. This guy is such a cuckold. Like, this is the cuckoldry that, you know, is going to destroy any potential that the right has. Luckily, I don't think Tucker has that big of an audience anymore. His paid membership numbers got leaked, and he only has like 7,000 paid members. So I don't really think he's raking in the cash like a lot of people think.
But I ask because, you know, you've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
He's never said it.
On your show, the day after Easter, you noted he did not put his hand on the Bible during his swearing-in ceremony as president. You said, and I'm quoting, maybe he didn't put his hand...
Look at him, dude. Look, he's like, oh, fuck. I did say that shit.
...on the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And then on a recent show, you went further saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
Brutal, man.
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist? Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows?
Oh yeah,
I don't
who
know where
knows,
that comes from,
dude?
but I know that those words never left my lips because
they never left his lips.
I'm not sure I fully understand what the Antichrist is. If there's just one, I actually tried to understand it. I may have said some are asking that. I'm not weighing in on that because I don't understand it. And just to be totally
No, in
clear.
Revelations, obviously, the...
Those words never left his lips. Never. Ever. Holy fuck. Yeah, just absolutely brutally felted by the fucking New York Times, of all people. Of all people, the fucking New York Times. That's brutal, man. Yikes. But yeah, this is how fake these people are, man. They're not real. They're not real fucking people. Oh, it's just pathetic.
Seven inches? That's pretty big.
It's all so tiresome to me. It really is. The so-called believers in Christ. Exactly, dude. It's abhorrent to mock other religions. No, it's fucking not. No, it's not. You know, if someone worships child rape, I'm gonna do a lot more than fucking, you know, criticize or mock them. I'll just leave it at that, you know? What a fucking joke, dude. What an actual fucking joke. You're based and red-pilled, Christ-pilled conservative chud. We're gonna save the West with this one.
Kill the enemy team to score.
We're gonna save the West with this one. Yep, I remember when Putin called him out. I remember that. I never knew my dad was in the CIA. God, dude, it's just like... Good lord. Damn, bro, these guys are sweating their fucking cheeks off. This is Halo 2 Anniversary multiplayer right now. So, it switches between Halo 3 and Halo 2 Anniversary, but Halo 2 Anniversary matches are pretty rare nowadays, unfortunately. Most people don't play it anymore. Oh, fuck.
Suicide.
It's what this fucking, you know, entire conversation about our based and red-pilled influencer class makes me want to fucking do, bro. Jeez. Spiritually Indian, yeah. Masters flattery. That's all they have. That's a great quote, though. You know, at least with the black women, there's a little animalistic charm. But Indian women, ugh. Bro, he was too base to be left in office, man. He was too base to be left in office. That shit's so fucking funny. But yeah, it's just the classic case of like this political class of society where they all think they can be the guy, you know? Tucker probably thinks he can run for president. That's how fucking deluded that retard is. Like, he probably genuinely thinks he has a real shot of winning. And that's why he's turning on Trump as publicly as he is, because, you know, he thinks that he can do it better. You know, he can win the hearts and minds. He has the true vision for the future. Like, you know, all these guys get these massive delusions of grandeur, bro. They get these delusions of grandeur. And it's just quite pathetic to watch. Like, there's no humility. There's no actual, you know, any sort of, you know, taking a step back and just realizing you're not that guy, bud. Like, you are not a Trumpian figure, bro. You just will never be that guy. It's obvious Tucker's trying to prop himself up as this religious, Christ-like leader. Yeah, he's basically latching on to the whole Vatican II bullshit of the globo-homo, one Abrahamic religion slop. Like, ironically enough, like, he's basically pushing that Jesuit shit where, you know, they try and, you know, convince, you know, so-called Christians that, you know, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity are the exact same thing in principle. And that we all worship the same thing, and that all of us should sing Kumbaya and, you know, open our borders. Like, that's basically what Tucker is advocating for, is globalism, but in a religious format. So, he's pushing this fucking, you know, globalist slop of the unified, Abrahamic religion and shared belief. He repeatedly tells the story about how a demon physically attacked him and he overcame it and cast it from his body. That's right. He has divine superpowers, dude. Yeah. He definitely has delusions of grandeur. For sure.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
For sure. You know, through his pure, you know, what? Shit, what am I thinking of? His untainted faith. There we go. He was able to excise the demon from his body. Because only he has a true grasp of what it means to believe. You know, he's like, what, probably a few months away from becoming basically the modern-day Mormon church. You know, he's propping himself up as some John Smith type fucking, you know, leader. Well, he's promoting Candace Owens, and she's pushing this narrative that Charlie Kirk was a spiritual entity with superpowers. That's right. Just like in Marvel. Yeah. He's a time traveler who can visit people in their dreams and reveal the truth to them by reaching into their soul. Ah, man. She claimed that he would levitate. Yeah, I remember that. Dude, Candace pushes that bullshit of the fucking, oh my god. I wish I had the clip. Fuck. Dude, I was watching this one fucking clip on Twitter. I don't know the guy's name. Shit. Damn it. But it was like basically talking about Candace Owens and Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson pushing the Book of Enoch. And he was like talking about how fucking retarded they were. You know, how we should all take spiritual guidance and shape our worldview off of fucking Ethiopia and all this. It's like, yeah, that's a great idea, man. Ethiopia is definitely the model civilization from which we should base the foundations of our future.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
But fuck, man, I really wish I had that video. It was funny as fuck. But this guy was just like absolutely shitting all over them. But yeah, she's a subscriber to the fucking Book of Enoch, which is like one of the most verifiably fucking false, like apocryphal texts to a comical degree. Like it's not even like up for debate. Like it's so bad. And the only group of people on planet Earth that actually subscribe any sort of truth to it are the fucking Ethiopian, like, Orthodox Church or something like that. Reminder that Ethiopians didn't even have a written language until the Middle Ages. So, yeah. Anyway... yeah, they're the only group of people on planet Earth that actually attribute any sort of, like, actual, you know, legitimacy to the texts. They're either part of a cult or intentionally poisoning the well. I think it's a mixture of both, personally. They're, like, creating their own cults of personality, where the only person who tells you the truth is Candace Owens and Tucker. So worship at the altar of your, you know, truth tellers. Give them all of your money.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga.
Shut
All right.
out the opinion of anyone else, because only they can shape your worldview to an accurate degree. You know, go to them for your news, your spiritual guidance, your worldview, your sense of morality, everything. They will guide you. But yeah, the guy whose video I was watching on this was talking about how You guys know that one congresswoman, the Anna Paulina Luna chick, who was like the fucking swimsuit model and is like one of the, you know, midwit right-winger type, you know, so-called conservative U.S. representatives? Well, apparently she was bragging about the fact that she was sworn into Congress on the Ethiopian fucking Bible, dude, with the Book of Enoch. Oh my god, bro. It's like, literally, we are ruled by fucking midwits, bro. We are truly fucking ruled by midwits. She was literally bragging about how she used an Ethiopian Orthodox Bible to be sworn into fucking Congress. Like, that should automatically be disqualifying. Call me fucking crazy or whatever. I don't fucking care, bro. That should be grounds for treason right there. Holy shit. But guys, have you ever read the Book of Enoch on weed? Dude, it's like so crazy, man. It talks about how demons gave us metalworking and like all this crazy shit. And if you think about it, bro, like how would people ever figure that shit out? Like the fallen angels had to teach us all that shit, dude. I mean, it just really makes so much sense. Jesus, man. I can't. I really wish I could find that fucking guy. Man, that was like a great random algorithm poll, but it was from one of the videos I was like scrolling through and I was swiping. So when I hit back to like try and go bookmark the tweet, I forgot, and it like took me back to the original tweet. And the way Twitter works is you can't scroll back through and find it. So it was a random algo poll that was really, really good. I don't even know what to look up because I don't know what the text of the tweet said. I was just scrolling through videos, so... Yeah, I just looked up Joe Rogan, Book of Enoch, and it's just a bunch of stupid clips. It's not what I saw. Nope, I don't know. I don't think I'll ever be able to find it, unfortunately. Oh, yeah, dude, I forgot about that shit where Joe Rogan was like, yeah, dude, if you think about it, Jesus Christ will come back as an AI. I mean, it just makes a lot of sense, man. You know, if you ever read the Book of Revelations on weed, maybe take a few drops of DMT, it'll really open your mind up, and then you might come to the conclusion that, yeah, man, the second coming is literally AI. Oh my god, man. I Yeah, just open your third eye, man. You'll understand the inner workings of the universe. No, I don't know the name of the guy. He had, I mean, this really doesn't fucking narrow it down. But he had a beard, which for, you know, late 30s kind of, you know, talking heads in the political sphere, having a beard is not really a, it's not really a good indicator. I really wish I could have saved that. Like, it was a great algorithm poll, man. It was funny as fuck. Like, it wasn't like a long beard. It was like shaved and cleaned up properly. But yeah, I don't know. It's a white guy with a beard. Brutal, dude. Really narrows it down, huh? But yeah, I don't know, dude. I wish I could find it. It was so fucking funny.
Gained the lead.
He kind of looked like Owen Schroyer, I guess, but obviously not as retarded. I don't know. Duncan Trussell? I can look him up, but I don't know. But yeah, I don't know, dude. It's just like, it is insane. The amount of influence and reach that these just chronic midwits have. It's truly incredible. No, it wasn't Andrew Wilson, because I think the guy was shitting on Andrew Wilson too, but I don't remember. I think actually he was shitting on Andrew Wilson. Well, isn't Andrew Wilson married to a woman who had kids with like 3 other guys? So I don't know if you'd call that based, to be completely honest. Millennial right-wingers are descending into weird spiritualism and schizo malarkey to cope with their Trite, uneventful lies. Yeah, exactly. Their failure to launch. His wife got beaten by her ex-husbands, and she had to leave? Dude. Did you just read the sentence that you just typed? Her ex-husbands. So not only did she make the mistake once, she made it 3 times. That's crazy, bro. And she had kids with those dudes. Like, but don't worry, he was the guy to step up and be a real man. But that's not based, bro. That's not based. He got beta buxed. Period. He got fucking beta bucks just like RTU. You know, RTU got baby trapped by a woman who had kids with multiple other men. And, you know, he gets to be the guy who funds her lifestyle now. And pays for all the other kids, too. So... he's the man who gets to step up. Well, yeah, but then it falls into the boat of do as I say, not as I do. So, what good is the advice that he is providing if he doesn't even want to live by it? That's what I'm saying. Like, this is the point I'm trying to make here. Like, if I'm telling you all, you know, reject modernity and fucking slab max, and here I am going to fucking strip clubs, you know, getting laid every night, going to fucking bars, watching sports ball, you know, consuming the new Marvel slop, going to Disney World and all this other shit, and I never buy anything, you know, that I tell everybody else to. It's like, yeah, it makes me a fucking massive hypocrite. So... if I was like a top-tier consumer of modernity while at the same time telling people not to fucking do that very thing, it's like, well, isn't there like a little bit of a, you know, hypocritical lean? So, I don't encourage people to do shit that, you know, I do the complete opposite of. Although, I would encourage people to be a little more social than me, but to each their own. Alright, let me refresh the super chat feed. Give me a second. The guy from the Joe Rogan clip might be Dan Richards. Let me see. No, that wasn't him. Let's just type it in on YouTube. Joe Rogan, Book of Enoch. Let's just see if somebody made a fucking video on it. Yeah, I don't see anything. It's a shame. Let's see. So, Oski with the 5. Okay, yeah, I can put on. It's fine. Alright. FBI Gaming with the 5. Tucker was promoting a anti-capitalism Seth Rogen movie. Yeah, it's like, who was the other person that got busted promoting that shit? Who was it? I don't remember. There was like some so-called conservative, you know, talking head on Twitter who got paid to promote it and said that it was like an anti-Marxist film when it's literally the complete opposite. Riley. Yeah, that's who it was. Yeah. Yep, that's who it was. You know. You're based right-wing influencers, sir. You know, go watch your fucking commie slop movie. It's heckin' based in Christ-pilled. Let's see. Oski Woski with the 20. Yeah, that's fine. I can swap over. And Liquid Richard with the 10. Damn, I walked into Tucker getting cucked. Also, did you see he promoted the pro-commie Animal Farm? You're conservative influencer, sir. Exactly, man. They truly are the best and brightest of us. Anything for money, right? Anything for money. Yeah, like Seth Rogen would be a part of a movie that's anti-communist. Like, holy shit, bro. It's just insanity. They really are that stupid, though. That's the crazy part.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
And Liquid Richard with the with that fucking dog, brutal, man. Jeez. Can't really say I'm happy to see that, but I guess I appreciate the super chat. So, thanks for the money, Nami. And let's see, Drudgeon with the 2. Elijah mocked ball at Mount Carmel in. Wait, Carmel 1 Kings 18:27. Yeah, I mean, that entire thing, like, oh, you can't mock other religions. It's like, holy shit, man. That is the biggest LARP ever. That's like when the fucking leftists, you know, take the phrase, judge not, and act like you essentially just have to lay down and die. You know, they think it's like literally that fucking, I don't know. It's almost like basically a leftist talking point, which not really shocking because it's, you know, pretty much what they are nowadays. And Slick Rick with the 10. I distrust Israel, but at this point, I can't bring myself to care about it. Trump could always be better, but I'm not buying the prescription the Groypers are selling. God, Emperor Trump 2028, baby. Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing is, like, you look at, like, the Nick Fedtez types. They don't have, like, an actual alternative that they're, you know, that they're promoting. Like, it's literally just, we need to get rid of him. Okay, well, what are we replacing Trump with then if he's so fucking bad? A based Catholic, trad-pilled, fucking, you know, Christ is king, you know, chud. It's like, what the fuck does that even mean? What the fuck does that even mean? And now Nick's like, oh, well, immigration's a dead issue, man. Who even cares at this point? It's like, okay, yeah, so we're just gonna become a third world shithole. That's your prescription for the West? Become a fucking third world shithole? Wowie zowie, man. You know, I think I'll stick with Trump, personally. So, it's just insanity, man. He wants his family to be allowed in America, I guess so. I guess so. Well, he refers to himself as a nationalist, so I'm simply using the label he prescribes himself. Yeah, dude, Thomas Massey is the only man with any real backbone. That's why he voted with Biden on everything, and then when Trump got into office, he refused to. He's truly the best of us. He's a real right-winger. You know, if only we had a president as based as Thomas Massey. He believes in the Jew debt, like it's actually real. He's so enlightened. We should make the entire purpose of our country paying back an arbitrary debt that doesn't actually fucking exist, so that the Jews can take all that money and flee to Israel. That'll truly save the United States. We take all the wealth from the U.S. in order to pay back debt that doesn't even exist except on paper. And then we'll truly live in a perfect utopian society. Dude, people who still fall for the national debt talking point, I really have to question. I really have to question, like, how fucking retarded are you? That money's not fucking real. It's never going to be repaid. The only thing repaying the national debt would do is cripple the United States. It would absolutely fucking destroy our country if we actually tried to pay that shit back. We should tell everyone who owns the debt to fuck off, we're not paying it. And then tell them to fucking fight us if they have a problem with it. Yep, it's just transferring more money to the Rothschilds and, you know, similar banking families. Like, just for example, guys, you know, we have an example of what happens when you just refuse to repay debt. Where you just basically take your current currency and say, fuck that, we're using something different. We have an example of what happened in the 1930s when that happened. You know, the greatest economic recovery of all time. So much so that it, threatened the international banking balance to a degree where the only option was to destroy it. So, do with that information as you will. You can just do things. You can take a currency that literally is worthless, get rid of it, write off all the national debt, and just say, yeah, fuck it, we ain't paying it. And then create your own new currency, actually controlled by the state, And, you know, all of a sudden, things get better basically overnight. I don't know. You know, call me crazy, guys, but a currency system that requires the government to go into debt is a number that is higher than the total currency printed, which then requires more currency to be issued in order to pay back the debt on the first issuance of currency, which then creates more debt, which requires more issuance of currency, which then creates more debt. You know, maybe that's not the most sustainable system out there. Maybe, just maybe, that system of, you know, debt-based money printing might be designed to bleed a country dry rather than to actually benefit it. But again, that's just a theory. What do I know, dude? What do I know? So, call me crazy, but I don't really think it's in a country's best interest to literally go into debt in order to create its own money.
Seven inches? That's pretty big.
And let's see, Resident Evil Zombified with a 5. You think Raymond would get mad if I sent a super chat about this waitress that keeps hitting on me? How bad do you think the crash out would be? I don't know. I guess it depends on how you would phrase it. You could put something like, yeah, she keeps hitting on me. She's really attractive, but I'm just trying to prioritize my peace. Or something like that, man. Like, I don't know exactly what wording you'd want to use, but you need to insinuate that you're thinking of turning her down. Even though she's attractive and has a great personality and is, you know, younger than you. You know, that type of stuff is, you know, the stuff you have to kind of like squeeze in there to kind of, you know, thread the needle of sorts. But I guess it really just depends on how you word it. But I think it could actually. You could actually probably elicit a reaction. I think it's entirely possible. Let's see. So, AnabolicPlayz of the 6, no more daily race slop. Every other day, most likely to avoid excessive ray fatigue. Yeah, I mean, that's probably for the best, too, because then you can take, you know, 2 days worth of clips and, you know, maximize the effectiveness of the, you know, whatever length of the video. And let's see, Ray spine curls 50 pounds and Jestemaxxing, this newest video. Yeah, we can check it out. That's fun. And Timar Code the 7, a few pieces of SAR content I come across on Instagram are them adding seasoning and herbs to ramen noodles. World changing stuff. Yeah. Man. Dude, it reminds me, it's like, what was it? Fuck. Oh, dude. One of the most retarded things I've seen recently was, basically it was this picture of, like, someone's kid and the computer that they built. Like, it was this black boy, and he built, like, a gaming PC. And, like, it was a mom, and she took a picture and says, "So proud of my son, he just built his first gaming machine," or whatever. Because, you know, she didn't know what the fuck it was. And this guy replies and goes, "Tell him to patent that technology now. Our people have had our ownership of our inventions stolen from us throughout the years. You need to lock down that design so that he can profit on it forever." That's... Holy fuck. It's just, dude, it is so fucking blackpilling how fucking stupid people are. Like, genuinely fucking stupid. Like, he's acting like this kid invented gaming PCs. No, retard. He bought a bunch of fucking parts off the shelf and put them together. The mom was just proud because it was a child who put it together. Like when your kid builds a Lego set, you're like, "Oh, look at my son. He built this Lego set." And, you know, this guy turned it into a "we was the creator of the computer and she..." Like, oh my god, bro. I was dying when I saw it. I'm like, "You're fucking kidding me." Like, that was pretty insane. That was pretty insane. He needs to patent that technology. I don't think it says to patent. Let's see. The Groovy Truth with the 5 race slot fund. Appreciate it, man. And Oski Woski with the 2. You can save Lost Planet tomorrow. Okay, yeah, sure, that's fine. We can do it tomorrow. And Liquid Richard with the 2. Maybe I'm dumb, but what's slab maxing? Taking all of your excess funds and buying graded Pokemon cards. Prioritizing the slabs over, you know, all else, basically. Just buying a bunch of graded cards, essentially. And Hunter Eats Hunter with the 2. I genuinely have no idea where the USA will go, to be honest. Yeah, it doesn't look good in any situation, in my opinion. You know, unless we have some, you know, actual based, you know, military leader who decides enough is enough. I don't know. This farce of democracy needs to fucking end, though. Period. It's a joke. It's a fucking joke. The American experiment has failed. I don't think anybody can deny that. Snuggler Oxman with the 2. Trade in Pokopia after finding out it sucked. I mean, if you don't like it, I'd get rid of it personally. You know, unless you're trying to collect all the, you know, Switch 2 games, then if you don't like it, get rid of it. Why not? Get some money for it while it's still worth a lot. Liquid Richard with the 10. Trust me, as an Australian, you can always have worse than Trump. Oh, yeah. For example, the first time in Australian history, foreign-born citizens' biggest group isn't 3 flush, it's Indian. We're screwed. Exactly, man. The great replacement theory that was a conspiracy, man, is now openly celebrated as progress. You know, we need to get rid of those pesky white people who, you know, built all the cool shit and all the amazing countries that everybody wants to live in for some reason. You know, for white people being the root of all evil in the modern world, everybody sure wants to fucking live around us. It's odd. Very odd. Let's see. Liquid Richard with a 5. English, not too flawed. No worries, man. Sorry, doing night shift and I'm a bit loopy last so many days. Yeah, no worries. I got what you meant. But yeah, I saw that news article. Quite sad, isn't it? Yeah, the student visa thing is how Canada got flooded with Indians. So the student visa fraud is an insane loophole that the Indians take advantage of. They create these bullshit fucking schools that are literally just like a little hole-in-the-wall strip mall location, and then they give student visas out like fucking Halloween candy. There we go. Yeah, instead of it just, you know, allowing white men to go to college, instead of openly discriminating against them, we gotta import 1 million more Indian doctors, dude. You know, the boomers need their medical care, guys. Once again, they needed their cheap fucking foreign labor. Now they need their cheap foreign doctors as they die. So it's just one more fucking death rattle from the rotting corpse of fucking boomerism to fuck over this country just one last time on their way out. Fuck them, dude. Fuck them. Well, dude, that's the thing is white guys and Asian guys can't even get into medical school because the schools discriminate against them. So, like, white and Asian men need higher test scores than any other group by a massive margin and still have lower fucking acceptance rates in the highest brackets than black people do in the lowest. Like, in the lowest bracket of MCAT scores, you know, black people have a 60% acceptance rate. Asian men and white men have a 5 and 8% acceptance rate. Like, there's no other way to look at that. It's just, you know, racial prejudice. So, there's no other way to fucking look at it. They're straight up preventing whites and Asians from becoming doctors. And then they say in the same breath, well, we need to import more Indians because we're out of doctors, dude. So it's just insanity. The education system has worked in conjunction with corporate America, the media, you know, NGOs, and all sorts of other wonderful groups to, you know, essentially remove white people from society. It is a coordinated effort. You know, college requirements are essentially a way to gatekeep white people from participating in the economy.
I can't afford this shit! I can't afford this shit!
It's just, I don't know, man. It's really blackpilling to look at all this shit. It seems almost insurmountable. The decline is already too far along, unfortunately. Let's see. So, Resident Evil Zombify with D5. Oh, yeah, we can check it out. Let's see. Kazami Yuji with D2. Only money, gaming, and slabs bring me joy. Yeah, these days it's only the slabs, in all honesty. Which I need the money to buy, so I guess by extension that, but I don't know, dude. Even gaming nowadays doesn't really do anything for me. Which sucks, but it is what it is, man. What the fuck did I do to get banned? This game is fucking retarded, man. And let's see, Eric Williams with the 2. Are you a Chud the Builder fan? Bro's got balls of steel. Not really, man. I think that shit's pretty lowbrow, in all honesty. I think that shit's pretty lowbrow. If anything, it does more harm than good. It makes white people look bad, if I'm being completely honest. And let's see, Liquid Richard with the 5. The boomers are the weak men we give from good times. They've created the hard times and blame us for it. Millennials and Zoomers are just byproducts. Yeah, I mean, millennials I don't feel as bad for, to be completely honest, because it's like they still had a chance, you know? Housing was cheap up until 2020. Or even 2022 in some cases. You know, millennials, as long as they didn't fuck around, had an opportunity to make it out. You know, they could escape the plantation, so to speak. Now, a lot of them didn't because they had, you know, failure to launch, Peter Pan syndrome, or whatever it might be. Terrible fucking, you know, prioritization in their life. So, millennials had an opportunity to get out. A lot of them did not take it. And they fucked up, and now they want to blame a lot of other people for it. Zoomers never really had a chance.
All right, awesome.
Man.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Like, I was graduating college in the midst of COVID, which is when everything got super fucking expensive. So Zoomers genuinely could not afford a house. So, millennials did not have that situation. But yeah, the point remains, though, the boomers absolutely fucked us. Just, there's no way to sugarcoat that at all. The boomers saw heaven and decided to make it hell, to put it bluntly. Let's see, 88 Krager with the 5. Acceptance rates for whites and Asian men to medical school is 50%. You're missing the point I was making. In the same MCAT score range. That's the distinction. So if you take Asian men, white men, Hispanic men, and black men, group them together based on MCAT scores, which is the medical school entrance exam. That's the acceptance rate I'm talking about. So, I'm not talking about overall acceptance. I'm talking about based on a score on a test that determines admittance. That's what I was referring to. In the lowest bucket, Asian and white men have a 8 or 6% acceptance rate. Black people have a like 60% acceptance rate in that same bucket. That's what I'm referring to. See? So if you had an MCAT score between 24 and 26 and a GPA between 3.2 and 3.39, black people, 56% acceptance rate. White people and Asian, 6 and 8%. Hispanics had a 31%. In the highest bucket, 30 to 32, 3.6 GPA to 3.79. White and Asians around 60%. Black people 94%. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about overall acceptance rates. I'm talking about if you look at comparably similar statistics on a, you know, MCAT score, GPA score, if you fall into this range, if you're black, you have a 4 times advantage of acceptance. You're 4 times more likely to get accepted. That's insane. That is discrimination. Plain and simple. There's no other way to look at it. So. That's just blanket discrimination, bro. Wonder what recent studies show. These are from 2013, 2015. Yeah, it's probably way worse now. Probably way fucking worse now. It only ever gets worse on that type of stuff. Yeah, I considered actually going into medical, but I had a friend of the family who was a doctor say, you don't want to get involved in that. So, like, I was specifically told by a lifelong doctor who is like a friend of my family. And they literally said, like, you don't want to get involved in that particular, you know, industry at all. Which, you know, was actually kind of sage advice, especially with the timing and everything, because, you know, if I was finishing up undergrad in 2022, I would have had to be fucking turbo vaxxed and, you know, boosted in order to go to medical school if I had pursued that. So it was actually, you know, unintentionally good foresight on that regard, but yeah. But yeah, he just basically said, like, from his experience working in medical for like 30 years.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
It's just gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. The people you have to deal with are obnoxious. The system you have to deal with is even fucking worse. Insurance has gotten worse and worse. And the requirements and everything, you know, it's just, it's not worth it. That's basically what he said, is, you know, I wouldn't even, he said, basically, if you were my son and you told me you wanted to go to medical school, I would say don't. And, you know, again, he worked for like 30 years as a doctor. So. Because I was considering doing medical at one point. Let's see. Nero the Hero with the 5. People are making theories online that Pragmata is a Japanese psyop to increase birth rates. Games spawned in art direction reminds me of Vanquish. Yeah, it does look a lot pretty similar to Vanquish. I would definitely say so. Okay, that is discriminate. Okay, yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. It's crazy. It's blatant. It's out in the open. It's celebrated. So if you have the same test scores and the same, you know, MCAT scores and GPA and everything, you know, it should be like 40% across the board for that bucket. And then the next bucket should be 50% across the board. Like, yeah. As someone who just went to law school, I would not tell anyone to do it unless they get a really good scholarship. Yeah, the legal. Good lord. You know, that was another track I thought about too. But I don't know. The whole idea of being in school for that long got really unappealing. Especially the longer I was in college. Like, the only reason I did my master's degree when I did is because of, you know, the whole COVID lockdown stuff. And on top of that, I got like a 90% scholarship. So I barely even paid anything for it. It was almost essentially free. The biggest expense was I had to move to the DC area because they waited until the day before classes started to tell people that we were fully remote. So, unfortunately, I went from an $800 a month apartment in my previous college town to a $2,100 apartment in Pentagon City, so that I could be close to, you know, the program and shit. But it is what it is, man. Then they were like, "Oh, well, it's fucking remote." It's like, oh, well, that's nice to know, man. Thank you. Glad I signed that lease. Well, yeah, that's the thing, man, is you wouldn't move for a remote job. The problem is I didn't know it was remote until, you know, the day before it started. So it's kind of ironic. It's like, you know, I got my master's degree, but I never even stepped foot in a classroom. So there we go. Hooray. But, yeah, you know, it is what it is. I didn't pay anything for it, so. It was like, I think, $6,000 total when all was said and done. So it's like, basically, pennies compared to what it would have cost. Oh, let me restart this. I guess it's just busted. I literally just moved into a tent for work. Stop complaining, Griff. Well, aren't you getting paid, like, what was it? You're working, I don't remember what she said, like 12 hours a day for like $80 an hour or something. I don't remember, but so self-imposed suffering. You know, I would take an extended camping trip in order to make $80 an hour. That's pretty good. Doing block laying for abo houses. Brutal, man. You want to make crazy money, go work in the oil fields, making 200K per year. Job sucks from what I've heard, but it's decent money for most people with no college degree. Yeah, I mean, 200K a year is great. So, especially if you keep your lifestyle in check. As long as you keep your, you know, living expenses in check, man, you can really do well making 200K a year for, you know, a couple years even. You know, you could outright buy a house depending on where you live after 2 or 3 years. And then your living expenses are covered forever. They have to make the houses out of blocks in that state because the abos can punch through the block. Or wait, through the bricks. That's not a joke. Jesus, man. So, what? You have to build the houses because they just are so frequently punching holes through the exterior brick? Like, good lord, man. Why don't you just not build them houses? I'm going to be working as slow as possible on this job so I can stretch it out. Yeah, I'm guessing it's government funded, right? So, might as well. If you don't take the money, somebody else will. Isn't that, like, pretty fucked, though? But it's the reality, man. It's the reality, like, you know, essentially if you don't defraud the government to a certain degree, somebody else will. And it's like, you know, he might as well be the one who gets the money, right? That's the current state of things. And let's see, Hunter Eats Hunter with the 2 opinion on Nintendo Labo. Oh man, it's so much fun. You know, I love building cardboard trinkets with my Nintendo Joy-Cons. Makes gaming so immersive, fun, creative. I just can't get enough of it, honestly. Need some advice. Should I wait until after I've moved out of the country to start dating, or do I start dating now and try to find someone willing to move with me? I guess it depends on what do you mean by moving out of the country. So I don't know what country you're in right now or where you plan to move, but I would say that if you're planning on convincing a girlfriend to move to a different nation than the one she currently resides in, that would be a pretty tough sell. generally speaking. I would say that's a pretty tough sell. But I don't know, dude. Honestly, like, I'm kind of in the mindset of, like, if you have the opportunity to date somebody you actually like, go ahead and do it if possible. So it really just depends. I don't know exactly what your circumstances are, if you have somebody in mind that you want to date, but yeah, I mean, I would lean more towards the side of don't put it off, because the options only dry up as the years go on. So if you do want to date and you have the opportunity to do so, I would say go for it. But most likely you're not going to be able to convince her to leave the country. But again, it depends. Like, are you talking about like moving from, you know, France to Germany or something like that, or Italy to, I don't know, Hungary or whatever, like, you know, a European move, which that's not that big a deal from my understanding, because the EU lets you just kind of, you know, move around as you like. Griff, did you buy extra flea medicine for just? That's right. Some heartworm medicine too. And some ivermectin to get rid of any parasites. I'd feel paranoid to be in a relationship because of all the savings I have. Well, you just don't tell a woman how much money you have. Like, I would never show, like, a girl my card collection or tell her how much that stuff's worth. Because it's like, yeah, you do have to worry about that, unfortunately. Let's see, I want to get the fuck out of the multicultural dystopic country I'm in and move somewhere where all I see is white people and there's zero Christian culture. Don't want to raise children here. So I would say don't date where you are currently, because the reason why the place that you're in currently is the way that it is because of people that you would date. So yeah, if you're looking to get away from all of that, then you don't want to raise children with someone who was also raised in that environment. So yeah, I would wait if you're able to move quickly. I would never want my girlfriend to see how much money is in my account. Yeah, same here, man. And frankly, it's none of her business. So if she gets pushy about it, cut that bitch off. Like, you know, it's not any of her business how much money you have. So if it starts becoming a problem, be gone. What if your girlfriend asks to look at your... Well, my bank account doesn't have much in it, so... Now she asked to see my collector account or PSA vault. That would be a different story. So if you have 100K, say you have 100, you don't even have to say. If she asks, like, how much money do you have? Say, why does it matter? I have enough. That's it. The only answer you have to say is, I have enough. And if she keeps pushing and prying and digging into it, it's like, then, all right, bye. That's a good red flag for you. So, if she's constantly prying into your finances and stuff, you dodged a bullet, because it's like, okay, well, now I know what she's actually interested in. So, see ya. Alright, I'm guessing the matchmaking's just fucked up. That's nice. Alright, I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. Give me like 1 minute, I'll be back.
I can't afford this shit!
Alright, I'm back. Drank like half a gallon of water since I started streaming, so. Oski with the 2. What's a good app to have for collecting cards? Collector, but instead of having an OR at the end, just put the letter R. So like collect and then letter R. But yeah, it's probably the best, currently at least. I think most women care about stability. Nah, they just want you to buy shit for them. Dude, most women already have financial stability nowadays. They have jobs. Most women make more money than guys in their own age group nowadays, so. No, women don't want financial security. They want someone who's going to buy them shit so that they can show it off to their friends. So. Unfortunately, that's what it's all about. They want to be able to brag about how wealthy their boyfriend is, how much stuff he buys them, you know, that type of stuff. How many vacations they go on. you know, it's a status symbol thing. So, but if that's the type of shit she cares about more than anything, it's an easy litmus test, and you can just be like, yep, I want nothing to do with you. Have a nice life. So, it's kind of a gift and a curse in a sense, that if you find a woman who's constantly hounding you about how much money you make, you know, like, hey, this is not, you know, this is not somebody I see myself with for the long term. When you bring your fertilizer of love to the sorority house, you'll write Griffin Gaming on the van. Thanks, man. I appreciate the promo. Thanks for the promo, dude. Let's see. Just considering moving to Orania in South Africa. Okay. Though I hear the orcs are committing a whiticide down there, so I don't know how secure Orania will be for now. Bad idea. I know nothing about South Africa, man. So that is well out of my area of expertise. I could not tell you if that's a good or bad idea. Because I know nothing about, like, the local, you know, situation there. Ah, shit. Think I need to move to Ukraine? Oh yeah, man, it's a great time to be a military-aged male in Ukraine, let me tell you. Just watch out for the kidnapping vans where they haul you to the front lines. You need to help stop Russia in the fight for freedom? That's right, man. The boomers, big bad, must be defeated once and for all, man. Russia would be a good country to move to after the war. Things are really strict there now, though. Yeah. I really wish the U.S. could, you know, ally ourselves with Russia. It'd be a global powerhouse, you know, alliance. Because Russia and the U.S. are, like, literally next-door neighbors, which is the ironic part. We're, like, less than 10 miles away from Russia if you look at Alaska.
All right, awesome.
So,
Thanks, nigga. All right.
We could truly build, like, a massive, you know, strategic alliance with Russia, especially in regards to resource extraction in Siberia. Because they're quite literally sitting on a, you know, proverbial gold mine of resources that are unable to be reached with current Russian technology. Well, U.S. technology could easily extract them, so we could benefit from getting cheap resources that we need for our components and stuff like that, especially for like chip manufacturing. And Russia would get a bolstered economy as a result. So I don't know, it's just really fucking retarded that we're still, you know, enemies with Russia after all these years, because, you know, boomers hate Russia because of communism, but then vote for all the same fucking communist bullshit in their respective countries. It's like, okay, Russia is not communist. Let's see, Ricardo Comstock's of the 5. Oh, hello. I am intoxicated again. I feel like this is a conspiracy to overserve me? Thoughts? Was the person who overserved you yourself, though? I don't know. Hopefully it's not a conspiracy on that front. Definitely being exploited. Maybe it was the Colonel. His vet appointment went fine. I just mainly went to go refill his prescription for the flea and tick and heartworm medication. So they just basically shined a light in his ear, made him stand on a scale. They looked inside of his mouth and went, "Yep, he looks fine." And then they wrote me the prescription, and then I had to buy it. So necessary. Definitely was worth having to drive all the way to the vet, pay $100-something for the checkup, and then another $200+ for the medication, and then drive, you know, 45 minutes back again. It's like, what a joke. What a joke. No, you give your dog heartworm medication to prevent them from getting heartworms. So the medicine doesn't get rid of heartworms, it prevents them from latching on to your pet.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. Russians are not white. No, not entirely. They definitely are not. Let's see. A lot of them aren't. Some of them are. Poles are 100% white. Russians sometimes are a mix of Asian and Jew and white. Yeah, especially the further west you go. So, yeah, the parts of Russia that, you know, touch China and stuff like that, definitely. But, you know, the western part of Russia is pretty much white. But, yeah, they do have some mixed genealogy. But also in Poland, there's a lot of Jewish people, too, so a lot of them are mixed as well in that regard. Damn. The whitest countries in Europe is Poland, Ukraine, and Finland. Well, not for long with Ukraine, bro, because they're going to do mass population replacement. You already know. You already know damn well that Ukraine is going to be absolutely flooded with third worlders when all of this is said and done, man. The so-called fight for survival is once again another way to erode white populations. So, same thing happened with World War II. You know, what happened to all the countries that were saved from, you know, German aggression? They were slowly destroyed from within by, you know, unlimited immigration. So, same thing will happen with Ukraine. They'll declare that it was a victory, blah, 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 and then mass import a bunch of third worlders. Oops. I was looking at the chat. Oops. Suicide. By percentage, Sweden is #1, but sheer numbers, Germany is #1. Of what? Immigration? Yeah, it's incredible how, you know.
All right, awesome.
You know,
Thanks,
they
nigga.
just
All right.
decided Europe is going to be destroyed. Death by 10 million migrants. Ricardo Comstocks of the 5. Everyone must go. They must all go. Deportation or work. Well, that's what I always say is deportation is the moderate option. One thing though, PK will stay. I just can't let him go. He is the best. That's right. We'll have to protect him like Anne Frank. And then he can invent his own, you know, new version of a writing instrument in the process so that he can record in his diary what it's like to be smuggled as a human in a place where you don't belong. So just think of it, PK. You can invent your own writing tool, just like Anne.
Brother killed in action.
Oops.
I can't afford
88 Craig with the 2 women who put out first date. Thoughts? I personally would not on the first date. So, I think it's kind of like just expected. But personally, I would not sleep with a woman on the first date. You know, for one, you want to make damn sure you're not putting your dick in crazy. And 2, it's like, you know,
All right,
get
awesome.
to know him
Thanks,
first.
nigga. All right.
But I think it's just kind of an expectation thing, especially the older you get, that people just expect, you know, oh, if I go on a date with this person, they want to have sex with me, basically. But personally, I kind of find it off-putting. I would not want to smash on the first date, personally, but to each their own. What if it's Violet Myers? Then I wouldn't want to smash on any date.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Damn. What the hell? What? Dude, I don't even know what made me just cough. Let's see. Zaku Tank with a 5. Watch. Yeah, we can check it out. And Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. Jeets are the worst. Like absolute bugs. I cannot stand this. They're insufferable. Then on the other hand, we have PK. I know he's different. Exactly. He's not like the others. He's unique. Special even. He alone is worth saving. I'm just sad that PK is not here to hear this, you know? He always talks about how rough life is, so it'd be nice to get a little, you know, lifting of his spirits. Damn, bro, the accuracy on that was fucking cooked. Usually you can hit something from that range. I don't really think my genetics are tainted personally. But I don't know. I've never done one of those DNA tests. I don't trust those DNA tests personally. Seems like a front to collect people's genetic info and build, like, you know, racial genetic profiles and populations. So, but I don't know. I'm definitely 100% white for sure. You know, English, French, and German are the three ethnic backgrounds I know I have for sure. The French aren't white? Okay, PK. Whatever you say. Whatever you say.
I can't afford this.
Maybe not anymore, in Paris especially, but when my ancestors crossed the Atlantic Ocean to come to the colonies, they definitely were white. Is that PK? Holy smokes. Yep, it is. He has appeared. Shit. Got overwhelmed. You have to put the chat on live chat, Ricardo. You're probably on top chat, so hit the little filter icon and then put it on top chat. Or turn it off top chat and put it on live chat. And then you'll see it. PK is so edgy that, you know, it automatically puts him in the other category. Griffin said on stream 3 years ago that he was apparently 32% seraphic Jewish. Shh. Don't say that, bro. Nobody needs to know that. Why does it default to that? Yeah, it's really annoying. Agreed. It should just be on live by default, but they don't do it that way. Let's see, yours truly with the 2 first. Indeed, man. welcome. Nice of you to join us. First, of course. Damn, man.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
And Ricardo Comstocks of the 5. PK is a little rascal. In the future, my ideal future, his people would not exist. Brutal, man. All gone, there will be some remnants, ruled by PK as a king. Wow. You know, that's a hell of an upgrade for PK. So, but, you know, I definitely think the little guy deserves it. He's been through so much. Alright, hold on. I'll be back in a minute. I gotta go grab something real quick.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Alright, I'm back, guys. Jeez. Alright. Let's see. So, Oscar the 5. This is gonna be PK's theme, marching with his little army. Yeah. Here, let me turn on. And Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. I must ask you seriously, with all that PK has given us, why does he not have some special designation in chat? You know that he is unique. Well, that's the thing, is PK's resilience shines through any arbitrary, role or designation given to him. So, his own resiliency shines through, regardless of the external circumstances. The heck? Is my controller broken now? Oh, come on, really? Well, I guess I'll try out this class, why not? Oh. Well, that was easy. I've never seen someone bust nuts like PK. I respect this. That is true. He is relentless. Oh my god. Truly a one-of-a-kind guy. The Colonel can get quite vicious? I guess so. Can we listen to the Sasuke Hime? Yeah, that's fine. We can. It's not bad. I actually like it, so sure, why not? Why not, dude? We can weeb it up a little bit. Where was that playlist I had the other day? Where did it go? Maybe that's it. No, that's definitely not it. Did they take it down? Huh, I wonder if they took it down. Alright, I'll just try this. Yeah, the playlist I used before is gone, so I'm guessing it got struck down. Let's see. Hunter eats Hunter with the 2. A COD set in the Korean War. Pretty cool, right?
All right, awesome.
Well,
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Technically. Well, no, Black Ops isn't. Never mind. Never mind. I'm gonna sound like an idiot. But yeah, potentially it'd be cool. It all depends on the execution, you know? Uh-oh. They might have, there was a new game announcement, like a sequel. Or a spin-off. The Japanese love their spin-offs. Uh-oh. I think I'm about to lose my contact. I might have to get my glasses. Brutal, man. Oh, a melty block. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's not technically a game, but... I thought you meant in the same series. Alright, yeah, I gotta go deal with this real quick. Dude, that's gonna drive me insane. It's like literally teetering on the edge of falling out of my eye. Give me like 1 minute. This shouldn't take long. Pissing me off, dude. Alright. Jeez, bro. Falling apart tonight. You feel so empty because PK can't see you? I'm sorry, man. I know the feeling. No matter how much you reach out to him, it just never actually reaches him. Brutal. Noski Woski with the 5. Oh, there goes the chat. Perfect timing. Right as I'm about to read, as usual. You should consider getting Tamagotchi Life Living the Dream. It's like Sims, but Japanese style. Yeah, I think so I never actually got my copy of it, apparently. So I don't know. I thought I had ordered it, but I guess I never did. But I'll probably get it at some point. I just don't know if it's my my style of game. Like, when it comes to the cozy stuff, you know, I definitely prefer...
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I definitely prefer stuff kind of like Stardew Valley, I guess, is a good good comparison to what I like. And Ricardo Cumsucks to the 5. The entire time I have been watching PK has been breaking backs. He is unique. He is not a regular Jeet. This guy is something else. He is PK. Exactly. He is his own special entity for sure. He breaks the mold for sure. I'm glad someone appreciates the hard work you do. Well, it is nice to feel appreciated, PK. Not that I would know. But I'm glad you get to experience it. You cry in the shower to this song? How the fuck did they have spawn protection? I guess they respawned already? Only joking, I don't shower. How nice. See, you and PK have more in common than you thought. Shit. PK is probably more successful. Probably, man. PK is probably a millionaire. A cryptocurrency millionaire. He lives in Dubai. He just lies and says he lives in California. Griff, if it wasn't for me, all the people on r/nugget lovers would be coming after you. I'm the only thing keeping them at bay. Brutal, man. Yeah, I should have never said that I don't want to fuck Nugget, bro. Worst mistake of my life. I didn't know that they were so passionate about it. Uber and Waymo will probably combine of it. Yeah, most likely. That's the end goal for all these technology companies, is to, you know, basically combine. But each one wants to get a shitload of money in the process, so. Yeah, it's pretty crazy how, like, the automated taxis are pretty much already a thing. And they work really well, too, so.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Ricardo Cumsucks with the 5. Imagine at the end of days, the air itself is running thin. We are suffocating. The only one to give us a hand to save us from this misery is PK. Exactly, man, because he's used to bad air quality. As an Indian, he can function in extremely poor, you know, low oxygen levels because of, you know, the open air crematoriums, the rotting garbage, animal carcasses, defecation in the streets. So his lungs have literally evolved over centuries, millennia even, to be able to breathe in the most extreme circumstances. So PK is the only one equipped to handle such extreme conditions to save the rest of mankind. He's like an X-Men if you think about it. Nurgle's finest? Exactly, man. Exactly. He jumped into the cauldron thinking it was a swimming pool. Ha ha ha, this is funny tweet, guys. Majority of Australians love lollies. The internet has tainted that word. What? Bruh. Hold on a second. Do you have a source? Source? Lollies and okay, I get what you're doing now. I was about to say, I thought you were talking about like some fucking weeb cope or something. Do you have a source? Source? Do you have a New York Times article backing that up?
You're fucking poor!
Well, Yuffie's not a lolly, so not the same thing. Yuffie is not prepubescent, so. Let's see. Mr. Spice Lencher, 1488 with a 2. I will grape Ricardo. Also, watch. Oh my god. Alright, I'll pull it up after this match. It's short, I'm pretty sure. It's 4:30 a.m. Indeed. See, isn't it nice? Like, you know, that is kind of the beauty of the internet, right? It's 4:30 a.m. on a Sunday morning. And otherwise, all of us would just be sitting alone in our apartments, doing nothing, pretty much. But here we all are, congregating in one place, engaged in a form of pseudo-socialization, instead of just, you know, sitting alone, doing nothing. Brutal, man. Yuffie was a missable character in the OG, but Rebirth straight up turned her into a romance. Bait for Cloud with the beach, overhauled Golden Saucer date, and Loveless Play segments. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Yuffie's like scenes are not really inherently romantic, so. If anything, if I remember correctly, her romance scene in Rebirth is her lusting over Zack. So it's not even like really a real romance scene.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
And Ricardo Comsucks with the 5. That guy just threatened me personally. I'm gonna hide. My colonel is here with me. Call my dad. Call the cops. I hope you're okay, Ricardo. You know? I'm praying for you and the colonel, dude. I hope you can make it out. You think you'll be okay? I hope so, dude. That's why I call it bait. If Yuffie was 2 years older, the devs would tear the mask off and have you known as her. The fact you can call Yuffie hot in the beach segments proof. Well, dude, Yuffie's like what, 17 in the game, I think. In Japan, that's like more than legal. So in Japan, it's not even uncommon for like a 15-year-old to date like a 20-something-year-old. So it's just one of those cultural kind of things. It's the culture. They don't even consider it weird, so. Which, you know, the whole LARP that a 17-year-old is like a child has always been kind of gay to me, to be honest. Like, as a former 17-year-old, I can confirm I was not a child. And upon turning 18, I did not magically metamorphosize overnight into an adult. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really think it's that big a deal. Yuffie's legal? Yeah, in the majority of US states. Griffin was still picking his nose and eating lollipops. Yeah, and I even had one of those colorful twirly hat looking things. Indeed. Yeah, Yuffie is annoying. I don't like her. Yeah, it's like that Israel tweet from back in the day. Age is just a number. Oy vey. Damn, man. If Melanie was 10 years younger, would you smash her, Griff? No. Dude, she still has that shrill, harpy voice and is covered in tattoos. I'm good. She still has that shrill, harpy voice and the tattoos. Yup, she purged her channel of all of her old Gooner content about how, you know, Lara Croft's tits aren't big enough. So she can now fully embrace the Christian grift with the free and pure conscience. And all evidence of her gooning over a video game character erased forever. I don't understand why so many people on the right are like so determined to like prove to the world that they're like the most pure Christians of all time. Like, it's just such a weird, like, I don't know, purity test almost. Like, I don't really see it as a flex at all. It's like your faith should be kind of more of a personal thing than something you're constantly broadcasting and, you know, trying to show everybody how much better of a whatever you are compared to everyone else on the internet. Like, who fucking cares? So, it is what it is, but yeah, she's just very performative. Why is that not? There we go.
Incoming! Everybody get down! Set up!
Nasty.
Oh my gosh.
Disgusting. Nah, I think she moved in with her husband now. We'll see how long it lasts, dude. Apparently he has like a bunch of skeletons in his closet regarding him being like a furry and stuff, like, and liking a bunch of like pro-homo stuff and stuff. Like, I don't know, man. It'd be hilarious if she married another gay guy.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
And Ricardo Cumsucks with the 10. Really appreciate it, man. Coming from the end of the world, for real. It's me and PK in a truck. I hope you have your I's dotted and your T's crossed because we are rocking up and have a taste for death. Uh-oh. Yeah, that does sound pretty intimidating, man. I'm guessing the Colonel would be there too, right? The question is what type of truck, though? Like a dump truck or a 18-wheeler? Pickup truck? A monster truck? F-150? A Raptor. Nice. I have no idea why you can't reply to the super chats. I almost got drafted to defend Israel. It would have been my life's honor to fight and die for the state of Israel. Just knowing that maybe, just maybe, I would have a chance to be embraced by a pair of Khazar milkers even once. To feel their sweet cushioning force pressed on either side of my head, as a pair of arms wrap around the back of my head, pulling me in tighter as I struggle to breathe. I think back on all the wonderful things that's happened to me, and how this one moment made my entire life worth living. Christians are cocks who crave validation and to assimilate others. Pagans are chads who leave people the fuck alone and oppose globalism. Adolf Hitler would say, reject the prior, embrace the latter. Maybe. A lot of pagans are comfy cringe, though. A lot of them are pretty cringy.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Ricardo Cumsocks with a 5. I hate Jeets, but PK has me doubting myself. Honestly, the dude is relentless. He is great. Well, Ricardo, I hate to do this, but that's because PK is not a normal Jeet, bro. He's actually a member of the Sassoon family of India. And, well, let's just say they have a little bit of a history. Especially in relation to our greatest ally and the opium trade. PK, if I hated you secretly, I would have just hid you from the channel a long time ago. So, that's the thing. You might be drunk. I wish I was. Dude, I've had such a craving for, like, wine recently. It's pretty bad. But I've been, like, craving it super hardcore. The urge to drink recently has been pretty high. Yeah, but then people here would call you out on it. That's why you haven't done it? That's right. I'm a slave to the audience. What can I say? Do not drink. I don't drink very often, Ricardo, so it's all good. I'm not an alcoholic or anything like that. I haven't drank in, what, pretty much 5-6 months. That was the last time I had something to drink, so. And before that, it was like a year or so. So I rarely ever drink, but every once in a while I get the desire to. But recently, I've definitely had the craving for some red wine. I think it's my European blood screaming, give me a taste of home. Drunk Griffin will call his girlfriend, but she does not exist, and he doesn't know it. Yeah, exactly. I'll start dialing random numbers like, why isn't she picking up? I'm sorry, Griffin, but Final Fantasy 15 Cindy is hotter than Aerith. You cannot deny the truth that is the Aryan Southern Belle car wash hood girl. Oh my god. Well, Aerith is also Aryan, so Aryan does not just mean blonde hair, blue eyes. You can be Aryan with brown hair and green eyes. You can even be Aryan with brown hair and brown eyes. So. Indo-Aryan talking points? So are you saying that Papa H was not Aryan himself? Come on, man. What are we doing here? If the big H wasn't even Aryan, then what was the point? Dude, most people who have blonde hair as a child lose it. Like, only a very small portion of adult males, especially, keep blonde hair into adulthood. Like, almost everyone with blonde hair eventually has it turned brown in older age. So, naturally occurring blonde hair in adults is almost unheard of, especially for men. It, you know, darkens over time. So if that's like the purity standard you're gonna hold Aryans to, then it's like literally 0.1% of people. It's like, no, not realistic.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Oh, nice. User with the 16 months. Just for PK. Oh, the Melanie video. Okay. Yeah, I saw somebody post about that on Twitter. Nah, I don't think I'm gonna get the Steam controller. I already have so many controllers, and it's like $100, so it's like, I don't know why I'd even buy it, to be honest. I'd use it once, and then I'd probably go back to using my Xbox controller anyway, so I decided I'm not gonna get it. I might pre-order it just because it's probably gonna resell up front, but we'll see.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All
Ricardo
right.
Comstocks to the 5 2 decades ago, when I did Heavy Blow, they used to say, when you heard the birds in the morning, they were loser birds. That always stuck with me. What? Why are they the loser birds? That's brutal, man. Why? Because they're like trying to kill the vibe or whatever? Yeah, they're the buzzkill or what? What makes them loser birds? When you first hear them, those are the loser birds. All right. When you hear them, you're up too long. I hear them every day, man, so I'm the world's biggest loser, I guess. Brutal. You're our loser? Thank you for that, man. Yeah, I do need to, you know... I guess I should avoid hearing the loser birds, too, but... Not really conducive to my schedule. Ricardo comes to the
awesome.
vibe
Thanks,
when I
nigga. All
pushed
right.
hard. We knew we pushed it too far, standing outside, still fucked, and hearing the morning birds. Those were loser birds. Yeah, I like that name. It's actually kind of clever. That's kind of clever, honestly. I do like that. Alright, give me like a minute, I'll be back again. I will spare you guys the details, but let's just say that my stomach has been absolutely fucked up today and not in the normal manner, so I'm getting the mouth-watering feeling again, so give me a few minutes here. No, the opposite end of Jestemaxxing. Opposite end of Jestemaxxing. So, alright, just give me a minute, I'll be back. Go see.
can't afford this shit!
Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Jeez, man. How was the fab? Oh, it was just wonderful, man. Let's see, so Mr. Mr. Spice Lyncher, almost said the other thing. 1488 with D5. I would fight with shadow people when I was 18 because I'd given up for 5 days smoking meth and stealing people's bikes. Drugs are bad. MK. Huff gas. Indeed, man. A truly Australian pastime of huffing gas. Brutal, man. Definitely not an abo pastime. What is this creepy pasta ass sound? Alright. I guess we'll go ahead and do videos and stuff. This thing's gonna fucking freeze. Let's see. Is this thing gonna fucking crash? No. Of course not. Maybe? I can't even look at what the videos are we're supposed to watch because this fucking thing just won't crash. There we go, finally. Jesus, man. They really need to fucking fix this thing. I'm very fucking sick of this shit. Let's see. I think that's everything.
Yo, how channels like...
There we go.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Ricardo Cumsucks with a 5. You're still so young. Stop now, for real. This is anti-nourishment for your soul. This is...
Either subscribe,
this
donate,
entire
or get the fuck
platform,
out.
it's a pockmark on your spirit. What, like social media and stuff? Or YouTube or what? I don't know. The question is what else should I be doing with my free time? It's not really much else to do. This is not helping you, it's hurting you? Yeah, maybe so. But... rip and shipping probably pays. Well, you have to do that stuff on YouTube anyway. This doomer stuff is taking a toll on you? Nah, I've always been this way. I just don't really care about, you know, voicing it. Start drinking and do drugs instead. That'd be way better. Exactly. Go get blackout drunk at a bar instead of streaming. You know this is true? Yeah, to a certain degree, but you know, what isn't bad for you these days? Become clavicular too. Yeah, no thank you. For a guy that's supposedly living the male fantasy, he sure as shit always looks miserable. And let's see, Mr. 10 years in the joint with 6 months. Appreciate it, man. Big ups, dude. Much appreciated. Griffin will continue to be this way. That's why whenever he stops streaming, it'll be when he's dead. And not just on the inside. But yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't really have much else better to do in my free time, so. You know, it's either streaming and stuff or just sitting around rotting, so. It's not like, you know, I'm passing up anything super exciting to be here. Uh-oh, that's definitely copyrighted. Alright, we'll stop that because it'll probably get the clip channel claimed. I've had a very long run on YouTube. Yeah, I have. So, I have had a very long run. A lot longer than I thought I would be around for sure. Take a yoga class, you'll meet a bunch of women that think you're gay. Whoa, dude. I don't need any more of those. I don't need any more of those, personally, but hey. Alright, let's see. So we got 3 videos.
I think I've just found the most controversial.
Jesus, man. Disgusting.
account on TikTok, but it's not for the reasons you might think.
Have you been dying to ride Harry Potter and the Forbidden Journey at Universal's
Not really.
Island of Adventure, but you weren't sure if you'd fit? Have you ever worried about fitting in a non-traditional bed at a Disney World resort?
Fitting in a non-traditional bed at a Disney World resort. Holy shit, man. Goyim-maxing.
Have you been dying to ride Expedition Everest at Disney World's Animal Kingdom?
These are the plus-size park hoppers, and they are a group that get a lot of love from the plus-size community, but they also get a lot of hate from just about everyone else. From people telling them to lose weight, that this should be a wake-up call, and honestly, a lot of the time just flat-out bullying. I wanted to take a look at their account and their goals, and although there are some
bullying in this instance is good.
positives, I do think they're spreading a pretty dangerous message with their content, which isn't obvious at first glance. Now, they started their account back in 2023, and the group initially started posting to TikTok sharing their special moments from the trip to Disney. The content only got a few thousand views at most, and had nothing to do with their weight at first. But after getting questions about how they were able to go to the parks being plus size, the group started to post tips and tricks videos to TikTok, like what were the best shoes to wear and outfits to wear when being their size.
Hey everyone, we're plus size park hoppers, and as plus size girlies, we definitely know the importance of good footwear. Our biggest tip is to switch it up every day. So here are our personal favorite shoes for those long days in the park.
But now you'll recognize their most famous content, If I Fit, I Sit, which focuses on sharing videos of all 5 group members trying out the ride seat and then checking that they fit.
Have you been dying to ride Harry Potter and the Forbidden Journey at Universal's Islands of Adventure, but you weren't sure if you'd fit? Are you worried about fitting on rides at Universal's Epic Universe?
And it's not just the park rides, but the seats inside of park restaurants too.
Have you been dying to eat at Tutorial Al Forno at Disney World Boardwalk, but you weren't sure if you'd fit? The seating options here are a mixture of—
Could you imagine being so fucking fat that you're worried about fitting in a booth to go eat more food? Like, do these people genuinely just have the inability to feel shame? It's just repulsive, man. It really is.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
I'd sooner kill myself than ever get to this fucking point. Ricardo Comstocks of the 10, Matthew 16:26. What good will it be for someone to gain the whole world? You have forfeit their soul. When you hear the loser birds and you embrace them, it's over. Then that is Ferryman every time? I guess so. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, bro, it's like, I'm sure staying up as much as I do and getting as little sleep as I do is like actually carving time off of my life, I'm sure, at this point. So, but I guess there's 2 ways to look at it. Is if I was sleeping during that time anyway, is that really even living in as well? I don't know. But, yeah. It's definitely not healthy, that's for sure. And it's not good. You should only hear the birds in the morning when you wake up, not when you're about to go to sleep.
tables with chairs, half booths, and bigger booths as well. We were seated at a bigger booth with a chair at the end. The chair did have arms, so we did ask to replace it. Overall, we found the booth pretty comfortable and roomy enough for the 6 of us.
And before we really get into the video, I want to start by saying that I genuinely think all these girls come across as lovely and genuine people. I think they've really made an effort to produce
lovely and genuine. Oh my god, man.
Helpful content and probably don't deserve a lot of the mean comments that they get. The point of this video isn't to bully or harass the girls, it's to talk about the effects of normalizing and even promoting obesity. Between Instagram and TikTok, they've amassed nearly 500,000 followers. So clearly there's people out there finding their content entertaining and useful. But the normalization of obesity is something we're seeing more and more on social media. And their content really makes me ask myself, where do we draw the line? How can we decide when we need to stop accommodating obesity and start promoting a healthier lifestyle and better eating habits? With the rise of fast food replacing healthy eating, and
I think we should just stop selling clothing above XL. Personally, make it physically impossible for these people to interact with society.
Obesity rates climbing year after year. Society's already had to make a lot of accommodations for morbidly obese people, as we're just genuinely getting bigger. There are larger versions of pretty much everything now, often referred to as bariatric equipment in the medical field, like bigger wheelchairs, bigger hospital beds, and even bigger MRI and CT scanners. In everyday life, new furniture is being produced with increased weight capacity and reinforced materials to help obese people feel more comfortable and safe. And for people like the plus-size park hoppers, accessible seating has already been created for rides, featuring a larger seat and a bigger seatbelt. The park hoppers range in sizes from 2XL to 5XL, detailing their exact measurements, so viewers at home can compare their sizes with the girls to see if they'd be able to fit on the rides that they do.
The seat on the left is slightly larger and is considered the modified seat. The safety mechanism here is an over-the-shoulder restraint that does need to get to a certain position to lock. Ashley wears a size 5X and unfortunately was not able to fit in the modified seat, so she was unable to ride this one. Katie wears a size 3X. Despite being able to fit in the seat, she was unable to get the green light on the chest restraint. My name is Stephanie and I wear a size 2X. I was able to fit in the seat comfortably and got the green.
Dude, can you imagine having to install this shit just to see if fatties are able to sit down in it? Good lord.
Light on the chest restraint.
When the seating for the ride has already been modified and they've already made a—
These people should be fucking mortified to be seen in public like this, but nope. Broadcast it for the entire fucking internet to see.
accommodations for the obese people and someone still doesn't fit, what then? In the comments on these videos, some people complain that we aren't being accommodating enough. Poor Ashley, it's so disappointing in 2026 that rides are still inaccessible in these ways. I appreciate y'all. It's so unfair the lack of size inclusivity in this park. They need more body inclusive rides. I'm so shocked that sometimes a 2XL didn't fit. There are so many different body types and a 2XL is becoming more common. Why haven't they made more accessible rides? Sorry y'all didn't get the ride. And by the way, 2XL becoming more and more common isn't a good thing, but the rides have already made the larger seats for larger guests that are almost double the size of a normal seat. If accommodations have already been made, genuinely, what is the next step? How big are the seats supposed to get to allow morbidly obese people to
get a crane,
ride them?
A thrilling roller coaster with 2 different seating types. One is a motorbike and the other is a sidecar. They have a test seat out front, which we highly recommend trying before getting in line. The safety mechanism for this ride is a lap bar that does need to get into a certain position to lock. Katie wears a size 22 pants and has 65-inch hips. She was not able to get the green light on either the motorbike or the sidecar. I am wearing the purple
Jesus Christ, man.
shirt and the gray shorts, and I am a size 20 with 60-inch hips. I was not able to get the green light on the sidecar, even with Katie trying to push down on the lap bar for me. I also tried to push down on the lap bar for Katie, but that did not get the green light either. For the motorbike seat, you do need to step over the bike in order to sit down. But keep that in mind if you have trouble lifting your legs. I did try the motorbike seat and did not get the green light at first, but after Katie pushed down, I was able to get that green light. I personally find the motorbike seat roomier and comfier than the sidecar. There is also a leg restraint that goes over your shins, which can be uncomfortable. Even though I was able to fit in the bike seat, the line for this ride was too long, so neither of us ended up riding.
Taking into account the design of a roller coaster, it's probably
oh my god, bro.
impossible to build a ride to accommodate this. The cart of the coaster run
This is the culture that we're conserving, guys.
across thin metal tracks and only support so much weight. If they're overloaded, they could risk breaking and lead to serious injuries. Plus, it just wouldn't be safe to build a ride that accommodates both obese people and smaller people like children because of the weight balance needed for the rides. Look, I'm no engineer, but I can imagine it's already a nightmare getting these rides to be safe. Never mind having to worry about whether your ride can withstand adding thousands of pounds worth of body weight. Like I said before, people are heavier than they used to be. 1 or 2 obese people on a ride probably wouldn't make a difference, but
Let's see. Anti-citizen Michael 2 mute Ricardo and hit him with the RTU spam. Okay. Oh.
You're shut the
God!
fuck up.
Dare I say it, you're a hateful cunt whore. You're a fucking whore. Dare I say it, hateful cunt. I'm just gonna say it, since you're talking shit about me with your big fucking ugly mouth. You're all hateful, fucking racist bigots. Fuck you and fuck your fucking podcast.
Alright, let's see. Ricardo with the 10. What is that? Sharon will move you sooner than hoped. Or Karen, I think it is. I don't know how you pronounce it. Will move you sooner than you hoped. You are someone who cannot live without the sounds of the loser birds as a comfort. And you are such a brilliant guy, but your mind is irreparably damaged. Brutal, man. Damn. I guess so.
Shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to
I
shut
definitely
the fuck
feel
up.
pretty fried nowadays, that's for sure. I would say people are less heavy. The whole wellness thing is so popular. No. Dude, that's like, you know, no, that's wishful thinking. Obesity rates have only done one thing, and that's gone up. So, no. There's a smaller or a very niche portion of the population that is, you know, super health obsessed. But overall, the trend is still in the wrong direction.
ride full of massively overweight people sounds extremely dangerous, and people want this so we don't hurt people's feelings. When watching the videos too, you'll notice how disappointed the girls are when they don't get the green light on the test seats, meaning that they can't go on the ride that they want to go on.
There is a test seat available for this ride located to the left of the attractions entrance. These seats are
Could you imagine wasting all this money to go to Disney and you can't even ride the rides? Like, that's just pathetic, man.
molded with a divider that goes between your legs. The safety mechanism is an over-the-shoulder chest restraint that does need to get to a certain position to lock. Ashley wears a size 5X and unfortunately was not able to get the green light for this ride. Katie wears a size 3X, and not only did she find the seat to be very uncomfortable, she was not able to get the green light. My name is Stephanie, and I wear a size 2X. I was also not able to get the green light on this ride.
After 3 of the girls couldn't get the green light to go on the ride, they all just looked really disappointed. Clearly, they're all obsessed with Disney. Some have even dressed them up as characters, and they aren't able to go on the majority of the rides at the park due to their size. The idea of test seats too is pretty crazy, to be honest. We've normalized obesity to the point where we have to anticipate and accommodate for it. I'm not really into theme parks, but I've been to a few.
Yeah, we should get rid of the American Disability Act, too.
and I've never once seen a test seat in the UK. So maybe it's just a USA thing, but the idea of someone being too fat to ride just seems so foreign. Even when they go to restaurants at the park, they have to specifically request not to be seated at booths or on chairs with arms as they won't fit. Where possible, they even book ahead of time, specifically requesting the table and chairs to make sure that they are specifically reserved for them.
Some of the seating here does have arms, but there are also booths and tables with chairs without arms. In this episode of If I Fits, I Sits, we had dinner at Lamplight Lounge. There are stairs to go down to the dining area, but there's also an elevator if needed. There's both indoor and outdoor seating here. Most of the chairs...
Dude, not one of these fucking bitches should use an elevator for the rest of their life. They should only ever use the stairs.
Chairs do have arms, but there is some seating outside without arms. If you'd prefer a chair without arms, don't hesitate to ask a cast member.
Ultimately, asking for a more comfortable chair isn't a crime, and they do deserve to feel comfortable. But when accommodations have already been made, like having a standard chair with no arms, and the seats are still uncomfortable, I don't see how this isn't a wake-up call for them. The park hoppers are spending so much money on the tickets and spending days at different parks, and they've put so much time and effort into making sure that they can enjoy themselves because their weight limits their ability so much. Ashley is the largest member of the group, being 5XL, and after watching the majority of their videos, I just couldn't find a single ride that she was able to go on.
Ashley is 5'10", wears a size 5X top, 30 bottoms, has a 60...
Well, she can use the time to walk around.
2-inch waist and 76-inch hips.
Even with the modified seats for bigger guests, Ashley couldn't go on a single ride at Universal. And it's the same for other parks too. Unfortunately, she didn't get a green light for any ride. And honestly, I can't help but feel sad for her. Just clearly a huge Disney and Universal fan, paying tons of money to go to these attractions, and she just can't get to enjoy it. Now imagine all of your friends going on rides without you, and you just have to sit there and watch. It will feel very isolating for Ashley, and I do feel sympathy for her because some of the comments are brutal. So Ashley just watches the bags. Dang, Ashley just pays all that money to get in to watch everyone else go on all the rides. Ashley should probably take a hint. I wonder for Ashley and people like her who can't enjoy these rides, what's next? Larger seats have already been built.
An early death from heart disease. Bud Sunny with the 2. Their favorite Disney show is Roly Poly Oly. Or Ollie. Yeah. It's just pathetic, man. Genuinely. This shit's super fucking blackpilling that you would even let yourself get to this point.
But you can't fit in. Are these theme parks supposed to just make them bigger? Will there be rides built specifically for fat people that only they can ride? And honestly, I just don't see how this can't be a huge motivator for weight loss. Being able to experience things that people of a healthy weight just don't think twice about. And can you imagine the feeling that she'd get if she was finally able to fit onto a favorite ride at a theme park? After years of being too big, it would feel unbelievable for her. Especially for Ashley, as she's had to watch all of her friends go on these rides without her, sitting on the sidelines. Being able to join in and go on these with your friends and experience it together would be amazing. Would it be so bad to have a goal of seeing the green light instead of red? Now, one of the biggest issues with these types of accounts is that it actually encourages them to stay at their current size. Like, the name of the account is literally the PLUSSIZEPARKHOPPERS. The more annoyed people get in the comments, the more views they get, which leads to higher engagement. And obviously, because of their high follower count and the amount of views they get, they're obviously making money from it. And I bet a lot of their tickets and meals are even discounted or even free for bringing attention to the parks. The more attention the account gets, the less likely they are to change. Especially when they've made their entire identity about being fat. And the sad thing is, all of these girls, especially Stephanie, are clearly very charismatic and clearly have a lot of knowledge about Disney. Even if they didn't focus on being plus size, I bet their account would get a lot of attention from other Disney adults. But now, it's pretty much just a content farm for viewers to poke fun at. Even on Tom Segura's podcast, he finds the idea of the account a total joke.
Have you ever been seated at a restaurant and found that you couldn't fit comfortably in the seat or booth? Hey everyone, we're Plus Size Park Hoppers, and we range in sizes from 2X to 5X. Like this video and follow us for more plus size Disney content. We're starting a new dining series called If I Fits, I Sits. In this series, we'll go to different restaurants on Disney property and beyond, showing you the types of seating they offer, whether or not we find it comfortable, and we'll also review the food.
I don't know why these people don't do what I did. Just feel immense shame about the way you look and feel.
Yeah. Here's, by the
Don't
way,
you hate when you see arms on a chair? The fuck?
There is no more shame is the problem. Shame is fucking gone from society.
What is wrong with you?
Will this
Who
chair
the
hold
fuck
me?
is thinking that? There's arms here? I guess this isn't for me. Jesus Christ. Sit on the floor. That's what they should
God.
do. If you walk into a restaurant and you don't fit in the chair, you eat on the floor until you can fit in a chair.
Like the piggy they are, or pour it in the slop trough for them.
In Afghanistan, that's what they
Jesus
do.
Christ.
Sometimes social media can act like a safe space where you're tucked away inside of a community that you're part of. And with plus-size Disney adults encouraging each other in the comment section, it isn't actually like real life. It isn't normal to worry about whether you'll be able to sit in a seat in the restaurant. You are, unfortunately, morbidly obese at that point, and it is unhealthy. I don't understand how it isn't a wake-up call not to fit on a ride. But it's not just the ride and restaurant seats that the park hoppers complain about, but also the phenomenon of the term that they've coined, the Disney rash.
Have you been dying to get the Disney rash? No, probably not, but it does happen. Hey everyone, we're Plus Size Park Hoppers, and we range in sizes from 2X to 5X. Make sure you like this video and follow us for more plus size Disney tips and tricks. If you don't know what the Disney rash is, consider yourself lucky. It's also known as exercise-induced vasculitis. It can happen when you're exposed to heat and if you're exercising for a long period of time, which are both super common in Disney World because you can walk between 5 and 10 miles a day. The rash typically appears on exposed parts of your lower legs. It can cause an itching and burning sensation and just be downright uncomfortable.
Everyone knows that theme parks are massive, and it's kind of the point. The rides are massive and they take up tons of space. You can easily walk over 10, 15,000 steps at a theme park. In fact, you should be walking at least 8,000 steps every day as part of just being healthy. I might be controversial in saying this, but I wouldn't consider walking 5 miles strenuous exercise. It's literally just walking a few thousand steps extra in the day. Being overweight also makes you much more susceptible to getting exercise-induced vasculitis, aka the Disney rash, because of heat retention in the fat tissue and increased inflammation. And it's actually very rare in people of a healthy weight who exercise often. To be honest, the plus-size park hoppers' experiences at theme parks sound pretty miserable. They have to check if they fit on every ride, which most of the time they don't. They have to book ahead of time to make sure the chairs are big enough to fit them, and they have to leave if they don't.
Nasty.
And they can't manage walking long distances across the park without getting in pain or getting the Disney rash. But for the plus-size park hoppers, their anxiety for making sure they fit starts well before the end of their parks, and actually starts on the flight beforehand. The park hoppers exclusively fly with Southwest Airlines, because their accommodation for plus-size people is well ahead of any other US airline.
Have you been dying to fly in an airplane but you weren't sure if you'd fit? Hey everyone, we're plus size park hoppers and we range in sizes from 2x to 5x. Make sure you like this video and follow us for more plus size tips and tricks. Flying as a plus size person can cause a lot of anxiety. Between worrying about if the seats are too narrow or if you'll need a seatbelt extender, there's a lot to think about. We've been flying with Southwest for years, mostly because of their amazing customer size policy. If you think that your body will extend over the arms of the chair, you are able to book an extra seat and you will get refunded for it after your flight. It's super easy to do. You just book as 2 passengers, and for the second one, you put XS in the middle name. This will automatically be recognized as an extra seat in their system. When you get to the airport, you print your boarding pass as you normally would. You will get 2 boarding passes, one for you and one to display on your extra seat. This will let other people know that that seat is reserved. When you book an extra seat, you...
Yeah, 1 seat for you and 1 seat for the fucking overflow. Good lord, man. Good lord. Ricardo Comstocks of the 5. This entire practice of cycling through mindless videos. This is a poison. They want you... Wait, they want to poison your soul? Justify how you want. Your spirit is precious. Yeah, a lot of this stuff does take a toll, man. It does, for sure. This is pretty pathetic, honestly.
automatically get pre-board. And this is to ensure that you and your extra seat can sit together. We're also able to bring a friend with you to pre-board, which we think is so nice. We like to ask for our seatbelt extender as we're boarding, and the flight attendants are super nice and discreet about it. The armrests between the 2 seats do come up so you're able to be more comfortable. We recently flew in their MAX 8 plane, which is super new and very spacious. As a 2X, I did not need a seatbelt extender, and the tray table came all the way down. When your trip is completed, you can call Southwest, and they will either refund the points that you paid or the cost of the second ticket. This policy makes flying more comfortable for everyone, not just us. And we are so grateful that Southwest offers this.
I'll start by saying that it's great the park hoppers are aware that they need an extra seat because a lot of fat people don't realize this. If they didn't do this and you had to sit next to someone who was literally spilling over into your seat, it would be uncomfortable for both people. I do think though that if you're using 2 seats, you should have to pay for both. You're taking the seat away from someone else, and I don't know why you'd have to get that for free just because you're too fat. Now I wanted to check for myself what the policy was for plus size passengers with Southwest Airlines, and unfortunately for the park hoppers, their refund days will soon be gone. As of January 27th, 2026, plus size passengers will no longer be able to refund the cost of the additional seat if the flight is fully booked. Their updated policy also states that if a passenger is of size, meaning if they don't fit within both armrests encroaching into neighboring seats, then they will be rebooked onto another flight with an additional seat. I do see this change as positive, and it's simple really. If you encroach onto someone else's seat, which they have to pay for, that is your fault and you should be made to reboard. I also think it's fair to pay for an additional seat if you take up 2. If I bring more luggage than I pay for, I have to pay for 2, so there's no real difference here. Honestly, after watching the plus size park hoppers videos for a long time, I have to say it's hard not to feel pity for them, because it seems like the thing that they look forward to the most is ordering massive meals in the restaurants. Now look, outside
of just stuffing their fucking face.
Of all this negativity, I do think the group still has a positive message to share. They are trying to encourage people of a similar size to still go out and enjoy themselves, which I totally agree.
No, you should be miserable. You should be so fucking embarrassed by what you are that you should be afraid to even leave your house.
With. I think their videos could be helpful for people who want to know more about the parks they're visiting as well, as they are clearly passionate about Disney and want to
You know damn well they can't wipe their asses properly. So now all their fucking dookie water is getting spread all through that pool.
Yeah, their passion. I also think their content is helpful for people with physical disabilities who need to know specifically what the requirements are for each ride, like if a walkway is accessible or not, or if the distances between the rides are too long so they can know ahead of time if they need a wheelchair or just more assistance. Even for people who start their weight loss journey, this account is informative for them too. Their energy as a group could lead to a successful social media account all on its own, without the mention of them being plus size, just them sharing their love for Disney with people and showing the best ways to get around the parks. My issue with this type of content is the normalization and even promotion of this unhealthy lifestyle. If we're unhealthy, I think we should be encouraged to change our lifestyle rather than expecting the world to adapt for us instead, especially when you've got a group like this who make their entire personality about being plus size and being fat. You just know that they're expecting the world to change and they aren't going to change themselves. Now, I know this is a pretty controversial video and I didn't want to lay at them too much because they just do seem like friendly people and are putting themselves out there. However, their content does bring up a lot of issues and I needed to address it. Let me know in the comments below, did I get anything wrong here or do you agree with me? And if you want to see a part 2 where I look more into specific TikToks, let me know in the comments too. If you like this video, you'd probably like this one. And make sure you subscribe so you don't miss any more of my uploads. Follow my Instagram at BigCraigYT. Thank you for watching and I'll see you.
Nasty. Ricardo Comstocks with the 10. You need rest in a vacuum, a complete rest, a rest for the soul, body, and spirit, a rest with nothing else to worry about, with the only sound being rain on the roof. Comfort is important, crucial. Yeah. I mean, I haven't taken like an actual vacation.
Tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Really, ever. So, yeah, since I've started working, especially, I haven't like actually taken a legitimate vacation. And yeah, no, I don't think I have. So, I don't think I have. So, I mean, yeah, in theory, it does sound nice, but it gets kind of old pretty quick. I don't know. I don't like really just sitting around idly, personally. It kind of drives me crazy. Just sitting around doing nothing. Especially for prolonged periods of time. To rest the spirit never gets old. I mean, I guess, but, you know, that's kind of easier said than done. How does one rest the spirit, you know?
Previously, and I'm getting ready to show it to you guys again, there's been rabbis in Israel talking about the importance of Ukraine to their historical identity and as an option into the future, and he've even described it as a potential promised land for the Jews. And to the average person, they would question, what the heck does Ukraine have to do with the Jewish people? I don't understand the connection there. Why such an alliance with the Ukrainian territory? Why do they want to be in Ukraine so bad? Well, the
same reason why the Soviets purged Ukraine in the past.
Make the case about what is actually Ukraine is about and what's really going on. So we already know with the Iran war, the American establishment, that there is an immense alliance with Zionism, both non-Jews and Jews. The Trump administration is explicitly pro-Zionist to the point in which it now appears that Netanyahu is basically running the United States through blackmail on Trump. I'm sure that's a exaggeration, but there's something going on that seems off. Here's just a little interesting point here. Every single prime minister of Israel was born in either Ukraine or Poland. Yep. Or their parents were from Ukraine or Poland, except for one.
Yeah, they're all Ashkenazi, which the Ashkenazi population of Israel is plummeting. So the Muslims and the Arabs and, you know, non-Ashkenazi Jews are outbreeding them by like a factor of 2 to 1. So the Ashkenazi Jews, which are the ones who founded Israel back in like the 40s, aka the Rothschilds, they're losing their grip on Israel as a country. So Ukraine could be where they flee.
Being from Belarus. Now, if you're familiar with where Poland, Ukraine, and Belarus are, they're all right next to each other in Eastern Europe. And so let's move forward here. Zelensky has made anti-Semitism a criminal offense with penalties ranging from fines up to 8 years in prison, depending on severity. Of course, that's the most urgent matter when you're at war. This is according to Times of Israel. Now, why would that be such an importance in Ukraine? Does Ukraine really have that high of a Jewish population? Well, it's going to. It's going to return back to pre-World War I levels. Now, also tied with Ukraine is that they're an Orthodox nation. And something we've been speaking out about is the fact that even amongst the hierarchs within the Orthodox Church, there are some that are sympathizing with Western efforts to actually persecute the historical Orthodox Church. Zelensky, as soon as the war was kicked off in 2022, what did we see? A sort of persecution and a retaking of monasteries, of churches by the Ukrainian military, to the point in which Metropolitan Onufry was forced to flee Ukraine. And then last year, Zelensky revoked Metropolitan Onufry's citizenship to Ukraine so that he could never come back. And it's all tied with an attempt to create a pro-Western, NATO, CIA influenced and controlled Orthodox Church in Ukraine. And so they created the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, the OCU. That is the fake one. The real one is the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, the UOC. That one, Zelensky has labeled basically a terrorist organization, claiming that it takes orders from Moscow and the Kremlin directly. Okay, all of that, connect all of that. And we've talked about the real threat to religious freedom in Ukraine. These are multiple articles talking about the immense persecution that's going on of Orthodox Christians in Ukraine and their churches and the faithful and these fake jurisdictions that they're establishing. We've talked about Archbishop Elpidophoros of Goarch deliberately subverting the claims of the UOC persecution in Washington so that the Trump administration could not hear them. Archbishop Elpidophoros and GoArch went out of their way to prevent clergy speaking about what was actually happening on the ground in Ukraine. Now here is an interesting article to connect it all together. The CIA's man in Constantinople. I'm not going to read this to you today. I've read it before. It's American Conservative article. I'll share the link if you guys are interested, but it documents the very interesting connection between the CIA with Patriarch Athenagoras leading into Patriarch Bartholomew, who has been the one supporting these fake jurisdictions and recognizing them against the procedures of the church. Here is a UN document talking about persecution against the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. Now, we've already highlighted the idea of smashing the face of Jesus. We've already highlighted the Israelis spitting on Christians in the Holy Land, the desecration of churches, using them as bathrooms. Here is from an interview we covered, what was it, a year ago? February in 2025. This gentleman who is a Jewish lawyer who represents the claims in the United States of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. So he is actually the defense attorney, or yes, of, I don't know, defense. I don't know if they were indicted for a crime or anything, but he is the legal representative of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church in the United States. And this is what he has to say regarding this whole situation.
Do you know who the State Department worked on this op to create a fake church? Yes. It dates back to 2014. We believe it began with Victoria Nuland, who, I mean, this was a big operation because she worked with the ambassador of the United States to Ukraine, amazingly becomes the ambassador of the United States to Greece. And it is, in fact, the patriarch of the Constantinople Church that becomes the one who engineers basically the destruction of our church by taking canonical control away from Moscow and taking it to himself, violating a treaty from the 17th century. So we have the United States, and by the way, this was engineered by Secretary of State Pompeo. So this isn't just a Democrat thing. Secretary of State Pompeo was the difference between Victoria Nuland and Mike Pompeo is
Mike Pompeo, the same Mike Pompeo that Patriarch Bartholomew gave some excellency award regarding Greek Orthodox Americans. Or I think it was just for Christians, and he received it in Greece.
Negligible. There's no difference at all that I'm aware of. He may be slightly smarter. He's smarter than she is, and therefore more sinister, but they have the same views on everything. Well,
Ricardo Cumsucks of the 10. Only a true penitent soul can join God. We are never actually alone. Never lost.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
This J internet slop is all trash. It is a pox upon your spirit. It awakens and irritates your base nature. Yeah, I can agree with that. Definitely. You know, it definitely is J slop to a very, very, very high degree. Only does irritate your base nature for sure.
In any event, Pompeo was involved in basically having this, what's called, in religious terms, a tomos granted so that Ukraine could establish an autocephalous church. This is in 2019. So the church that is allegedly now a clean church away from Russia is 5 years old.
Aha. So there is evidence, again, of the U.S. Various intelligence agencies creating these fake jurisdictions that are backed by the CIA's man, Patriarch Bartholomew. Now here, Russian-speaking Jewish man claims Ukraine is becoming the new promised land for Jews. Southern Ukraine is the next Jewish homeland. He openly claims, quote, Israel is no longer safe because of tensions with Iran, Turkey, and Egypt.
It's not even that. It's their own internal conflicts. So the Ashkenazis are being pushed out of power in Israel.
Ukraine is rapidly losing population due to the war. After the flower of Ukrainian youth has been wiped out in the Donbass, Jewish communities now feel safe enough to move there. Southern Ukraine is becoming the new promised land for Jews, and there will be great immigration of millions of Jews to that region. The speaker argues that the war has declared the way for this demographic shift. Here is the rabbi. Listen to what he has to say. Okay, let me read it to you. He says, we hope that very soon everyone will return there, and not just those 7 million that will be there, the immigration to Ukraine. This is beautiful and magnificent. The country, there is no extremism there, no radical Islam, which is very dangerous. The people are friendly and the natural surroundings are lovely. There is no country in the world as good as Ukraine. That is why we expect not only to return to the population of 53 million people that was here in the 1990s, but to have 70 million people here. 70 million people. Now,
isn't there,
take all that in regarding with this perspective as well.
An argument to be made that the end result is now certain? Why should another fill in the blank? You can tell me better than I can give you. Thousands Ukrainian young men die before the inevitable happens.
I think that's ongoing. Although, you know, we've seen that 13,000 Ukrainian men between the ages of 18 and 25 just a little over a week ago, were suddenly released and allowed to cross the border from Ukraine into Poland, which was a rather strange development. But now we're also seeing settlements in southern Ukraine emerge, places where the population has been either denuded or is very, very thin. And we're seeing large numbers of Jews establish themselves in new communities. In fact, we have something on the internet that talks about the appearance of police around a community in southern Ukraine wearing American-like police uniforms who are stopping anyone from going into the area who is not Jewish. And the people that wanted to go in there were Americans, but obviously they were Christians. They were halted, turned around, and sent away. We've always been hearing about this desire to create another greater Israel in parts of Ukraine, where at one point you had large numbers of Jews before the Second World War that were concentrated in places like Ukraine and part of Poland and southern Belarusia. This is very odd. Is this part of the larger plan that's bankrolled by people like Larry Fink and others?
Yes, it is. And that's what we're going to get into is why do the Jews want Ukraine so bad? It makes sense now why the WEF, as soon as the war between Russia began in 2022, they immediately talking about how it's going to be the future of the world. It's going to be a smart nation. They're going to rebuild Kiev and all these Odessa and these major cities, and that it's going to be the future. All the different WEF ideas are going to be implemented there to demonstrate the 21st century utopia. Well, keep in mind all of this stuff with the theory of the 13th tribe. You know that book that I've talked about by Arthur Kessler called The 13th Tribe, which argues that Ashkenazi Jewish identity is actually an amalgamation with the Turkish Khazar Empire during late antiquity that adopted Judaism, the only historical example outside the state of Israel of a empire or a nation to adopt Judaism as its official religion. Now, we're told that this has already been discredited. Genetic evidence has already disproven this, that yes, even though, as I've already showed you, every prime minister of Israel has either been them or their parents from Ukraine, Poland, or in one case, Belarus, which is just a little bit north. It makes sense. Why are there so many people there? And if you listen to mainstream articles, they'll say this has already been totally disproven. But here's the interesting thing. The one article that this whole theory has actual scientific evidence is this study, the missing link of Jewish European ancestry contrasting the Rhineland and the Khazarian hypothesis. And what does it do? Well, it ends up demonstrating that many of the Ashkenazi Jews, yes, they had European genetic ancestry, but they had more Khazar, more Turkish, more Caucasus ancestry than expected. And so it talked about the rise of European Jewry is therefore explained by the contribution of the Judeo-Khazars. Thus far, however, the Khazars' contribution has...
Khazar milkers, indeed. Hunter eats Hunter with the 10. Yeah, I guess we can check that out.
Been estimated only empirically as the basis of genome-wide data from Caucasus populations precluded testing the Khazarian hypothesis. Recent sequencing of modern Caucasus population prompted us to revisit the Khazarian hypothesis to compare it with the Rhineland, Germany hypothesis. We applied a wide range of population genetic analysis to compare these two hypotheses. Our findings support the Khazarian hypothesis and portray the European Jewish genome as a mosaic of Near Eastern, Caucasus, European, and Semitic ancestries, thereby consolidating previous contradictory reports of Jewish ancestry. We further describe a major difference among Caucasus populations explained by the early presence of Judeans in the southern central Caucasus. Our result have important implications for the demographic focus that shaped the genetic diversity in the Caucasus and for medical studies. Now, this particular study, you'll find all these other studies debunking this myth. Now, this is the one study, and this was before all the ones that began to try to debunk it. I recommend you, I'm going to share it in the chat, put this in your little bookmark it. I wouldn't be surprised if at one point this study suddenly goes missing and you aren't able to find it. You have to go on the Wayback Machine to get it. So here is how all of this is connected. Ukraine and the Jews. Now, mind you, the article I'm getting ready to read to you guys is written by a liberal Jewish PhD out of London, okay? And it reads, Ukraine and the Jews. With a huge buildup, Russian troops alongside Ukrainian borders in recent weeks, many people are fearful that Russia will invade Ukraine. Ukraine is a complex and diverse nation with an incredibly rich Jewish history. Here are 12 facts about Jews and Ukraine. Now, the same cannot be said about the Patagonia. We've already highlighted that Israelis are setting fire to the Patagonia due to a new law by Malay so that they can then claim that territory and purchase it as another safe haven for Jews outside of Israel. But here is the interesting history of Jews in Ukraine. Jews lived in Ukraine since ancient times. Jews have been living in present-day Ukraine since ancient times. The ancient Greek city of Chersonesos, near present-day Sevastopol, was once home to Jews. Professor Andrew Overman of Macalester College directed the Black Sea Project in the 1990s and described how some of his team's many Jewish finds. The team is focused on uncovering evidence of a Jewish presence in Chersonesos during the Roman period. Menorahs, oil lamps with a Torah shrine depicted on the face with graffiti in Hebrew and Greek have all been found. One Hebrew fragment even mentions Jerusalem, the only known instance of this outside of ancient Israel. Additionally, one of the menorahs appeared to date from the Hellenistic period, making it one of the earliest known to scholars. Interesting. Then we get to the kingdom of the Khazars and their conversion to Judaism. Eastern Ukraine was home to the Khazar Empire, a kingdom of Turkic people that arose in southeastern Russia in the 6th century AD. You can see it's a
the Khazar milkers, dude.
Jewish scholar writing, and extended as
Here
far
they
west as
are.
Kiev, the capital of present-day Ukraine. Oh, okay, so all of that was Khazar territory. In the 8th century, the Khazar king converted to Judaism and had ordered that his followers do so as well. Many scholars became Jewish, embracing Jewish holidays, or many Khazars became Jewish, embracing Jewish holidays and Shabbat and keeping kosher. The Khazars at the same time were ruled by a semi-divine king called a Kagan and local chieftains called Begs. Legend says that the Khazar king ordered representatives from the 3 monotheistic faiths to his palace and listened to them each discuss their religion. He was struck with Judaism's beauty and lucidity. Now, here's the actual case. I have a massive stream that I did on the history of Khazaria. The Khazars converted to Judaism because they didn't want to align with the Muslims and they didn't want to align with the Christians, the Byzantine Empire. And so they thought the best way of business was to adopt Judaism because it allowed a connection to both of them without being ruled by them. So Judaism's beauty and lucidity, not exactly. It was more of a pragmatic decision, okay? It was much more of a pragmatic decision. Now, here's the interesting thing. I've seen scholars debate the amount of, again, those that are disapproval of the 13th tribe theory, the Khazarian theory of Ashkenazi identity, say, well, it's only the Kagan, it's only the sort of the royal elite of the Khazars that actually reproduced and married into Semitic lineage, actual Jews who came from the Byzantine Empire. However, I recently read an article that disproved that, claiming that the average Khazar as well, that there was, and especially if there's already an ancient presence of Jews there. So wait. So according to this Jewish scholar, she's telling me that Jews were already in Ukraine, and then the Khazar Empire rises and they adopt Judaism. Well, which one is it? And if they were already there, one article I was reading was actually making the argument that it was more predominant than previously thought about intermarriage and relationships between the Turkish Khazars and Semitic Jews that moved into these areas. So keep that in mind. Then, Ukraine was a refuge. Oh, here's a book. In the Middle Ages, the great Spanish Jewish sage Judah Halevi wrote The Khazari, a beautiful philosophical book that imagined a discussion between the king of the Khazars and the visiting rabbi. The Khazari is a robust defense of Judaism against critics from other religions and from indifference. Number 3, Ukraine was a refuge for Jews in the Middle Ages. The Middle Ages was a tumultuous time in Ukraine. Accounts describe the city of Kiev as being home to a substantial Jewish community in the 11th and 12th centuries. There were 2 heavily Jewish suburbs of the city and one entryway into Kiev city walls that was known as the Jewish Gate. There was also references to a Jewish scholar at the time of Moshe ben Yaakov of Kiev. In the early Middle Ages, the largely Jewish kingdom of the Khazars was buffeted by invading Russian forces, which ransacked its capital in about the year 965 AD. The end of the Khazar kingdom came in the 1200s when Mongol tribes invaded much of present-day Ukraine and Poland, causing huge devastation and loss of life in order to build back its power and wealth. Poland invited new residents to move into its territories from the west, primarily from Germanic lands. Aha. Now, it's claiming they moved from the west, but based on what she just said, makes sense that they would move from the east. Jews settled throughout Poland, including the territories that form present-day Ukraine, most notably the region of Volhynia, which lies in the intersection of Poland, Belarus, and Ukraine. Oh, all of the places where the prime ministers of Israel are from. By the 1400s, up to 30,000 Jews were thought to be living in 60 different communities across Ukraine. Number 4, Ukrainians blamed Jews for their landlord greed. Sounds like some things never change. Ukraine was an uneasy mix of different ethnic groups. Much of the farmland and industry in Ukraine was the property of Polish nobles who were Catholic. Peasants in Ukraine were a mix of Eastern Orthodox Ukrainians and a group known as the Cossacks, who lived primarily in the southern part of Ukraine in the far south. The Crimean Peninsula was owned by the Ottoman Empire and populated largely by Tatar Muslims who engaged in constant low-level warfare. Eventually, the Ukrainians and the Cossacks then persecuted the Jews for what they perceived as greed against their people. They also became local tax collectors for Polish noblemen, meaning the Jews. Many were in the alcohol trade, brewing and selling alcohol, managing inns and taverns.
Which, if you know anything about tax collectors, the way it used to work is tax collectors would buy tax collection rights from the nobles. So if I was a tax collector, I would go to like my local lord and say, you know, here is, 100,000 gold shekels. I will collect taxes on your behalf. And the fucking local lord would be like, all right, there you go collect taxes. You have the authority to. So basically whatever you collected over 100,000 gold shekels would be your profit margin. So that's why tax collectors back in the day, which, is the story of Robin Hood, keep in mind, too. Which is a glossed over little detail. But yeah, tax collectors back in the day were, essentially encouraged to overtax because that's how they made their money. So that is the reason why tax collectors were so hated, is because they would overtax in order to make as much money as possible. And they would use the authority given to them by, like, the local lords to, force people to pay up.
Were often seen as Jewish professions. Working for hated landlords put Jews in an impossible position. They need the Arenda system in order to survive economically, but the local peasants blamed Jews for their employers' increasingly abusive practices. When Polish nobles increased taxes on the already suffering tenants, it was their Jewish agents who bore the blame. The Chmielnicki massacres. We're not going to read about that. Number 6, Ukraine was a major sitter in the Pale of Settlement. Number 7, Hasidic Judaism started in Ukraine. Rabbi Dov Ber, known as the Maggid, first consulted with Baal Shem Tov when he was ill. The Baal Shem Tov was known as a healer as well as a religious sage. Rabbi Dov Ber was so impressed that he adopted the Baal Shem Tov's worldview, which emphasized worshiping God with joy. Within a generation, Ukraine was home to some of the most important and influential Hasidic masters, including Rabbi Levi Yitzhak of Berdichev and Benachim Nachum. Ukrainian Jewish communities embrace Hasidic Judaism with its emphasis on rigorously religious practice combined with spirituality and an emphasis on infusing religious observance with joy. 8 thousands of Jews visit Rabbi Nachman's grave in Ukraine every year. The term pogrom was invented after riots in Ukraine when the Orthodox Christians were upset with the Jews. Russia and the Tsar Alexander III had ordered Russian subjects to kill Jews. That's 1881. Pogroms broke out in the greatest number taking place in Ukraine. These weren't the first massacres of Jews in Ukraine and elsewhere in the Pale of Settlement, but the frequency and intensity of the mob attacks resulted in the phenomenon being given a new name, pogrom, which means violence in Russian. And 10, modern Zionism was born in Ukraine. How many of you guys knew that? As Ukraine was roiled by a wave of pogroms in 1881, a group of idealistic Jewish students realized that the only way Jews could ever live in safety was in their own land, in the land of Israel. In 1882, they formed the first modern Zionist organization. The name was an acronym for the biblical verse, Bet Yaakov Lechu Vlanaka, the house of Jacob, come let us go, Isaiah 2:5. BILU managed to raise money and send 14 university students to the Jewish town of Rishon LeZion, where they farmed. The Ukrainian Jews had a very difficult time. They lacked farming skills and faced they went to go farm. They went to go farm and realized they had no farming skills and faced continual violence from Arab raiders. Yet their experiment in farming in the land of Israel showed that other Jews in Europe that it could be done. Number 11, 1.5 million Ukrainian Jews were murdered in the Holocaust.
Oy vey.
And then 12, Ukraine's president is a Jewish comedian who once played a president on TV, which we've talked about before. And of course, Metropolitan Neophytos of Morphu has mentioned that Zelensky is a Khazar, at least has referred to him as one. So it makes a little bit more sense than what's actually going on in Ukraine. Why is Zelensky, the Jewish president of Ukraine, persecuting the Orthodox Church, or the Orthodox Ukrainian Church? The Orthodox Church, or the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, my gosh. The Ukrainian Orthodox Church, the UOC. Why? Unless you begin to understand the historical vendetta. Now it makes sense why Mr. Rabbi here is talking about 70 million Jews in southern Ukraine. This is the historical perspective of all that stuff.
Oh, God. All right. Let me open up this other video so we have it over here.
Today, there's no better...
All right. Man. Here we go. Speed it up for sanity's sake.
You're crushing it, man. This is crazy. Look at this. You're doing really well. I'm telling you, man, keep harping on the data center stuff and keep harping on the gubernatorial. Like, I think the data center stuff, especially in Ohio, is going to be massive. This is all entertainment for everyone. Man. No name, faceless avatars, and nothing better to do with their life, trying to take someone down who actually has guts to push themselves out there. Well, it just, there's such a, there's so much noise that I can't possibly address all of it. But let me, in all seriousness, I've had some very specific legal and harassment threats sent my way today. And that one, I got to nip that in the bud. Like, I don't want to think about that person. I don't care that they exist. No, none of my comments were ever directed towards that person unless they were explicitly stated as directed towards that person. And I think that their legal counsel should be able to understand that they have no fucking case. Because in my country, freedom of speech still exists. And harassment allegations, go fuck yourself. That's a bunch of bunk, and you know that. I never said your name, and I never told anybody to go harass you. You, on the other hand, told your entire audience to file FBI reports against me.
The fuck?
Yeah, Michael, you need to go get Cece. She's in Arizona, by the way. Do I have a link to the Discord? I don't want...
Yeah, I have no idea on the fucking lore on that one, but...
You sending me shit in the Discord. You're agitated enough to send me stuff? What is... I don't know what...
There's a Schizo Garcia right there.
That means. I really dislike getting Discord messages while I'm on the stream. Jesus, look at this. Look at this refresh poll. These two with the big old cans hanging out there. The Peak District in June. Oh, man.
Content for later.
I just don't drink. Now, that's on you if you want to call that dry drunk. I don't really care. And like I said, Everyone who thinks I just am talking about them when I say vagaries, I'm not. I'm almost always talking about somebody else. And I'll be specific and address you when I'm talking about you. So, I'm not quitting because this is the only viable way for me to make money is live stream. So I will continue to do that, and it will continue to be a place to hang out and talk and discuss these things. In your eyes, I'm already a failure. So what purpose does it serve in your life to continue jumping on me and laughing? Does it matter? Are you bored? Are you that creatively bereft? Rent-free in their heads, exactly. That Biden administration had planned to begin deploying to Germany later this year will no longer deploy. Well, you know, I just... Schizo, thank you. When is it not, right? Arkansas is pretty great, actually, but I prefer everyone think it sucks. Did I say anything about Arkansas? Schizo, thank you. Even Griff said yesterday that covering you every day is getting repetitive for his streams. It would be as bad as if he only covered you once a week. It wouldn't be as bad. What wouldn't be as bad? I'm not mentioning Griffin at all. My frustration is not with Griffin gaming in any capacity right now. I don't have any problem with Griffin.
I don't know why he says schizo. I guess he doesn't know the word schizo, which is kind of surprising, to be completely honest. I don't know, man. Let's see. VTubing enthusiast with a 10. Okay. Yeah, we can possibly check that out.
If he thinks I'm boring, great. I'll get less thumbnails in my fucking feed of my face in bad angles. Sounds great to me.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, look. Why are you not streaming on Twitch today? I don't have a Twitch, guys. This is not my Twitch. All over everything.
Brutal, man.
This is not my Switch. This is not my Twitch. I do not own this Twitch. I don't know how to get into this Twitch. I don't know who owns this Twitch. This is not my Twitch. I stream on YouTube and I stream on Kick. These are the only channels that I have, and these are the only channels that I have, and that this is it. I prefer to stream on Kick. The only reason I found out about this yesterday was because when I switched to my main feed on Kick, they sent me a Kick support message saying that I was multi-streaming when I wasn't, because I selected to turn multi-streaming off. And I got really upset. So someone is impersonating me on Twitch, and Kick thinks that I have a Twitch, and I explained it multiple times.
Yeah, honestly, that was a pretty elaborate troll. So, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I'd be almost, like, more impressed in the moment. Like, damn, somebody actually thought of that, huh? But, I mean, all that shit could have been solved very easily with a simple email. Like, I don't know. Freaking out live on the air like that is exactly the response that was desired from the beginning. But, yeah, I don't know, man. But, yeah, that was a pretty, an intricate troll, honestly. Mr. Marvin with the 6. I'm seeing people simping for the GameStop chick on my Twitter timeline. She's literally like a 5 and has a nose. I know, dude. I know. You know, people are just desperate. It's genuinely sad. Like, she is nothing special, you know, and she's kind of awkward looking, to be honest. Like, her proportions are really fucking weird. And yeah, the bright red hair, the nose ring, but she's not fat. So women not being fat in today's day and age is like an immediate boost. You know, it automatically elevates them to like a 5 out of 10. So it's quite sad. But yeah, I don't get the fucking hype at all. People are astroturfing the absolute fuck out of her.
Email, and they said that they understood. I'm assuming they do. I noticed that someone is not, whoever this is not multi-streaming today on Kick. Schizo, thank you for the Australian 5. Griff fans are complaining that we're watching race streams too much, and he agrees, but 2 people in chat keep donating for it, so it puts him in a bad spot. I don't care if Griffin is supposedly in a bad spot. The dude has 212,000 YouTube subscribers.
What does that matter?
Quite frankly. Now, let's go to Griffin's channel. Griffin's channel has 212,000 subscribers. He gets 43,000 to 60,000 views per video. His live streams obviously make money because he does them every night. I see his clips in my feed every day. Griffin is punching down really hard.
Bro, this guy watches like 200 sub women all the fucking time. This guy watches like microscopic small fucking channels constantly. Yet I'm punching down. That's such a cope, bro. That's such a fucking cope. Sub count means absolutely fucking nothing.
Uh-oh. Sierra put out a new update. Remember her?
90 views, but not punching down.
Even quick before I run out of time. She still only has 1.7. Jeez, her videos look so different than her freaking thumbnail. Like, she kind of looks like a, well, I guess up close she doesn't look that good. Whatever. Oh, what else you got, guys? Rainy milkers, right?
Yeah, but dude, totally not punching down, huh? That is such a cope, bro. I have never understood the punching down argument. It's like everybody starts on YouTube with the same amount of subs.
I don't have a problem with him. I think that his rhetoric has been incendiary. I don't know what to think about him. I'm fine with him thinking I'm boring. I'm fine with being very, very, very boring. I'm fine with boring his audience to the point of them never wanting to talk about me ever again. I'm not making any money doing this. I'm barely making 80% of what I was making in a corporate job. Barely. I don't know what's so funny about me. I don't know what's so... How much money do you think that they give on a nightly basis to get him to watch me?
Like $5.
Just a rough estimate. I don't watch his streams. I don't know. Schizo, thanks for the Australian 5. That's why I think you two should start some podcast arguing about things. I have zero desire to talk to him. I think it would be a big success. I don't. I don't think you guys... You get 100 subs a day on your big channel and lose about 110 subs on the same day. Yeah. That's what I'm seeing too, Rusty. I think YouTube's out of money. Are we?
What? YouTube's out of money? What the fuck does that even mean? How would that even work?
You bored tonight? I don't know. You tell me.
How would YouTube be out of money? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
He could always, I don't know, come up with something else to talk about. No DCMA claims. So YouTube's little content matching service, it gives me his clip channel, anabolic dildos, and this watch party, and nobody else. I gave up sending reminders to people about taking shit down. Because people just whine and bitch like little bitches. When I get 100% fucking match on my stuff, and I send you a note saying, hey, take it down, they act like I'm killing their mother. No, I mean, have you filed them with Twitch? I don't know how to file them with Twitch. I don't have a Twitch account. So I don't know how to contact Twitch about this. I don't know how to do anything with this. I don't really have an interest in making a Twitch account. I don't have an interest in streaming on Twitch. I'm not interested in... Somebody made that super...
Yeah, but that's not them running out of money, though. That's the thing. Is YouTube has money. Their CPM might go down, but that doesn't mean YouTube's out of money. So the amount of money you make per 1,000 views might fluctuate, but the money is still there. It's just your share of the viewership is not as high as it once was.
Chat to poke me tonight, by the way. And if you guys report it, I don't have a Twitch account, so I can't like defend myself in any way. I've tweeted about this. I've put the word out on YouTube and Kick, obviously a lot. I'm not interested in talking to Griffin. I think he and I live in different realities. It's been made very clear that I don't really know what the point of his channel is. Last I checked, it was a gaming channel, but he reacts to me. I don't talk about games. I don't game. I don't like gaming. I don't find it enjoyable. I don't have any problem with people that do, but I don't game.
Yeah, well, he's telling people to report a channel that's basically stealing his content, so who cares? They're just restreaming.
You're going to have to threaten legal action if they don't stop? Yeah, well, here's the thing. You don't just threaten legal action willy-nilly. That's not something you do. I had somebody threaten legal action against me today. I'm not really interested in getting in expensive legal spats with people. I'm really not. Now, the person that threatened this legal action, I think they know that I was not actually directing anything towards them in any capacity because I never mentioned them explicitly. And I know that you're going to watch this and you're going to think I'm talking about you. I'm not. So I'm going to talk about you for the next 30 seconds, and I'm going to address your lawyer that you threatened me with. So, to the legal counsel of Revenge Star, let me be very clear. I don't care that she exists. I have never made any actual threats to this person. I don't care what video she puts out. I don't care what she does for money. Okay, I have made very broad comments about what I think about sex workers. If your client is inferring in any way that I am harassing her or I have done any kind of threats or sent anybody to her, you're her lawyer. I'm going to say this once. I didn't do anything or direct anything towards her. I haven't talked about her since December, maybe January, at the latest. So I would advise you to advise your client to drop it. And yeah, I'm aware she mentioned that she's not interested in talking about me any further in today's video she made about me. I'll also say this. I do have a file open with the FBI and my local sheriff's department. She's now been added to both of those. I can file reports too, and I have. So that's all I'm going to say about that. I don't care that she exists. I want to never have to think about her again. So if you're her legal counsel, I would advise you to advise her to have her drop this. I'm never going to mention this again.
I have no idea what the fucking lore is behind this, man.
Yeah, Rusty, if I get into actual legal trouble with YouTube, I'll be reaching out to you specifically.
Yeah, he should have stopped watching Shelby like a year ago or however long it's been, bro. Like, honestly. That bitch is nasty.
Because I know you have some contacts, and I might need, I don't like sending complaints to the FBI, but I have everything recorded, and I have everything captured, and I have everything documented, and it's all in a folder, and it's all backed up in the cloud. It's also backed up on my hard drive and my local devices. So,
and he's got a dead man switch that if he dies in an unopportune moment, the file will be set to release, regardless of whether he's alive to do it himself.
And the FBI has the information, too, so I think we're on the same page now. Sound good? Sound good? Sound good. You cannot curl 50s? Go fuck yourself. I actually can. Actually. Go fuck yourself. You cannot curl 50s. Fuck you.
Uh-oh.
Hey, dummy. You want me to or not? Huh? All right. What's that number, huh? Go fuck yourself.
Brutal, man. 50
Everybody else
pounds,
can just go
not
eat
kilos.
Shit. All right, I just hurt my damn shoulder, so fuck you. Can't curl 50s.
Or a loss.
Why does everybody think I'm so goddamn scrawny? What is wrong with you people? God. And now everybody's gonna fucking A-log this and clip it. Oh, Raymond's crashing out again. Raymond's crashing out again. Raymond's crashing out again. Oh. I usually do like 10 to 15 of those in the morning, all right? Yeah, I just hurt my shoulder. I don't know how to do it any other fucking way. You guys are really gonna piss me off tonight. I'm 10 fucking minutes into this and you're already pissing me off?
Oh my God.
I'm so goddamn just fuck off. Just. How about you get a timeout? You never give me any money anyway. Bye. Am I boring now? God. Are you not entertained?
Yeah, I was just about to say, what is he farming for his fucking Russell Crowe moment? I was literally just about to make that fucking comparison.
Oh my God, that Raymond, oh, he's so weird.
I was just about to fucking say he's aura farming for his Russell Crowe moment.
Assandgold. Let's see what he's talking about.
I know. It's
I know. Look, his entire fucking
would be
chat.
like, oh, you're grifting. It's like, okay, well, what would you do for $5 an hour when you go in to get a job?
Oh, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Your entire chat's talking about me. Your entire fucking chat's talking about me, Assandgold. God, you people pissed me off. Rowers keep on rowing, and they never know where they're going. But the rowers, they are rowing, and they never know where they are going. Ah, the rowers, they are rowing, and they never know where going.
Good Lord, man.
Chalk it up.
Have you no shame? Just, I don't know. I can't imagine Jestemaxxing this fucking hard, bro.
Dub for Raymond. Undefeated. The great Assandgold Raymond debate. Chalk it up. Raymond with the dub. Oh, man. Should we watch this Charlotte bitch? Old Miss Bipsy with the tootsies? Oh, yeah.
Oh, dude, you're punching down. She only has 6,000 subs, bro. Only 6,000 subs and you're calling her a bitch? Quit punching down, dude.
She Miss Sciencey. Well, science, you want to stick your dick in.
You know, why is he single, guys? I can't quite put my finger on it.
Log in so we can make...
Oh, man.
Why are women not lined up out the fucking door? You know, why are all these women he watches on YouTube not wanting to collab? I could never imagine why. It's pretty tough. Can't quite put my finger on it.
Raymond could... Look at his chat. Come on. Why can't his chat talk about him? Literally. Raymond. Boring-ass conversations. Jesus. I don't think he's Raymond's dad anymore. He might just be a cool guy with money. He just said last night in a snarky voice that he had 28,000 saved up. Yet we're supposed to feel bad for him. Yes, you are. You are. Thank God his screeching voice is gone. Ray would get banned from TikTok for harassing young girls. Fuck you. At least...
Brutal, dude.
Andrew Walsh, thank you for the 2. Thank you for the 2, guys. Thank you. Actually, should I check that Twitch feed? Okay.
Honestly, bro, like, let's keep it a $1.50 here. Like, you could argue that maybe that would be the case.
It looks like all the content's off of it. So I don't know. I'll be watching this very closely. When are you gonna do it? Help a brother out and get me laid. Help a Grigger out. Come on. I have preached the good news of the green skin gospel over and over again. And I cannot get my peen wet. I can't get it touched. My big bald head is lonely. I need it rubbed. I need it touched. I need your loving. I got your loving. Oh, man. Kronk's about to drop a deuce. I got a couple crazy girls in the Discord. Send them my way. I need that sweet goth loving. I need some kind of loving. Somebody younger than me. Literally, my only 2 qualifiers at this point. Younger than me and not fat. That's it. That's all I care about. I don't care about anything else. I'll even travel. I'm there. Dude, man, I really hurt my shoulder earlier. God damn it. That really pisses me off. God, people in the chat.
Dude, why didn't he take up that offer from the guy in Texas then? The dude in Texas literally offered to, like, set him up with, like, 3 or 4 women, I think it was, to, like, give him a chance to meet them who might be interested. And he shot that shit down, like, on the fucking spot. So, interesting. I guarantee you if the opportunity arises, he'll be like, I'm not fucking going. It's like, yeah, okay. I don't know. This is the self-fulfilling prophecy portion of this shit where he's, like, determined to just remain as is because it's the most profitable course.
Piss me off. Oh, you can't fit me 50. I did, though. What's up, Dean? Creams, in-betweens. You care if she looks like the homeless bird lady? Shelby looks like the homeless bird lady. You people making fun of me for muscles and shit? I don't give a shit. I don't have the same values as you do. It's like people saying I'm a bad person for saying certain words. I don't have the same values as you do. And I thought everything was relative, right? So if everything's relative, how can there be absolute bad words I'm not allowed to use? Interesting. Interesting, isn't it? Interesting, isn't it? Interesting, isn't it? Interesting, isn't it? All right. Man. Listen to that.
Radio silence.
God damn, it's ratchet. I've been in mountain banks. I stained them by there.
I can't remember the damn lyrics of that song. Get your gun. Get your gun. Get your gun. Get. I love the Lest We Forget Greatest Love because that Get Your Gun track transitioned perfectly in the mix to Nobody's, where it was like. Is that harpsichord thing? Today I'm dirty, don't want to be pretty. Tomorrow I'm just dirt. Nobody's wanna be somebody's tomorrow. We know just who we are. And the kids wanna die. Thank you, boys and girls, for getting me to 200. We'll wear this until I get annoyed, which will probably be about an hour from now. And Julie's got the Pepe and the dancing. But what is that? The bee? How long till Sinaguso gets a wig? I think he wears the wig and dress in his own time. Take a walk on the wild side. Take a walk on the wild side. Oh, I did hurt my shoulder. God damn it. You guys suck. Raymond has a 200 IQ and deceptive bullshit artistry.
Oh my god, man. Yeah. It's all so tiresome. And people think you're a loser, Griffin, because you don't talk to people. And there is Raymond, yeah. Sometimes, saying nothing is better than saying something. Saying nothing at all is sometimes the better option, I guess. Right?
His logic and coherency, though, are retarded levels. Is it your fault you make public and open threats in our live stream, Raymond? I didn't make any threats at all. You're such a schmag. Shamming? What threats did I make? If you aren't a Fed, Raymond, why aren't you being prosecuted and channel struck down for your public threats? What public threats? Raymond, you're doing God's work sitting on your ass complaining all day. I am. Raymond doesn't even respect his own mother. Yes, I do. You can love somebody and not respect them, by the way. Demonic parasite class that Raymond belongs to. Raymond rambles and shambles. I almost called my channel Raymond Shambles. Raymond Rambles. You spread abomination and filth on the internet for shekels, Raymond. You have no moral authority to say shit about anything. You are part of the demonic parasites that destroy the West. Okay, Paul. Rabbi Raymond. Right. You're a lulbert, Raymond. Not every detractor is a Democrat, you fucking midwit. Like, you are ungrateful. You are ungrateful, Shelby. Like, let's not get it twisted. You are ungrateful. You got a roof over your head. You don't have to work. Why can't we string the parasite class up by their feet and chop their fucking heads off?
Dude. He says that as he literally is a full-time content creator, but okay. Be careful what you wish for. That's definitely a those in glass houses better not throw stones type scenario. Man. Many such cases. All right. So next up we have this.
Hey guys, so today I wanted to talk about.
Oh boy. We're definitely going to speed this up too. Bruh, do not ever fucking type that shit in the chat again. You know what? That is genuinely disgusting. Do not, and you know who you are. I'm not reading that fucking message. That is, no. Absolutely fucking not.
Content creators and influencers and this, that, and the other who are actually snakes. And I'm going to be honest, it's the majority of the content creation space. I'm talking across all different platforms. I'm talking streamers, video creators, Instagram influencers, what have you. It's a very competitive industry, and as a result, it's very cutthroat, and also there are a lot of snakes within it. And this kind of industry just attracts a lot of snakes as well. People are two-faced, and people will turn on their friends for some clicks. And now some people are like, but what about you? But what about you? Okay, I would encourage you to look through my content and show me where I have resorted to trashing people and friends and old friends and all that for clicks. Look for it. It's not there. So you can say a lot of things about me.
Well, yeah, you deleted your entire channel, so a little hard to know, but
saying that I do that is factually incorrect because it's not there. I have a policy where if I was friends with somebody, I will not be dunking on them for views. I have people who I could have easily done that with and who are part of the woke space and the cancel culture and this and that, and it's like, no, I've known this, I used to be friends with this person, I don't want to do that. I don't like to dunk on people in general. I like to talk about what people say, but I don't like to gossip about people, and if people say something I disagree with politically or about video games or whatever, I will be like, hey, yeah, I disagree with this, but, you know, still hope the best for this person type thing. But in terms of like, yeah, dunking on friends for some clicks, no, I ain't about that life there. And I'll go more into detail on why that's not smart, because it's not just me being a righteous person, which of course it is, that's important to like not do that for moral reasons, but it's so much more than that. It's just not a smart business thing to do. But this is something that you see, that we used to see a lot on more of the woke left, and so then we saw a rise of people who were counter to that. So there's this counterculture, but then they started behaving much the same way, because this is the thing, is if you don't have God, if you don't have a foundation, you don't have a moral foundation that goes beyond yourself and beyond your opinions, then you're gonna mess up, because we all have sinful nature. Even those of us who have God, sometimes we mess up, right? So especially left to your own devices, you're gonna mess up. When you have your morality in your own hands, you're gonna mess up. And there's a reason why. And you see, I noticed this connection with all these different spaces and opinions and backgrounds and all that stuff. So like, ranging back from even like 10 plus years ago, it suddenly became popular because, you know, algorithms change, things get difficult. People, when they used to get a certain amount of views and money, when that changes, right? When an algorithm changes and it's like, okay, now you're forced to adapt. Sometimes people try to take an easy way out, which is shooting themselves in the foot, but it's getting them short-term views and it's not sustainable, but they do it. I've seen this on the very like woke left side in the gaming space. Whenever, if you remember, if you were on the internet during these times, you'll remember, like, even in the pro gaming space, the streamers, they started turning on each other. They started eating each other alive for clicks. It was like, you all of a sudden saw the rise of Twitlonger, the Me Too movement, this, that, and the other. And it was like, okay, people started making allegations against each other. People started gossiping about each other. People started airing out their own grievances.
People have always done that shit, bro. People have always done that shit. So... that's not anything new. You know, going back as far as YouTube's existed, there's always been fucking creator on creator drama and shit like that. She just sweeping for Jer again, lol. Yeah. I mean, she wants that paycheck, man, which, you know, to be fair, it's a lot of money to do a whole lot of nothing. But it is what it is.
To the internet, and it's very odd behavior, but they were getting some likes out of it. And you even saw drama channels created as a result of this, because all of a sudden, okay, these creators are making so much drama with each other and publicly sharing their grievances with each other that, hey, now there's a business for channels to just cover gossip. And I remember seeing, like, just some random things back then. Streamers, like, going after each other saying, I used to be roommates with so-and-so, and this person was messy, and this person didn't clean when didn't have our agreed arrangement on cleaning days, and this and that. I remember reading that once and thinking, why are they telling us this? Why? I don't care. And you see that on the other side as well, because then you have, like, the counterculture, the rise of the counterculture, which was standing against the craziness of the woke culture, and it was much needed. But then, okay, algorithms start changing. Algorithms aren't favoring that type of content anymore. And so now they start to eat each other alive. It's like, ooh, let's jump on it. Let's jump on somebody and make these accusations against somebody, and let's gossip, and let's look at this and that and the other. And that's happening on that side as well. It has been for, I don't know, a year or so now. And it's because they lack integrity. And instead of just putting in the work and trying to make content that actually makes a positive difference in the world, they're so...
Yeah, dude, because you and Quarter Pounder make such a positive impact in the world. Like, come on. Like, literally, her and Quartering do the exact same shit as drama merchants. They talk shit about woke movies and video games. They talk shit about, you know, politics or, you know, some celebrity or whatever it might be. It's the exact same thing in practice. It's just not directed towards other content creators on YouTube. But movie directors are technically content creators. You know, writers are technically content creators. Actors are technically content creators. So even if you wanted to get technical, they just don't happen to be on YouTube. But yeah, they literally both built channels shitting on other people, which is fine. I don't have a single fucking problem with you talking shit about other people on the internet. Most of the people Quartering's gone after over the years, for the most part, probably deserved it. But stop acting like this is some, you know, heckin' wholesome, family-friendly, positive content that uplifts everybody involved. Like, no. You're literally profiting off of talking shit about other people. You just think it's different somehow. It's not. It's the exact same fucking shit.
Oh, hungry for just the views, the clicks, the comments, the super chats. And it gets to a point where it's like, okay, well, the algorithm isn't favoring what they used to do as much, so what are they gonna do? They panic, and they turn into a snake. The thing is, though, is it's not a good long-term strategy, because really the best thing to do when algorithms change and all that is to figure out, okay, you know, make some changes to your content.
Either subscribe,
try different
donate,
things, see
or
what
get
works,
the fuck out.
and go for that. And again, what kind of message do you want to put out to the world, right? What do you want to do? Like, is the content you're making, are you trying to make some positive difference in the world with it? Like, that's important. And that can look different. Not everything has to be, you know, preachy or whatever. Some content can just be, hey, I want to make something fun for the world to see, right? So there's a balance. But just saying, is gossip and is turning on colleagues and friends and things like that, is that what you really want to put out in the world? Because whenever you start doing, whenever the algorithm changes and you have to do something different, that because your old content isn't getting the traction that it used to, whenever you do something different, and let's say that that something different does well, or at least better than what you were doing otherwise, then you have to keep doing it. Herein lies the problem with drama content. If you make drama content and you get some viewers from the drama content, then guess what? You have to keep making drama content. Is that really what you want to do? Because that ain't what I want to do. No, dude, I'm good. I ain't about all that. So even like my morals aside, because I don't believe that's a good thing to do, is gossip, it's also just not smart. Because I ain't trying to do all that. But that is why I've seen the rise and fall of many channels. Because things got hard, things changed, and they resorted to the Me Too's, the twit longer gossips about roommates, the this and that, the drama with other creators.
I mean, this is literally what she does. Like, it's just not with other content creators on YouTube. But her entire fucking field of content involves reacting to pop culture topics. Movies, TV shows, video games, comic books. Like, it's the same shit. You're reliant on other people to make money. You're not critiquing your own video games. You're not discussing your own movies. You're discussing shit made by other people. Like, this is pot meets kettle, man. Pot meet fucking kettle. You're doing the exact same shit. You built a career doing the exact same shit. You're not, like, contributing anything. It's just more online fucking, you know, discourse. That's it. Which, again, it's fine. There's no issue with that. But stop acting like you're somehow, you know, changing the fucking game. It's the same shit, different stink. Let's see. Samurai Jakey with the 1 month. Appreciate it, man. And VTubing Enthusiast with the 5. The Melanie Mac video is what Meme Copium was reacting to in my dono. Instead, watch... okay. Yeah, that's fine. We can check that out. She's contributing to the Quartering's semen production. I guess so.
And they can't sustain that because the only way you can sustain that is to manufacture more drama.
It's contributing to my retention.
So you got to come up with more stuff, and then you're when it comes to gossip content, what is gossip? Gossip is usually filled with, there might be some truths in it, but a bunch of lies in it as well. So you're spreading lies and you're sharing lies, which morally is wrong. But even beyond that, is it's just like you have to keep that shenanigan going. And also, most people don't care about gossip. Most people don't log into YouTube or whatever other platform to watch gossip. I know I don't. I see this all the time. I'll like scroll on TikTok and I'll see.
Yes, they fucking do. Yes, they do. Your entire fucking YouTube channel was about gossip.
Like some beauty influencers beefing with another beauty influencer, and it's like, I don't care. I just wanted to see makeup and hair stuff. I don't care about their beef. And so most people don't care. And so a lot of times these people will...
Nope, that is completely fucking false. Drama is the #1 fucking mover of people's attention. That is completely false. Most people absolutely do care.
be making this content, turning on this person and that person and the other person, and they don't realize that they're making their reach even worse, because even if they're short-term getting some views on it, they're losing trust from other creators if they're like, huh, wait, because I've seen it. I've been friends with people who I've seen turn to drama content, and it just immediately clicks in my head. Okay, this person has turned into a drama creator. Probably, you know, like, I'll still be their friend, but like I need to like not get too close to them, because it's only a matter of time that they're gonna turn on me too if they find it profitable. Because that's with everybody. And the funny thing is, a lot of people will turn on people for a little profit, like for pennies, for just a little bit of views. That's how cutthroat a lot of these people are. And I mean, that's kind of the entertainment industry in general when it comes, it's super competitive, so a lot of people will let it corrupt them. But that's the thing, is like, you can't let it make you lose your humanity. I know it's hard to figure out algorithms. I know it's hard to figure out what platforms want on their, because there's so much more than just being talented and just being, you know, likable or making good content. There's so much more to that on platforms. The platforms want a certain type of content, and that is what they're going to favor when these algorithms change. And so you have to create what that wants. Like you see even on X, for example, lately, it's like, okay, a lot of people were just regurgitating a bunch of like the same headlines over and over. And then X is like, wait, we don't want that. We want original content. And now they're catering their algorithms to favor what they want, right? So it takes work. It takes work to figure out what the platform wants, what the platform will reward. So much more than just entertainment, right? So here's the thing though. And obviously what people want to see does matter too. But when you go into some of these more degenerate topics like gossip, you're going to reach a certain degenerate crowd. And they might seem loud, but they're not many. And so a lot of this like gossip content and all that, it reaches a certain degenerate crowd, or it just reaches a certain crowd that like, hey, maybe they can recover, maybe they can do better, and maybe they can feel better. An insecure crowd, right? But it's like a certain group of goblins. And it doesn't mean I'm like condemning those people. Maybe they will improve and feel bad about these actions, right? But wherever they're at right now, right? It's just like there's people who watch this because hating on other people makes them feel better about themselves. And it's, you know, really that's why we need Jesus, right? We need Jesus. We can't...
Again, pot meat kettle. Pot meat fucking kettle, but anyway. It's pretty obvious that that point is lost on her. Like, what the fuck was your channel? Literally shitting on woke stuff. It's the exact same thing.
Can't resort to these kind of things that our flesh might like, because our flesh wants to sin, and our flesh wants to be cruel sometimes, but that's not good. So we need Jesus. But anyway, the point I'm making here is like there's a certain group of people that they are trying to reach, and those people might be loud, but that doesn't mean that reflects even a fraction of the population. Like most normal people, they're not logging on YouTube to look at that stuff. And so you really pigeonhole yourself when you do these things, because a normal person is going to stumble on a gossip video and they're going to say, why are they saying this? Why are they even making this? I don't want to see this. And all I know is when I see people gossip about other people, I will side with the person being gossiped with against almost every time. First of all, because I don't know all the facts, but secondly, I'm just like, why is this person putting this person on blast? For what? For what? And so you're going to lose credibility with a lot of people. A lot of these people who are turning to gossip, who are turning to all of that, they're not actually hurting the people that they're going after. They're hurting themselves. They're setting a trap for themselves. And it's sad. So all this to say that, yeah, a lot of content creators from a variety of different sizes, and a lot of times it's like that mid-range, I find, they tend to be the most cutthroat, because people who are doing really, really well, they're not making gossip content. Why? They don't need to. They're doing well. They're focusing on their stuff. They're focusing on the grind. So the mid-size or smaller, or it starts taking hit in views and this and that, because algorithms change. Sadly, some of them take the easy way out, and they think it's going to help them, but they're only going to hurt themselves. So, yeah, this is kind of a long video, but I just wanted to talk about it, and what I've seen in this space for a long time. And again, it doesn't fall under one side. It doesn't fall under one political side. It doesn't fall under one this, that, and the other. It's just human nature. So when it comes to content creators, influencers, stuff like that, yeah, sadly, a lot of them are very cutthroat people. And yeah, it has been my prayer. It has been my prayer that that I don't let this space corrupt me, because when it comes to
Griff, she's not gonna have sex with you, so just stop. All right, PK, I can live with that.
Any type of fame, even pseudo internet fame, which isn't real life. I don't consider myself a famous person. The internet isn't real life. Yeah, it can corrupt a lot of people, so that's definitely something.
Wait, if the internet's not real life, what the fuck was the point of this entire video? Oh my god, bro. So if the internet's not real life, why does it matter if people talk shit about each other on the internet? Gotcha, bitch.
I pray it doesn't happen to me, and I don't want to resort to doing these things, and I won't. I would just rather opt out. But instead, I should make stuff I like, and I want to talk about stuff that I want to talk about, and have fun, make jokes, you know? And anything from like my reels making jokes about the craziness going on in the world to just having a chat on a vlog like this. So anyway, there you have it for this video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. I will catch you next time. In the meantime, go boom.
Boom, dude, hell yeah. I love to go boom. Comments are turned off. Wowie zowie. That's not a good look. Did she turn them off on the other one?
So right now, it's pretty trendy for people.
What about gay as a choice?
Hey guys, so today I just wanted to talk about...
Nope. Joey really broke you. Married men hitting on women other than their wives is also a choice. So is sharing their wives with other men. Brutal, man. Flagging people is a choice. Projection. Picking bad friends is a choice too. Being a sneaky rat is a choice. Quartering is... Wait. The queefening is a choice. Standing by a deplatformer is a choice. Brutal, dude. Unfortunate. PK, what are you going to do, man? Your girl's getting dragged. Your girl's getting dragged, man. You better go hold the dustpan, because she's definitely sweeping for the quartering, bro. Second to last thumbnail is sus. Which one? Oh, this. Yeah. That is pretty sus, bro. Alright, so next. Oh boy, whores. More whores. We go from 1 to 3.
It's a way to become rich, famous, and celebrated in modern culture than by making porn videos. Look at the porn stars from days gone by. They mostly ended up dead, addicted to drugs, or washed up on the back streets in downtown.
What was the porn star that killed herself because she didn't want to film with like a gay guy? Or what was it? I forgot.
LA somewhere. Now look at Mia Khalifa. She's a multi-millionaire who hosted shows with NBA legends, sat front row at Paris and Milan fashion weeks, modeled for Vivienne Westwood and Moschino, runs her own jewelry business, and has been interviewed by basically every major outlet on earth. She was a paralegal from a Lebanese family, and she didn't churn out film for years, she just claimed she made 11 of them over a few months. And within a few weeks of her debut, she was the #1 performer on the biggest adult site in the world, where she received death threats, was shunned from her religion, and her family stopped speaking to her.
ISIS was after you? I'm not allowed back in Lebanon. I was banned from the Middle East, which is crazy because they're the ones who watch my videos the most.
Then she walked away from the industry forever after making just $12,000.
Dude, I never understood the hype of Mia Khalifa. Like, she... genuinely not attractive. Also, bro, her tits are gross.
Released, that's what she claimed.
Like, it's one of the prime examples of too much of a boob job to where it looks like her fucking nipples are about to rip off. I don't know, man. I never understood the hype for Mia Khalifa, personally, but, you know, to each their own.
Paid a grand total of $12,000 US, and yet you made millions and millions of dollars for both Bang Bros, the company that you worked with, and Hub, the aggregating site. How could that be?
That's just how it is.
But between then and now, Mia Khalifa, like so many others, has used porn to become, in every sense of the word, famous. Not infamous, but legitimately famous, rubbing shoulders with A-listers and getting invited to their cocktail parties. Something huge happened in the world of adult content to create a pipeline to status and generational wealth. For Sarah Jo
Griffin got the... yeah, it was gross. I don't know, man.
Moon, which is Mia's real name.
I never understood the hype with her.
She grew up right alongside the internet, and more specifically at a turning point for the sex industry.
I mean, I'm a kid who grew up playing World of Warcraft and using dial-up internet and fixing the computer at home when it broke. Like, that was my job because I was of that generation. So I think that I've always had a knack for what I like to consume online, which in turn influenced how I like to be online.
Adult content back then was an...
What, a whore?
analog affair driven by VHS tapes, magazines, and adult video stores. The money was limited and controlled by the gatekeepers. Performers like Mia got paid per scene with no way to self-publish or go independent. And like so many others, she was pulled off the street in Miami by a random man who asked if she thought about modeling, suggesting she come down to a studio and take a look around. The studio was Bang Bros, one of the leading studios at the time.
It wasn't just, hey, do you want to come do porn? It was more so, oh, you're beautiful. Like, would you like to do some modeling? Oh, you know, you have a great body. Like, I think you'd be great in nude modeling. Things like that. And after I came and toured the studio, you know, it was very respectable. It was a gorgeous location. It was in Miami, in Doral, Florida. It was clean. Everyone who worked there was nice. All of their cubicles were decorated with family photos. Like, it was nothing.
She signed the paperwork, came back the next
There was menorahs everywhere.
day, filmed her first scene, and a month in, they put her in a hijab, which was incredibly controversial but decisive for her career. She told the studio that the video was going to get her killed.
I verbatim told them, you guys are going to get me killed.
And they said?
They just laughed.
She did it anyway, and after a premiere, the avalanche started. Radical
Islamic
sympathizers hacked her Instagram and covered it in propaganda. They photoshopped a picture of her onto someone being beheaded. Her family disowned her.
They photoshopped a picture of me onto someone getting beheaded, and they said something along the lines of, "You're next."
She quit less than a month later, but none of this blew over like she hoped it would, and she couldn't get back into regular employment.
I realized that I can never work a normal job again.
Bang Bros disputed her account of her career and her argument that they ripped her off. They eventually created a website dedicated to calling her out, called factsbeatfiction.co, pushing back on her claims and stating that they paid her over $178,000. They even said she filmed before with a different studio under the name Mia Khalifa before Bang Bros, and that her entire narrative was just a total
shocker.
lie. She claimed she walked away from adult content with her head held high, but adult content hadn't walked away from her, so naturally there was only one way to climb back up the ladder, and OnlyFans took over the entire industry at that exact moment. When Mia joined OnlyFans in 2020, she framed it as a moral response to the Beirut port explosion that killed 218 people in her home country. She publicly pledged to donate the first $100,000 she made on the platform.
In 2020, I decided to join OnlyFans after the Beirut blast. I made the decision to join OnlyFans and donate. If I was able to make $100,000, I am donating $100,000, and that's why I'm joining this platform.
It doesn't take a very high level of skepticism to wonder whether that was true or just ethical positioning, but either way, it clearly...
Of course it was positioning. She's a fucking whore, bro. She did 11 fucking film. Like, again, not 1, not 2, not 3, 11. She did 11 fucking porn videos in the span of a month. That's not some innocent girl that gets roped in to, you know, doing porn on a one-off occasion. No. She was like, how many can I do in the shortest amount of time possible? I guarantee you. Always has been, always will be a hoe.
Worked out for her career. This is where Mia Khalifa became the bridge between two completely different worlds. The old world of adult content that chewed the old porn stars up and spat them out, leaving them in places like the tunnels under Las Vegas. And then there's the new world of adult content that makes celebrity entrepreneurs. Let's take Sophie Rain. In 2022, she was a 19-year-old waitress barely covering her bills. She didn't come from an adult entertainment background, but OnlyFans was still her exit.
My sister was doing OnlyFans, and I was like, maybe I'll try it so I can get out of this serving job, because I was just serving. I was working literally every day, 9 to 5.
Dude, this bitch is painfully fucking mid, too.
It's called Papa Joe's. It was some Italian restaurant.
Like, this is just insanely fucking mid.
Down in Tampa, but it was fun. Like, I loved it. I love serving, but I just wasn't making money.
It all kicked off with her infamous Spider-Man video.
Every time I was like, no, it's not me. No, it's not me. They're like, no, you're lying. It is. So I just kind of ran with it.
It wasn't even her, but she made about $95 million in 3 years from a case of mistaken identity.
So in 3 years, how much have you made?
I think last time I checked, it was at $95 million.
Here's what really happened. In September...
See, I believe that she is a J psyop by the porn industry to get white women in particular to mass flock towards pornography. So I think this is one of those psyop bitches that is artificially propped up. She's given this comically large amount of money, which is probably legit. And it's used as a way to basically brainwash a bunch of young white girls in order to pursue the exact same course. So, yeah, dude, she signed that 17-year-old girl, and then on her 18th birthday, you know, started producing porn of her. Like, yeah. No, this is 100% an industry prop in order to degrade society further.
2023, Sophie and her sister Sierra posted a Spider-Man themed photo set on their OnlyFans. Around the same time, another creator called Naomi, who happens to look like Sophie, filmed an explicit video in a skin-tight black Spider-Man suit. The internet saw the photo set and the explicit video and conflated the two. Millions of men became convinced Sophie had secretly leaked hardcore content. She clocked that it was free traffic and started dressing up as Spider-Man on TikTok to deliberately stoke the rumor. There is no real Sophie Rain Spider-Man video. The whole thing is a fantasy that lived in the minds of her audience. She also created scarcity around her content by describing herself as a virgin, though she backtracked on that a year later. I don't think people talk enough about how much these predictions can quietly affect your life, especially when it starts early in your life. life. It's one of those things that seems harmless at first, but over time it chips away at your focus, your discipline, and even your confidence.
Yeah, and her dressing up as fucking Spider-Man was 100% a way to lure in kids. Make no mistake.
And the worst part is, most people try to fix it with willpower alone, which almost never works long term. You just end up stuck in the same loop. And that's why I want to talk to you about this. There's content blockers out there like our sponsor Twitter, which is an app that even just out there a really normative woman. Sophie now has 16 million Instagram followers. When she walks through a shopping mall in Miami, paparazzi camp outside to ask her about her rumored collab with Drake. The mansion she co-founded with 7 other OnlyFans creators was described in the mainstream press as the Gen Z version of the Playboy Mansion. She's constantly associated with big celebrity events. The industry has swallowed itself and given birth to something entirely new. A monetized intimacy economy where the content can be softer, the stigma lower, and the money exponentially bigger, all while the sexual acts are actually increasingly optional.
And the guy's paying for at that point. It's curiosity, and then also
with that
like
specific person.
Yeah,
I guess, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because you can sit there and have a conversation with me. You know, like you don't get that just from going on Instagram.
Mia got
yeah, bullshit. You're having a conversation with, you know, whatever. Yeah, what's an Indian name? Akshit Singh over in fucking New Delhi? Yeah, bullshit, you're talking to her.
Paid $12,000 for explicit permanent graphic content. Sophie got paid $1.4 million by one man for messages. That was back in 2025. It's over $6 million now.
I want to say last time I checked, it was like 1.4.
Wow. Wow.
But that was like, that's of all
My
time.
God.
That's of all time. And I've been doing this for going on 2 years now.
Who the fuck is this guy? That's got to be like a fucking Middle Eastern prince.
I can't say much, obviously, because I'm not going to air anyone's shit out.
Yeah.
But he's a good guy.
Rightly or wrongly, it still destroyed aspects of her social life. Her parents both got fired and she became their provider.
Right now, like I'm supporting them completely. They both got fired from their jobs because of me. So I feel a little bit of guilt in that, and like I feel like I need to provide for them also because my fault, I guess.
Sophie Rain built an empire on a video that never existed, but a couple of years before that, a young actress called Chloe Cherry ran the inverse strategy for the same result. She'd moved to Miami the week she turned 18 to do adult content, and spent the next few years becoming one of the most watched performers on Pornhub. Then during lockdown, she filmed a graphic parody of HBO's
Dude, she is ugly. Ugh.
teen drama Euphoria. Not long after, the real creator of the genuine Euphoria emailed her.
Dude, ugh. That is a dysgenic bitch.
Asking her to audition for the show. She got the part, again proving how can scaffold women to a new path in life. Within months of her first episode airing, she'd walked New York and Milan Fashion Week, fronted a Versailles campaign, and starred in the music video for Charli XCX's 360. In just under a year, she went from being the most watched woman on a specific category to being a face the fashion industry was actively competing for. This isn't entirely new. 20 years before OnlyFans existed, a young LA socialite proved that a leaked tape didn't have to end a woman's career. It could actually build one. That woman was Kim Kardashian, one of the most widely known names on the planet. The promiscuity of people like herself and Paris Hilton was creating sex entrepreneurs without going through the industry. It was classier, more refined, and more marketable. The Kardashian tape was filmed with her then boyfriend Ray J.
Oh yeah, dude. Kim Kardashian is the definition of class. Absolutely. 88 Krager with the 5. Sometimes a woman has to use what she has to get what she wants, Griff. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty telling that whenever a woman wants something, the only thing of value they have to offer is their body. But, you know, female empowerment, dude.
In 2003, it went public in February 2007. At the time, an explicit video of a young woman with no particular fame or career wasn't viewed as the norm like it might be today. When these tapes leaked, they were massive news stories, and the entertainment industry was paying very close attention. Because somewhere in the media frenzy that followed, someone in a boardroom ran the calculations. And the math said that what happened to Kim Kardashian could be converted with the right packaging into one of the most lucrative television deals of the decade. Keeping Up with the Kardashians premiered 8 months later and propelled the whole family to the center of celebrity culture for nearly a decade. Today, Kim Kardashian's worth roughly $1.7 billion, and the tape that kicked it all off is a mere footnote in her CV.
Would you be where you are had there not been a sex tape?
You know, I think that's how I was definitely introduced to the world. It was a negative way, so I felt like I really had to work 10 times harder to get people to see the real me.
She's quite honest about impact, saying the worst part wasn't the humiliation itself, but having to explain the tape to her grandmother. She said she was grateful her father had died 4 years earlier and didn't live to see it.
I had to explain that to my grandmother. So I think I was more...
And you're most glad you didn't have to explain it to?
My father.
Which is basically a premonition of how many OnlyFans models feel today. OnlyFans relies on publicity and self-promotion. You can't easily shoot scenes under an alias and hide them as a double life. What Kim had inadvertently proved is that attention itself is the asset, and you need to market yourself as a person. Whatever generates the attention is almost secondary. The market logic of modern rewards whatever generates the most clicks, and everything else is downstream of that rule. Which is exactly why marketing stunts are getting more controversial and extreme. The Hall of Fame today looks more like an arms race where performers compete for a share of the audience's attention. Like in 2019 when Belle Delphine sold jars of her own bathwater for $35 each. She faked her own arrest with a photoshopped Metropolitan Police mugshot and briefly ran a account that turned out to be videos of 2 roosters. Her whole thing was just absurdist performance art dressed up as sex work, and it made her one of the most famous e-girls on the internet. In 2021, a 17-year-old called Bad Barbie, who had become briefly famous on Dr. Phil for telling the audience to catch her outside, teased her OnlyFans launch for weeks on Instagram. She then opened the account the day she turned 18 and made $1 million in 6 hours. Lil Tay would then follow in her footsteps years later. In May 2025, an Australian creator called Annie Knight hired a swingers club on the Gold Coast and had sex with 583 men in 6 hours. She was then hospitalized with vaginal bleeding and posted the hospital photo to Instagram, captioned, "I guess 583 guys in a day isn't that good for your body." In October 2024, the 23-year-old British model called Lily Phillips invited 101 men into an Airbnb and had sex with all of them in a single day. She filmed it as a documentary. A clip of her crying afterwards, her friend's arm around her, got 200 million views in one tweet. She has then since faked a pregnancy, faked an arrest, filmed a classroom roleplay with 18-year-olds, and announced she'd be beating the existing world record by sleeping with 1,000 men in a day. And then of course there's Bonnie Blue, who took the record of 1,057 men in 12 hours. She also faked a pregnancy and will risk arrest, deportation, or practically anything to stay relevant. And somehow this has gotten her on the podcast circuit like all of these girls. These stunts echo the much wider trend across social media where AI slop and brain rot content dominate for their acute ability to hijack our dopamine. Mr. Beast, Sidemen, and others mastered that formula with escalating challenges that became more and more outrageous.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's go back.
She also faked a pregnancy and will risk arrest, deportation, or practically anything to stay relevant. And somehow this has gotten her on the podcast circuit like all of
this whatever podcast is like top fucking, goy slop, bro. This podcast is literal goy slop central. You know for a fact that this guy who runs this fucking podcast is getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars by these dumb bitches for indirect marketing. Because, bro, how many of these fucking OnlyFans bitches go on this show as a form of advertising? Think about it. I'm a dumb fucking bitch. Let's make my clip go viral. You're going to tell me what a fucking dumb, dirty bitch I am. But guess what? A couple thousand people at least are going to see that clip and then go sub to my OnlyFans. So I guarantee you the dude who runs this fucking podcast is literally selling spots to these whores. So he is more degenerate than even them. Period. I'd bet fucking money on it. That he's selling the spot to these women to go on there and advertise their OnlyFans indirectly.
These girls. These stunts echo the much wider trend across social media where AI slop and brain rot content dominate for their acute ability to hijack our dopamine. Mr. Beast, Sidemen, and others mastered that formula.
That podcast is almost worse than the OnlyFans.
With escalating challenges that became more and more outrageous, leaving nothing off the table in the pursuit of attention. It's all pervasive, and adult entertainment naturally made a home in social media's algorithmic universe because ramping up the shock value is so easy when it's someone's body. Behind all of these stunts is usually an incredibly well-engineered business that proves how much porn has transformed. They have staff, a logistics operation, and marketing budgets rivaling tech startups. Probably the biggest weapon they have in their marketing arsenal is those who oppose them.
It's all the Karens at home that are going to complain about me being here that are making me rich because they make it blow up, and then when they're sat at home complaining about it to their, their husbands, they're then wanting to come and subscribe.
Putting their self-destructive elements of the
Yep, there she goes. She just admits it. Exactly what I was saying. People who complain about her are her #1 advertisers. No shock. So, yeah.
lifestyle aside for a moment, they're
same with Fresh and Fit and all the others.
Savvy operators who understand the algorithm, the incentives, and the market better than anyone. Sophie Rain's instinct to leverage a video that wasn't even hers is annoyingly smart. Bonnie Blue will hang around any big influencer at the time, whether it be Andrew Tate or the Nelk Boys, as she knows doing so will keep the money pumping into her operation. Mia Khalifa found a way to make herself look innocent in front of mainstream audiences, and this is why culture had to stop ignoring them. Every magazine, podcast, and TV channel is starving for attention, and these women are sitting on more of it than—
Yeah, dude, Bonnie Blue looks like literally what you would imagine a fucking succubus to look like.
Anyone else in the room. Ignoring them doesn't make them—
all the light is drained out of her eyes. Like, she just literally looks like a soulless fucking demon, pretty much.
Go away, it just hands the traffic to whoever covers them instead. So the commercial decision becomes to platform them. Like when Bonnie Blue said this on UK daytime TV when anyone could have been watching.
You're like a Premiership footballer. You're I mean, I work with balls, so it's the There we same go. thing. So, barely legal, 18-year-olds. Because as I started my content, I realised it was not necessarily relatable to the average person, and I wanted to make my content relatable. I'm just a girl, I'm relatable, I'm sort of girl next door vibes.
People commented things like, interviewing a prostitute at 10:35 AM is okay for family viewing? And how can they have—
It is in the modern, Jew-K.
this conversation on morning TV as if it's normal? Imagine if you were a kid watching that asking your parents who Bonnie Blue was, and what she meant by working with balls or switching to barely 18-year-olds. But there is another side, far away from this very public layer, that we've not yet explored. Because while the conversation has spent the last decade arguing about whether those women are empowered or exploited, two-dimensional or sophisticated, victims or villains, the really smart ones are those who built the industry. You can almost certainly picture some of the girls in this video. You know what Mia looks like, you know what Kim looks like, you'd recognize Bonnie Blue in a supermarket. These are some of the most visible people alive. The men who own the platforms they work on, however, are notoriously invisible. When Mia Khalifa was filming for Bang Bros in late 2014, Bang Bros was independent, but was soon rolled up into a vast internet empire backed by institutional cash and managed by faceless executives. The
Faceless executives? No, we know what their faces look like, and they're one very, very distinct facial feature. that are all commonly shared.
The current structure behind most of our distribution was a Canadian-operated conglomerate called MindGeek, which owned Pornhub, YouP, RedTube, Brazzers, and several hundred other sites, all controlled through a network of shell companies across the world. One of its recent owners, a guy called...
Across the world? No, I think they centralized into one specific point.
Bernd Bergmer wasn't known to the media or photographed in public until recently. MindGeek wasn't just built for the love of the game, it was backed with nearly $500 million from JP Chase, among other major investors, and weirdly, even Cornell University. The same institutional capital that owns stakes in Meta, ByteDance, and Google is also indirectly exposed to the adult platforms and the companies that profit from them, which means ordinary people's retirements are, in very small and very diffuse ways, invested in the same economy that Bonnie Blue is helping to expand. OnlyFans is the next level, springing out of the studios and making the girls do most, if not all of the legwork. And when you look at what OnlyFans really is, it looks exactly like Amazon, Fiverr, or DoorDash. Thousands of near-identical thumbnails of near-identical women doing near-identical poses, all fighting for the same attention, all undercutting each other on price, all promising more than the last one. It personifies the direction of today's tech industry. It's the gig economy with sex as the product, using a subscription model backed by viral marketing. On the top layer, the man who owned OnlyFans until his death in March was worth $4.7 billion. On the bottom layer, for every Sophie Rain, roughly 10,000 women upload content nobody is paying for, subsidizing the traffic that makes Sophie Rain possible, while the platform takes a big cut, rooted through a holding company, and into a private equity deal being negotiated in Silicon Valley, all to completely purify our entire society and do untold damage to our culture because of this. What has been labeled as empowerment really involves giving someone on OnlyFans the ability to negotiate the terms of her own exploitation, take home a larger cut of it, and then call the results a business, which on the individual level looks like a meaningful improvement versus Mia Khalifa's situation in 2014. On the collective level, it's built the most efficient content extraction machine in the history of the internet. Millions of women competing against each other, producing an unlimited library of material for a platform they don't own in exchange for a wage that, for most of them, works out to be less than minimum wage. The thing the industry figured out somewhere around 2016 is that you don't need to exploit anyone if you can get them to exploit themselves. You just need to build the infrastructure, take a cut of the door, and let the market do the rest. And those who become mainstream celebrities using as a gateway to something more create something to aspire to, even though most will never make it.
Dude, the JP Morgan logo is not Saturn worship. Saturn is a Roman god. There is not one group of people on this earth that they hate more than the fucking Romans. Let's keep it a $150, bro. Like, Saturn is literally essentially an enemy of those in JP Morgan. So, no. That's a reach. It's a massive reach. They're not going to make their logo a representation of a Roman god when literally the crux of this entire 2,000-year blood feud is their hatred of the Romans. So... Griffin, I must say, whatever podcast is funny or goyslub, but I just take it as entertainment, and not all the women are OF chicks. Most are not. It's just fun background noise. Yeah, but the ones who are paid are paying to be on there. So... Saturn is a placeholder for... No, Saturn is a Roman god. They may have assigned a different, meaning to it after the fact, but Saturn originally was a Roman god. Here, let's look at what he was the god of. What was Saturn the god of? Agriculture, liberation, and time. So there you go. No. So. Dude, the planets are named after the Roman gods. Yeah, Kronos. Which Kronos was a titan to the Greeks. Not a god, but same difference. Doesn't really matter. Who do the Toucans hate more, the Romans or the Germans? They consider Germans to be an extension of Rome. That's the thing. They consider all white people to be Rome. Whites are Romans to them. That's the thing. Because Roman society continues on in white civilization. You know, so much of our world is shaped by the Romans that it's almost indistinguishable in some aspects. In Greek, all the planets are named after Greek gods. Yeah, I would imagine so. Jews are white? Don't tell them that. They'll be more than happy to correct you and spit. Yeah, I mean, that's why everybody's so fascinated with ancient Rome, because it truly is, you know, the indisputable greatest civilization that ever existed. So, given the circumstances it existed in, you know, there's no other civilization that's even come close to it. So the level of technological advancement, the military success, the organization, the architecture, the culture. I mean, there's no other civilization you can point to in human history that has had as much impact on the world as ancient Rome. So, I mean, the only thing that maybe comes close is the peak British Empire. That's about as close as it gets. But even then, you can argue, given the duration of each. But, yeah, really, that's the only one that's ever come close. But even then, the British were so heavily inspired by the Romans, it's kind of an extension rather than a separate entity. But, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Then why were Italians discriminated against when they first immigrated to the U.S.? One, most of them didn't really speak English, and two, they were basically like slave labor. So the same reason why, you know, we don't want illegal immigrants coming to the U.S. today, because they work for pennies on the fucking dollar under the table. Well, that's what the Italians used to do. So, and the Italians would only hire other Italians. Sound familiar? So, yeah. Now we have Indians that do the same. So, I'd take the Italians personally. Trade. What you say about Rome makes me think of the meme of women freaking out about their boyfriends and husbands constantly thinking about the Roman Empire. That's right. The Roman Empire lives on in all of our hearts. Whites need to hire more white people? That's illegal. Literally. It's not illegal for black people to preferably hire other black people, but it is illegal to only hire whites. You will get hit with a discrimination lawsuit by a lawyer faster than you can say kvetch. Griff wants a vril Roman man to take his virginity. I'm convinced. First of all, PK, it is literally impossible to lose your virginity to a man. Because definitionally speaking, no. Second of all, quit projecting. Yeah, it is kind of funny how Uranus stayed the same. But, yeah. I do like the Greek names for the god better than the Roman ones, but they had to be different, I guess. But yeah, I prefer the Greek god names compared to the Roman ones. Like, you know, Zeus has way more aura than saying Jupiter. You know, like Zeus. That shit sounds powerful. But Jupiter, like, come on, bro. I guess they were just like, yeah, you know, we can't call them the same thing, so we'll come up with different names. Which is what's weird about the Romans, too, is like, the Romans had no problem worshiping foreign gods. Because the thing is when they would conquer, like, a province or something, they would take the idols of, like, the local gods from the people they conquered and then incorporate them into the worship in ancient Rome and stuff. Like, it was really weird. Like, you know, they were very, very open to foreign gods and stuff and would literally worship foreign gods. They would take the gods captive, in a sense, and make them Roman. So it's kind of weird that they rebranded the Greek gods, but especially because, you know, their whole founding story, which, you know, didn't really pop up until Augustus, to be fair, was that, you know, they fled Troy during the Trojan War, and then they founded Rome in Italy as a result of that. So, which we know for a fact the Trojans were Hellenistic, meaning they worshiped the Greek gods, you know. Their city was dedicated to Apollo, and yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Your dog? Yep, that's where the name comes from. That is, in fact, where the name comes from. So the Romulus and Remus story isn't true? I'd probably say it's not, if I had to guess. But yeah. Well, where do you think the name of the space program comes from? Griffin named him after Apollo Creed. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what Apollo Creed is. So how does the Greek theory of the Milky Way go? Basically, Zeus brought Hercules up to his wife Hera and had Hercules suck Hera's titties and drank her milk. And Hera awoke and, I guess, removed Hercules from her tits. And the milk squirted into the sky. Creating the Milky Way. Dude, that shit, like, honestly, like, going through Greek mythology is fucking awesome. It's funny as fuck. It's cool. Yeah, it's very captivating, honestly. It's very captivating. And there's, like, the cool thing is about it, I watched, like, recently, like, this 4-hour, like, kind of summary of it. And it goes into, like, a brief summary of each of, like, the, like, major and minor gods. And, you know, it's just like, dude, all these references and stuff that you see in, like, our, you know, just normal day-to-day speech. It's like, oh, what the fuck, man? That's where that comes from. And it's like, there's such a deep and, you know, storied link between even our modern culture and ancient Greece. It's kind of cool. So that's pretty cool. As you know, Greek culture is, you know, Hellenistic, which the Romans definitely took a massive influence from, and then used that to spread it across all of Europe. So, and, you know, Northern Africa, the Middle East, and then by extension, the rest of the world. By proxy of all the European powers. English, I think, is considered Germanic, but I think, isn't it? I'm pretty sure English and German are pretty similar, but I'm not sure. I'm not really a linguistics expert. But yeah, it's not a Romance language. So, you know, like French, Romanian, Italian, Spanish, those are considered, you know, the Romance languages, which, you know, Romance languages. Those are based off of Latin. Portuguese as well, but it's pretty much just Spanish. Let's see. Lucius Aurelian with the hell yeah. Appreciate it, man. How was your weekend? It's just great, man. Absolutely great. Living my best life. Let's see. Is that? No, we got one more video. English is a Germanic language. That's what I thought. It's structurally the same, I'm pretty sure. Although German, like, bro, some of those fucking words are, like, insane. It's like, what the... What happened? What happened there? Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't imagine learning German. That shit looks so complicated. But it probably wouldn't be that hard. Probably wouldn't be that hard. Especially since it is so similar to English. But... The words are just wild.
I can't afford this shit!
Well, dude, the issue with Asian languages, especially Japanese, Chinese, and Korean, is it was used as a way of class warfare. So ancient Chinese, which is what Japanese and Korean are based off of, is literally designed in order to be unable to be learned easily. They literally created their languages in a way that would be almost impossible for the layman to learn, because it was used as a way to control the population. Because if the population can't read, then they can't interpret the laws, and therefore they can't argue with what is or is not allowed. So it was a way to basically, you know, suppress the population from ever posing a real incredible threat to the ruling powers that be, because they quite literally could not understand the system that governed them. So that was the reason why it was created, to be convoluted, because only the wealthy could afford to basically employ the tutors to teach their children how to read and write in, you know, those complex characters. So, you know, there's Japanese people who will spend their entire life studying Japanese and they still don't know everything. Like, it is deliberately convoluted. So, yeah. It's one of the hardest, like, groups of languages to learn, and it's the reason why the Chinese created simplified Chinese, in order to try and, you know, fix that problem after the fact. So, the thing is with, like, Japanese, for example, a single character can mean many different things, and it's not like our letters where it's a sound. It's like literally a character, meaning like, you know, multiple different independent entities. But when you put them together, they can form a different way. It's very fucking complicated. So, and it's really hard to describe, but yeah, it's a fucking nightmare to learn. And I think, what, Japanese has 3 different categories of like characters as well that they use like interchangeably. Like, yeah. Nope. You gotta, like, spend a lot of time to even get remotely decent with Japanese or Chinese. Now, simplified Chinese is a lot easier, but it's still pretty complicated. But, yeah. It's deliberately designed that way, though. For me, I had a hard time learning the English language back then due to being forced to, but eventually I did it in my own time due to personal reasons. Yeah, I feel like, honestly, English I don't really feel like is too hard, which obviously, you know, I speak English natively, I guess. That's my only language, but I don't know. I feel like it's not too bad. I mean, I guess it also depends on what your foundational language is. Like, if you're learning English after speaking Spanish or something, you know, you use the same letters and everything, so it makes it a lot easier. Versus, you know, looking at the fucking scribbles that are, you know, Chinese or Japanese. It's like, bro, what the fuck even is that? So, yeah. English, from what I've heard, is one of the easier ones to learn. I mean, obviously, if you already speak like French or something, Spanish would be piss easy to learn. Same with Italian, because they're very, very similar. But, you know, English I don't think is super difficult, from what I've heard from people. Normies who want to learn Japanese because of anime are so performative. Yeah, I want to learn a language so I can consume media. So, yeah. I don't know, man. I guess I get it. Like, if you're a huge anime or manga fan, whatever, being able to understand it without subtitles, like, sure, whatever, but you know, life is short, whatever. If that's something that means something to you, there's definitely worse ways to spend your time than learning a second language. It's definitely worse ways to spend your time, so I don't know. It's not too bad. Let's see. Hunter Eats Hunter with the 2 always wondered if Roman gods were fallen angels. That is a common theory. I would probably lean more towards no, personally, but that is a theorized thing that people bring up. Let's see. Resident Evil Zombify with the 2. Caleb recommends Assandgold to spend $2 million a year. We can watch real quick, then we'll watch the other video.
The summer budget reset is now live. Get a full year of dollar-wise premium. This is a better deal than we've ever done. You just had tax issues, right? So you probably know how much you make.
I know how much I owed. I owed over $4 million.
Okay, so $4 million. Was that after estimated taxes? Was that the back pay?
No, that was my estimated taxes.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, so $4 million. So you probably make, after taxes, what is that?
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I don't know what the answer is. I got a 1099 and it was like millions of dollars. I don't even know where it came from.
You probably have $6 to $8 million left after taxes.
More than that, probably. A lot more than that.
Really?
But,
well, how are you only paying $4 million?
Well, I mean, like, I think it's probably like just not that much more. But like,
okay, spend $2 million a year.
$2 million a
$2
year?
million a year.
Oh my God.
Wine and dine your boy. Take him on a yacht.
$2 million. What the fuck would I do with $2 million a year?
I don't know.
That's easy. Dude, I could spend $2 million in a week.
Here's, bro.
Yeah.
No, look, here's the thing, bro. You should just find something that you enjoy and splurge a little bit. Like, I think you should enjoy it a little bit more.
Oh, God.
You can't take it with you. So here's my plan right now. I want to create like some sort of fund that in the event of his inevitable passing, hopefully a long time away from now. Wait, hear me out. I thought of the whole thing. I want you to live forever. I want your legacy to live forever.
Yeah, I like that.
And I'm going to hire all my Jewish friends to build this shit.
Oh.
I want to build it because we know how. I want
to
build a pyramid. It like an Assandgold pyramid. We put him in there and it's like a museum and it's playing all the clips inside of the pyramid. You can't tell me that wouldn't be the coolest thing ever because you're not spending the money. Let's make a fucking pyramid.
Let's make okay, you know what? That's a great motivation for me to spend the money for something else.
There we go.
That's a great idea. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I've thought about spending more money. It's just that like, I don't even know what I would spend it on. Like people, I see them go on your show and they spend money on these bullshit collectibles.
But they don't have money. So it's like,
but it's
they can't afford
the
it.
Bullshit collectibles, I'll have you know. Mine are not bullshit.
What the fuck are you doing buying these? What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good when you're not even thinking about it, but I don't know, even $1 million. No, I mean, I mean, I make a lot of money too. I don't spend that much.
Sure.
So it's fair. I understand. I don't spend a lot, but just get a little upgrade in the car.
Okay.
So you can drive the Taco Bell more elevated.
I did buy a new car. I did.
What is it?
It's a Mercedes, and it's just
His car's fine. Yeah,
it's a low tier Mercedes, right? It's not like a Maybach or something like that. And you know, like I don't want a car that's flashy because then people will notice it. And I don't want to get noticed, right?
No.
But like other than
reliable.
yeah, exactly. It's a car. It works. The car goes from A to B. It's great. And so I don't have a problem with it. But other than that, like I live in the same house. I have everything else. Like it's all the same. A new house.
I would buy a palatial fucking mansion with like, you know, grounds and everything with like a fucking wall built around it. So that way I'd never have to interact with anyone if I didn't want to.
Oh, like then I've got to put like blankets over all the windows again. I do that. I do that. I mean, yes, of course I do.
Okay, we can get curtains in this new one.
He doesn't know about this yet. Let's start slow.
We don't do. I'm gonna put tinfoil up on there. Yeah. It works really well. It works a lot better.
I mean, to be fair, I still have tinfoil up on my windows too. I have one room that my girlfriend can't make a decision in.
Yeah.
But she still kind of does. But I can put up tinfoil just as like a pro tip.
Oh, that's smart. Yeah. Just like let her know.
The camera overheats if you don't put the tinfoil on.
Oh, really?
The stupid A27s or whatever.
You can change the setting that turns it to not overheat. So
what the fuck are you people putting tinfoil on things?
Well,
you guys are weird.
Okay, so this is the reason, right? Is that like I used to wake up at like 8 p.m. Okay, I would wake up at 8 p.m. and I would go live at like midnight, and I would stream until like 8 a.m. and then I would.
That's like my dream schedule.
Would maybe cook myself a steak and then pass out around 10 a.m. and then I would repeat this process. And so if you do that, like this.
That sounds wonderful.
Sun is like the worst thing that's ever existed, right? It's so annoying. And so, like, I don't like it. I mean, that's why I'm so pale. It's because I never go out in the sun. I never do.
That's why I got blackout curtains.
I mean, it doesn't work.
They're great.
No, it doesn't work. Like, what I have is I have like 4 different levels of blankets, and I have like tinfoil behind that. And there's like literally no light that comes through.
Blackout curtains definitely work. He does not need all that shit.
Curtains cancel out the waves.
Yeah.
Do you know your neighbors?
Do I know my neighbors? Yeah.
Do they have any thoughts on this? They see this?
I mean, like, so my last neighbor. Well, the last neighbor did not like me because when I was a kid, I would like shoot fireworks off, and then there was like a huge pile of trash, and you know, it was a big thing. You couldn't sell the house, but like then after that, the new neighbor is totally fine. It's totally like he's nice, and all of them are nice. Like they probably, I think that they know what I do because like one of them recognized like, oh, say I think I saw your video or something. But like other than that, they never really thought about it or ask about it at all. Never ask about anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do they know you're a streamer?
So what?
Do they know you're a streamer?
I know that at least 2 of them do.
Okay.
And actually, like, I mean, and then also if I include the ones that are like near what my dad's neighborhood was, pretty much all of them do. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bro, Caleb thinks we're weird.
Is it like, have you like dealt with a lot of streamers before?
No, I don't know
Really?
these streamers.
Wait, none?
No. I've DM'd Destiny because I'm trying to go on Destiny as like the counter review, right?
Accurate.
Because Hassan probably won't take me, but
Yeah, sure he would.
so okay.
Depends on how many views the video will get.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either way, like, I mean, you know, Destiny was a music major too.
Yes.
Yes.
And he dropped out too. That's because he fucked someone.
Yeah, because it was not economical.
Yeah.
Exactly.
See, like, dude, I would live in some shit like this. This is the type of house I would get. You know? And it would just be me. No one else. Maybe some staff would come in on, you know, a certain day-to-day basis. During certain hours. I don't know, but... yeah, I would just buy some shit like this, bro, and just, you know, enjoy. The seclusion.
Like, no, I understand it. So like that was the only other person you talked to that's
Yeah, I've DM'd him a few times. Other than that, I know YouTubers, like the finance YouTubers.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's kind of big on YouTube. I like the finance side.
Yeah, I stay in my bubble because that drama shit gets weird. Like you're always in drama. I do like that drama. Like I'm gonna get in trouble for being on here.
Yeah.
Like I already know I am.
Yeah.
So it's just the drama shit.
You know what's funny though? I'm curious what you think about this. You definitely, if you put out a tweet.
Nah, I don't like parties. No parties would be hosted.
You definitely will. But the fact that it's not on Twitch, I feel like YouTube is not as crazy about that.
Nobody on YouTube gives a shit about anything because YouTube, the reason why I think Twitter is like Twitter, there's so much of a reward structure around just saying whatever is the most extreme, crazy, you know, vitriolic, aggressive, and just, you know, provocative thing possible because you're getting paid for it. It's like it's a very bad incentive structure. But like on YouTube, I think it's way different because even when you're a big channel, like it doesn't matter because there are a million other big channels, right? You're a big fish in an ocean, right? But like on Twitch, it's like a very small pond, very small community.
Okay.
I thought of something you spend money on.
What?
A hair transplant.
You mother.
Turkey.
No, Canada.
No, the worst part is that like you already have a guy set up for me.
Griffin is round. You can't prove it, dude. No, I'm not. But yeah, I would love to have just a massive palatial home. That's what I want to put my money into. Eventually, it's just a massive palace of a home. Where essentially, you know, there's just so much room that you could never possibly ever use it or fill it. So. But yeah, it would just be for me. No one else allowed. Maybe I would have, like, cleaning staff and, like, a chef come in every once in a while, but, you know, nobody else would live there. I do not want anyone else in my house. Period. Like, I already wouldn't want the cleaning people in there, but I'm not going to do it myself, so. That's the thing. It's the only reason I'd have people in my house is to, like, work on it. Otherwise, nobody's invited.
As much as the baby boomers fought to overturn and rebel against and eventually destroy the American culture that existed before them, one thing that I have always found interesting is how much these same champions of counterculture that sadistically dismembered their heritage and mocked every tradition their parents had gifted them would at the same time romanticize this same culture they worked so hard to undo. In the 1980s and 90s, there were a flurry of television shows and movies that seemed to acknowledge a yearning for something, a not so quiet acknowledgement of a loss that nobody could quite put their finger on, a bitter regret.
Yeah, well, too little, too fucking late, boomers. And now in their final death throes, they decide to mass import the third world because, you know, they didn't fuck us over enough.
That was much more than anything that could be explained away by the phenomenon of nostalgia. While these homages to a paradise lost forever sometimes included, you know, a little bit of ridicule of their favorite boogeyman, the puritanical patriarchy that always had been the thankless guardians of this now extinct culture, there did exist a recognition, a deep remorse even, that these were the good old days. One of the most popular examples was even called Happy Days. But unfortunately, Pandora's box had already been opened. The genie could not be stuffed back into the bottle. The monster that the baby boomers had unleashed would grow and mutate and seek to preserve itself, something it could never do if everyone was looking back and quietly asking themselves if perhaps, just maybe, they'd made a terrible mistake. After this period of longing that went on for about a decade, it wasn't that long before these fantasies had to be distorted. Something that was easier to do once those who lived through the era grew old and the memories began to fade. After a while, the
Griffin's dad telling him to fuck off and have fun? What?
Sadness began to turn into bitterness. And as one might expect, the yearning was replaced with mocking and ridicule, like a spurned lover who finally gets past the grief stage and as a coping mechanism has to convince themselves that there was nothing good about their ex that they once loved. They have to pervert every memory they had of their time together to fit this new narrative that they're better off without them, that they had simply outgrown them. But it wasn't just important for the baby boomers to forget and smear the past they had thrown away to help them survive and get on, although in a very real way, it was about self-preservation. You see, a new generation was growing up now, growing up in a completely different world. The new normal that had been created, crafted by the baby boomers. A world of broken homes, of a broken society filled with broken people. They had smashed everything with the hammer of revolution.
And broken people weren't enough, so they needed to import broke people as well,
without ever bothering to rebuild anything in its place. And now this new generation, raised in the rubble and smoldering ashes of the baby boomers' devastating culture war, they were looking at these images of nuclear families with attentive and loving parents, affordable schools you could pay your tuition just by having a summer job at the corner store that didn't have any bulletproof glass, and if you didn't have enough money to pay your bill, it was okay because everyone knew and trusted each other. They lived in communities with a shared culture and history. They knew each other by name. They didn't even lock their front doors. What's more, everyone was happy.
What's that like? Not like everybody knows what that's like at all, huh? Gee, what's that like?
And they were happy without drugs, without antidepressants, without casual sex. What would this new generation, exposed to these images, what would they think if they saw this time, this place that now seemed like some kind of mad utopia and realized that it was gone? Or more importantly, why it was gone. Imagine the terror, the panic that the baby boomers felt standing over the corpse of this beautiful and lost culture. The murder weapon still in their hands, dripping with blood, as Generation X, dazzled by this wonderful paradise that so starkly contrasted the reality they knew, began to slowly piece together what it was that had happened. So like a deer in headlights, the baby boomers, fearing what would happen if they didn't, decided to hide the body. The movie Pleasantville was just one of the many tools they used to bury the body. The campaign weaponized against Generation X. The best way to explain it is that the baby boomers acted the same way a brutal dictator might act. But instead of it being Kim Jong-il banning all Western media in North Korea and telling his people that everyone beyond their borders was in some nightmarish hellscape and that North Korea was the true utopia, something he had to do, because if the people were to discover the truth, they might overthrow him, or worse. The boomers, using the same formula and reasoning, told Generation X that the 1940s and 50s, despite what it might look like on TV, was really a nightmarish hellscape full of misogyny, patriarchy, oppressive religion, and worst of all, whiteness. The baby boomers often explained how they had brought revolution and fought the man, and now these times were the real utopia. They told Gen X this again and again as they subjected them to this never-ending celebration of the free-loving 60s and 70s. And then to make sure it stuck, they institutionalized it with cultural Marxism as part of the curriculum. Pleasantville was written and directed by Gary Ross, who, incidentally, worked on Ted Kennedy's presidential campaign, as well as the campaigns of Michael Dukakis, and both of Bill Clinton's presidential runs. He comes from a Jewish family that's been working in Hollywood for generations, and has
shocker
written and directed several films, including his first film, Big, which he wrote but didn't direct, and most recent film,
with Tom Hanks. Wow.
Ocean's 8, that he both wrote and directed. The movie begins its assault on the baby boomers' murder victim by mocking the era of the 1950s with an over-the-top 1950s sitcom similar to Leave It to Beaver. The name of the town where the husband and wife and 2 children live in their 1950s home that most of you watching would never be able to afford, especially on a single income. In a perfect neighborhood where everyone is happy. We're briefly introduced to this show as we watch a promo that's obviously being played in present day, or because this
dude, it looks like Fallout.
movie is 20 years old.
Sorry, guys, I just got a little excited.
1998, on a cable network that plays old TV shows. It's an advertisement for a Pleasantville marathon. After the promo gives us a quick overview of the show, which of course is dripping with irony, making fun of how quaint and backwards the 1950s was, setting the stage for the rest of the movie. The film then quickly contrasts the 1950s pleasantness with shots of 1998 to try to elicit a superior feeling out of the audience. Several quick shots of the new hip America, including a shot of the new edgy fad of the time, which was a tongue ring. We see how different everything is, including the demographics. We're now introduced to our main character, who's kind of a nerdy white kid in suburbia. This is followed by a succession of scenes that kind of paint a very dark future for this young man and the people in his age group. First, we go to a man giving a presentation to the students. He's literally saying what boomers have been unapologetically telling everyone from Gen X through Z for the last 2 decades. Of course, salaries and opportunities are going down. That's why you just need to try harder, kids. And then we go to a classroom where a teacher is telling her class about the dangers of getting AIDS. The panic of heterosexual AIDS was, of course, all the rage back.
Yeah, non-existent.
Back then, there was this big propaganda push to try to tell everyone that heterosexual AIDS was a huge problem, and they did that to
Nope, was not. The only reason why AIDS was so prominent in the black community is because blacks have more gay sex than any other demographic.
Increase the funding because the public saw it accurately as mostly a risk that gay
There's
people...
more closeted black men than any other group of people who then would have sex with their wives or girlfriends that they maintained for, you know, optics' sake. And thus, it spread heterosexually. So, yeah, no. AIDS was only ever a gay problem.
Face, which statistically speaking, it pretty much is. But at the time, it was AIDS this and AIDS that because they needed to scare some money out of the public and they hadn't yet normalized homosexuality. So nobody really felt a...
Well, I think it's like what? What is the number? Hold on. What percentage black women have herpes? 48% of African American women are infected with genital herpes.
Obligation to pay millions of dollars into research into a disease they saw as only affecting a small portion of the population. We then go to another classroom. This teacher is talking about climate change. I'm sorry, back then it was global warming. Wait, nope. It was the ozone layer.
Eazy-E got AIDS from a needle. I think it was more of a prick up his ass.
Where they wrongly predict that by 2010, the global temperature is going to skyrocket and kill everybody. So right away, we have this contrast between this 1950s happy but little cheesy and over-the-top past and this kind of dark, scary present that our main character, David, lives in. Now, after school, we go to David's home in the suburbs. Rows upon rows of McMansions occupied by baby boomers. Now, David is watching an episode of Pleasantville while his single mother baby boomer mom is chatting on the phone about her social life in the kitchen. It's obvious to the viewer that David wants nothing more than to be in that world on the television screen, to have a mother who pays attention to him and a father that, well, a father. This really demonstrates what I'm talking about. There's this generation that this isn't even a memory to them. It's completely foreign to him, but something deep inside him wants to be a part of that.
Yep.
So the next day, David is at school and he's telling his friend about how much he likes Pleasantville and how the TV network is going to play a Pleasantville marathon. There's a trivia contest and he's going to try to win the $1,000 prize. We also meet David's sister, who's a basic thought. Unlike David, who yearns to have a part of the past, she's a complete hedonist. She embraces this new culture and she invites,
like most women,
the cool kid from school to come home to her house afterwards so they can have sex because her baby boomer mom is going out of town to party with some young guy. This, by the way, wasn't exactly atypical. I had a lot of friends that had a similar situation. They had a single mom, they had a big house that their dad, who they never saw, was paying for, and the mom would just leave and party and let them do whatever they wanted in the house. So unfortunately for generations...
It's like the old saying goes, bro. Women don't contemplate. You know, they don't look back at history and try to identify, you know, similar, I guess, chains of events or anticipating where things might be in the future. Like, they don't have that innate desire to understand why things are the way that they are. They're just creatures of the moment. You know, hedonistic is probably the best way to describe the modern woman.
X, Y, and Z, these are pretty typical kids. So that night they get into a fight over who can use the TV remote, and it breaks, and then magically the doorbell rings, and a crazy TV repairman played by Don Knotts, who was a regular in many 1950s TV shows, and after quizzing David on some obscure details about Pleasantville, he reveals a magic remote control, and the magic remote control somehow transports them into the episode of Pleasantville that they're watching. So I know the beginning's pretty cheesy or whatever. It doesn't really matter. It's trying to get them from 1998 into this TV show. It's just a stupid plot device. Don't worry about it. So now they're in this TV show, and they've taken the place of the son and daughter that are in that TV show. And after some discussion, they decide, well, they ought to play along because David knows so much about the show anyway. At first, it seems like it's going to be kind of just your typical fish out of water story, but they immediately go after the fact that this new 1950s mother, who, in sharp contrast, their 1998 baby boomer mom, who is off doing God knows what with her younger man, is attentive and caring. They make fun of the fact that their new mother had prepared breakfast for them by exaggerating the portions to make the idea that their mother making breakfast for them is this completely over-the-top and insane thing. David's sister, Jennifer...
Yeah, eat your goy flakes, you know? God forbid. Like, it's just... yeah. Could you imagine... your mom stays at home and fixes meals for you? What a foreign concept.
Hates this new world and complains endlessly about how she wants to go home and have sex with the guy from school that she invited over. David convinces her to play along, but she only agrees after meeting a cute boy from Pleasantville. So now we get a quick tour of Pleasantville. Nothing bad ever happens. You see, it's very important to exaggerate this aspect of the world. This is how the baby boomers have to deconstruct it. When Generation X looks at this world and they see a utopia. So the only way to tear it down is for the baby boomers to say, yeah, it is a utopia. It's too perfect. Can't you understand? That is why it must be destroyed. And this is where we get to the real troubling aspect of this film. If you've seen my videos before, you know I'm not one of these guys that gets hung up on symbolism or pointing out, secret satanic imagery. And I'm not saying that stuff doesn't exist. It's just not what I do. In fact, I don't think I've even mentioned the concept of Satanism in any of these videos. I'm more of an expert on storytelling and on propaganda. I dissect what the story is telling the audience and how it's trying to inject ideas.
Well, that's like the saying here, a wise man once said that, propaganda applied, correctly can convince those that heaven is in fact hell.
And themes into your head using propaganda techniques. But this film, in addition to being all the things that I've discussed before, this smearing of the past, hiding the body, is literally satanic. I don't mean that it's evil. I mean, it's satanic, as in promoting Satan. This entire movie is the story of the Garden of Eden. And if you doubt what I'm saying now, you won't once we get a little further into this. It is the story of the Garden of Eden, and it's a celebration of Satan convincing Eve to eat from the tree of knowledge and getting cast out of paradise. This is a theme that is central in modern Satanism. In fact, here it is depicted in the satanic monument that was put on display recently in an American courthouse. This is the story. Now, I want you to think about what that means, not just for this movie, but also in the context of what I was talking about with destroying the culture. How could this movie simultaneously be satanic and also be propaganda meant to obscure the past? What does that tell you about the people who are responsible for destroying our culture? That they knew what they had was good, and they purposely destroyed it because, like modern Satanists, they valued exploring evil more than preserving good. Now, I don't want to spend too much time on this right now because I think that I've planted that seed, and you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about as we go through the rest of the movie. It's pretty obvious. Okay, so back to the movie. We are in paradise. Everything is way too perfect. Everyone is way too happy. There are no problems at all. That is until David tells Skip that maybe his sister isn't up for going out with him that evening. Now, that is when the first crack begins to form. They have poisoned the well by deviating from the routine that keeps this universe in order. The universe has skipped a gear. Now, worried that this might become a bigger problem if they continue to stray away from the script, David tells his sister that she has to go along with the routine to help preserve the order of the universe. Now, this is a metaphor for something else as well. This is a metaphor for what begins to happen to a society when outsiders come in and don't assimilate. They disrupt the order of things. Now, at first, it's in small, inconsequential ways, and the system will absorb some deviant behavior if the society is strong, but eventually, it begins to cause bigger and bigger problems until it threatens the existence of the society entirely. This is an aspect of the world that this film also exaggerates. It paints the routine as something bad and extremely rigid. It dictates the behavior of the native population to extremes. For example, when David shows up to work a little bit late, we discover that his boss has been stuck wiping the counter for hours and hours because David wasn't there to do his part of the routine, so he got stuck until David arrived. Later that night, Jennifer, who was annoyed with her date treating her respectfully and not trying to have sex with her, which is an odd thing to see considering how nowadays they've perverted the past even further and told us how people like Chip here would have just raped her by now. She demands that he take her to Lover's Lane. In this scene, Jennifer actually rapes Chip by today's definition. I'm not kidding. That's literally what happens. But of course it's okay because she's a woman. Lover's Lane is the Garden of Eden. We will see this again later in the film in a more literal and obvious sense, but Jennifer, in her pursuit for pleasure, has decided to disrupt the universe and just have sex with this boy she just met. And because this is a baby boomer's view of what is good and bad in culture, this is celebrated as the best thing that has ever happened in this paradise. Eve has just taken the apple and given it to Adam. They have now both eaten the forbidden fruit, and the universe is beginning to change. Where there was once black and white, good and evil, new, ambiguous colors are beginning to appear. Now, the subversive force that has entered their universe begins to spread as Skip tells his teammates about the forbidden fruit. And slowly we see the world that was too perfect and too happy. It begins to slip away. David is alarmed when he sees what's happening and he begs his sister to stop destroying the universe. But Jennifer, who values her own whims...
You know, that's a pretty good parallel to modern society. Men begging women to please stop ruining everything. But they do it anyway.
And her own wants and her own desires over the good of the society around her just ignores him. So it's not long before all of the kids are going to the Garden of Eden and partaking of the forbidden fruit. It's all about pleasure seeking.
You know, don't you love it when, you know, your enemies literally perfectly expose their hand? It's just, they can't help themselves.
Free love, and if it destroys the universe, that's okay. More and more, the subversiveness spreads.
It's like how every villain nowadays is objectively the good person.
But of course, it's good. You see, it's good because it's more vibrant, it's more colorful, it's not this dark, drab black, or even worse, white world that you're a complete idiot if you want. These changes are good because they're different. And these changes don't go unnoticed. It was only a matter of time before the evil white patriarchy caught wind of these differences in their universe. Whenever they show the mayor, the embodiment of the white male patriarchy, they frame the shot like an actual comic book villain. Never are we asked, by the way, to walk in his shoes, what he might think of his world being turned upside down. These men who created and maintain this paradise are just automatically evil. Their sin, creating and maintaining a perfect world. The women are also noticing changes, but since women aren't part of the patriarchy, they are the victims. The victims of the perfect world that their patriarchy created for them, trapped in this maddeningly happy existence. And when Jennifer gives the forbidden fruit to her mother by telling her about sex and explaining how to masturbate, the subversive force that she's brought with her into this world strikes again. This time, a tree in their front yard just catches fire. This is a new problem the community has never had to deal with before. David goes and gets the firemen, but they've never actually had to fight a fire before. This was paradise, and there were no fires in paradise. So David shows him how to put out the fire and is given an award by the mayor in this scene, where we also notice the first symbol to overtly call attention to the whiteness of the town. Now, everyone in Pleasantville is white, so it's only natural for the logo on that banner to show two white hands shaking, but it still sticks out because it's a logo that's been used so often in our world to represent multiculturalism, you know, the white and the brown hand shaking, that simply by having two white hands shaking, it sticks out like a sore thumb. This will come into play in more overt ways later in the film, but I just wanted to point it out now. I also want to point out this is part of David's story arc. See, David, in the beginning, he really likes Pleasantville. He likes it the way that it is. I mean, after all, he's a white male. He's being recognized here by the patriarchy for putting out the fire, because the fire was caused by the new subversive forces that are changing the community. He's being tempted to join the evil patriarchy that wants to preserve the existing culture. So now that he's been tempted by the patriarchy, he goes to work and he is tempted by the subversive forces in town. This is where a maddening bit of irony in today's context begins. David discovers that all the books in town are blank until he tells the stories of the books that he's read. That's when the books magically fill in. He's spreading forbidden knowledge into the town, which starts a new trend of people reading. This, of course, is very much frowned upon by the evil patriarchy, who doesn't like the free flow of information. You see, even though this was made just 20 years ago, this was when the left fancied themselves the defenders of free speech. How times have changed.
Yeah, that's like the whole thing. It's like the left loves to fucking LARP about so-called banned books. And they'll name shit like To Kill a Mockingbird. It's like, bro, that is like the zoggiest shit ever. And it's forced on every single student in school. That's not a banned fucking book. But, you know, the actual banned books are all, you know, interestingly enough, right-wing literature. So, again, the left loves to accuse the right of what they themselves are doing. And right-wing books are the only books that actually get fucking banned.
The truth is that they only want free speech if it helps them subvert a society. After that, free speech has to go. Now, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here. Basically, David's mom is forced to wear makeup to hide the fact that now that she's sexually liberated, she's now in color. David brings an art book to his boss at the diner. Almost all of the art is either garbage abstract art or sexual in nature, of course. David is becoming more and more confident and asks a girl out. Jennifer is also changing. She's evolving in the same way the feminism she represents evolved. She's changing from being sexually liberated to wanting to get serious about her education so she can grow up to be a strong, independent woman. Now, of course, that she's turned the universe upside down, she's going to see what other resources she can squeeze out of it. Now we get to the part where David goes on his date, or rather he goes to the Garden of Eden with his date. This is a kind of turning point in this universe and in the film. It's just like the Garden of Eden story in the Bible and in Satanism. Eventually, God finds out his children have been eating the forbidden fruit, and the town is about to be kicked permanently out of paradise. While David is in the Garden of Eden with Eve, his mother, who's walking around, notices some artwork that the diner owner has now started to paint on the windows of the diner and starts an affair with him. Because her husband, the man who helped provide and maintain the paradise, was, of course, part of the evil patriarchy. Never once are the needs of her husband ever even imagined, thought about, considered at a single point ever. Why? Because he's the enemy. He's an evil white male. Now, at the same time, Jennifer, she's had her fun with Skip, and because he's also an evil white male, she rejects him. And because he's just some stupid white guy with no feelings, he walks away, and so what? Just like David's father, who comes home to an empty house for the first time ever, and he wanders through the home, not knowing what to do. And now with this crescendo of everything going wrong in the universe, we see unmistakable imagery that should once and for all convince you that this is the Garden of Eden. Eve literally plucks the fruit from the tree and brings it to Adam/David. And that's when God shows up. For the first time in paradise, there is a storm. The rain falls over the entire town, and they are all at once and forever cast out of paradise. David's dad goes and alerts the patriarchy about what's happening. The evil white patriarchy, all lit and framed like comic book villains, are dismissed as reactionary bigots. Their concerns about being, forever thrust out of paradise are completely minimized as one of the men shows them that his wife burnt his shirt, and that's the worst thing that's happened to him. That's the worst thing that happened to these people. These people that maintained a paradise that was perfect and everyone was happy, they lost it, and really all they lost was, iron shirts. So you see, the only reason the men wanted to maintain the way things were was so they could have dinner and neatly pressed shirts. The patriarchy is domineering and evil and only wants to preserve paradise because they're oppressing everyone else. Now the next day, David's mother leaves his dad, her husband of God knows how many years, for the guy she just met and had an affair with. And again, his father, whose only sin was providing a good life for his family and being a good husband and father, is ridiculed and put down. His needs are not as important as his wife's whims. The subversive new culture has completely taken hold and paradise is gone. And now in this multicultural reality, and I said multicultural, they're all white, but some of the people are now in color. And the filmmakers use this as a not so subtle metaphor for people of color, as we see when David is hassled by some evil white kids that don't like that he has a colored girlfriend. Now, the town calls a meeting, no coloreds allowed, of course, and with heavy-handed fascist symbolism, using lighting and framing that looks like it's right out of triumph of the will, we see the patriarchy rear its ugly,
Great
bigoted
movie.
head. The symbol of the white hands shaking is more obvious now than ever. These angry fascists, they just don't like the changes because they want their shirts to be ironed. And now they need to stop it because they want their dinner cooked by their wives. Things begin to escalate in town. The white kids even try to lynch David's mother, who is now a person of color. And because he stands up to the white fascists, David himself finally becomes a person of color. And now we return to the complete irony where the white fascists begin to burn the books of the colored people. You know, it amazes me how quickly the left has become a parody of themselves. They are the burners of books. This right here should be all the proof that you should ever need that the left projects. They project this fear on their enemies because that's exactly what they're going to do. And you know this because this is exactly what they started doing 20 years
Yeah, they've already done this.
after making this. So understand that. Now, after some clashes, the town holds a trial.
They've already proverbially banned or burned the books. Like, that's the thing. Good luck finding certain books out there. They're worth thousands of dollars because they're literally banned from being sold on all major platforms.
To see what they should do about these new people of color. This is where the movie copies almost exactly the shots used in the film To Kill a Mockingbird, a movie about...
Oh my god. The evil white people lying about the noble man.
racist whites who attempt to imprison...
It's literally fucking BBC fetish, you know, bean flicker material, bro. Slop. Like, this is Zog slop personified. I had to read this book twice in school. They push it so fucking hard.
Innocent black man. At this point, it's obvious what the film is saying. The real reason the paradise was evil and it had to be destroyed because it was white. And white is intrinsically evil. And it's not until every last white person is changed into a person of color that the town can accept this new culture that subverted their paradise. Whites might have functioned well and been happy in the paradise they built and maintained until the outsiders showed up, the outsiders who didn't like this paradise. But now they have to be eradicated one by one for this new culture, which is incompatible with the whites apparently. I don't know how much clearer the filmmakers could make this. This movie isn't just an excuse for destroying the past or propaganda that seeks to counter that yearning to gain back what was thrown away so carelessly by the baby boomers. It's a blueprint for the future. It's both a confession and a prophecy. Generation X and those that followed never experienced that paradise lost, and they never will. They will slowly be replaced until every last remnant of that world has changed and slipped away forever. This movie is telling you all of that. This movie is telling you that loud and clear, all the while giving a not so subtle nod to Satanism. And the most amazing thing of all of this is they managed to communicate all of this in an easy to swallow package that people paid money to see. And chances are, if you watch this movie, even after you've seen this, they did this so well that if you watch this movie, you might even still laugh at some of the charming jokes. Never again let it be said that the left can't meme. And in this case, the people behind the film and others like them didn't just bury the body. They convinced the younger generation to help them dig the grave. For BlackPilled, I'm Devin Stack. If you like my videos, make sure you like...
Yeah, I've never even heard of this movie. The propaganda didn't work because I don't... Basically, the entire thing is summed up as these racist white people are accusing this man of trying to rape the white woman because she was attracted to him and she had a black man fetish and wanted him to come on to her. And it's like the most retarded shit ever. It would have never fucking happened back in those days, and it's zoggier than the zog slop we have today in some cases. And it's basically framed as, this poor, innocent man who never did anything wrong, and the evil, racist scum whites in the South, are responsible for all of society's woes. It is one of the most anti-white books you will ever fucking read, and it is forced onto kids under the disguise of it being about, justice. Nah, the actual intention of that book is anti-white propaganda, period. And especially anti-Southern white. So... But yeah, basically it's this woman falsely accuses a black man of trying to rape her. And, you know, the noble lawyer in the story, you know, defends him and gets called an N-word lover by all the evil white people in town. And it's just, yeah. It is anti-white propaganda in book form. Period. So. But yeah, I had to read it in middle school and in high school. Now, granted, I went to different schools, so maybe that was just a coincidence, but I don't know. You had to read it in 4th grade, yeah. But, yeah, it's one of those books that's, like, forced on to people. And unironically, leftists tried to ban it because it had the N-word in it. And it's like, bruh, please ban it. You know, I'm more than happy to add that to the list of banned books because it's just straight up propaganda. But yeah, ironically enough, leftists wanted to ban the anti-white book because it used the N-word. Like, that's just how mind-fucked leftists are, bro. They want to refuse to use their own greatest piece of propaganda in, like, the education system. And, you know, just because it uses a certain word that they don't like, it's like, dude... It's insane. And then anti-woke lolberts tried to defend it. Exactly, man. Exactly. Let's see. I was trying to see if I could find somebody. Oh, look, dude. Here's so-called right-wingers defending it. PragerU, dude. What a shocker. Oh, with Michael Knowles, too. Wow, man. Shocking.
Welcome to the book club. This month, we are reading a book that needs no introduction. It is a book that is one of the most widely read novels in the world. It is a book that, according to one British survey, ranks above the Bible on the list of books that you must read before you die. I think that's a little bit much, but it's a very good book anyway. To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee. My guest is Derek Green, the conservative writer. Derek, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
This book, everyone's read it. But for the 3 people out there who haven't read it, how would you summarize it in 60 seconds?
I would say that Atticus Finch had 2 children.
He didn't do nothing.
He's a lawyer.
He's a lawyer
in Alabama.
In Alabama, Macon
1930s.
County. Yep, in 1930s. And he's trying to instill morality in his children because he's a widower. His wife is not there. And he has a black maid, and she is, in essence, the mom. And she's trying to instill morality in Jim and Scout as well. And so what she's trying to do is not only instruct them in the Christian church, but also the morality that goes around in Macon County. And then when you get to the second part is when Atticus Finch defends Tom Robinson.
He's a black guy.
A black guy. For charges for things that he did not do.
This innocent man is on trial for rape, just as Atticus's moral integrity is on trial. If he refused to defend the innocent man, he would have no...
It's so bad, bro. I'm not going to watch this, but yeah, watching right-wingers defend anti-white propaganda is just always comical to me. It's always fucking comical to me. Daily Wire is going broke. Brutal, man. Who even honestly, who watches Ben Shapiro nowadays? I don't know. I can't imagine it's a very large pool. I thought he was an actor? No. Ugh, man. They have a Rumble account now, so could always watch their clips videos on that. You'll just get the boner pill ads every once in a while. Religion versus race realism. Yeah. That is true. Which is why FedTez is now advocating for unlimited immigration, dude. As long as they're Catholic. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter that, they would literally, turn this country into the very place they came from. All that matters is they're Catholic, dude. Never read it. Is there an actual... No. So basically it's like, the phrase to kill a mockingbird is like this thing that you should never kill a mockingbird because it's just wrong. Basically, that's what it means. It's like, to kill a mockingbird is something you should never do just for the sake of it because it's wrong. It's like an old Southern saying. And, essentially, the entire book is basically just a framing of how evil and racist and despicable white Southern society was. That's essentially all it was, bro. It's a book to try and, subvert, the actual reality of the South. So, Many such cases. Yeah, it's one of those big, you know, big Zog books for sure. Killing a mockingbird is wrong. It's just like an old saying, bro. It's just an old saying from the South. Like, you know, because people used to shoot mockingbirds because they made noise. Like, they were annoying. But you shouldn't kill it just because. Like, it's just one of those, like, old-timey kind of things. So, there's not really any real logic behind it. It's just, you know, a saying. But yeah, I don't know, man. That book is super subversive. Yeah, it's one of the propaganda things that's pushed on people from a very young age. So it's 8:30. I might go ahead and hop off, guys. I'm gonna probably go to sleep. You know, I was throwing up earlier, which sucked, which it seems that's kind of gone away, so maybe I should get some rest, and hopefully it stays gone. But anyway, hope y'all have a great Sunday and a great rest of your weekend, and yeah, I'll talk to everybody later. Peace out, guys.